Good morning and welcome to the 2024 edition of the Rebel Renegade Games. This is Africa's official CrossFit Semi-Final event, and this year we are stationed, as you can see on your screens, at the beautiful Emerald Resort and Casino out in Vanderbijlpark, that is in South Africa. Coming together today for an action-packed day of day number one. We have got 3 days of epic competition ahead of us. As you can just see, just look at this venue, look at this amazing location. My name is Matt Holliday, and I'm joined here today with Natalie van Heerden.
Good morning.
And we'll be bringing you a little bit of the commentary for the first part of today, kicking off things with teams to start out with. And a nice, busy, packed, exciting day ahead.
Yeah, I was super excited when they released the workouts because I just felt like they were such good CrossFit workouts, and it's going to be a good representation of the teams this weekend as well, really putting their fitness to the test. And not just that, their overall communication. So I'm super excited to watch our teams throw down this weekend, and we're going to have a show. I feel like there's going to be two top teams duking it out this whole weekend, and that's really, really exciting for me as a team competitor to keep an eye on this weekend.
Yeah, obviously, Nat, you come from teams before that, and that's what we're kicking off today with. I think the first noticeable thing for me was there's that CrossFit worm in 3 of the 5 events. Only 5 events, 2 days this weekend, Friday and Saturday, so no team events on Sunday. But that 165 kg worm.
So last year we only had 2 events with the worm, and we were a little bit gutted about it because we had prepared so much on the worm because it's such a differentiating factor for the athletes. And we felt last year that we were really prepared on the worm. And then it's nice to see that it's been implemented in more workouts this year because it's going to really test the athletes, just their overall fitness, and again, the communication, especially in a setting like this. So I'm excited to see that they've programmed the worm into more of the events this year. I think it's really going to test the athletes a lot.
Yeah, I think they haven't skipped out on a movement that you can possibly use with the worm.
No.
So,
except for maybe a hang clean and jerk, but other than that, they've done everything else.
I'm not too sure, about other parts of the country, but I also know that for us to get those worms here is very, very difficult. Yeah. So a lot of guys have kind of just made up their own worms and kind of seen what they can do. Getting straight onto the competition floor and picking it up for the first time for a lot of these teams is going to be a bit of a shock.
The thing is as well, the worms, to get the worms that are the right weight and have the allocated weights, because they don't all, the whole worm doesn't, the weight distribution is not the same from the front to the back end.
Yeah.
It is different, and you'll see that there's different ways that the athletes are positioned on the worm. They might have a girl on the front or a guy on the front or whoever's maybe at the back. It also depends on who's talking, so that was also going to determine your position on the worm. But the big thing is the weight. And if you take 165 kilograms and you divide it across the 4 sections, it's theoretically 41 kilograms per person, but it's not distributed like that. So it's very, very difficult to get a worm in South Africa where it is exactly on that weight that you can practice on it accurately.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it was a privilege, but I was able to pack a couple of those worms on Thursday night. And yeah, exactly as Nat says, for people that have never used one or seen one before, it's pretty much 4 pieces that are strapped together, and it's 45 kgs, 33 kgs odd, and then a couple of spaces. So that repeats twice. So you will see, especially with the team's communication, at some point, I think if they happen to get that mixed up and maybe a weaker female athlete picks up the men's side of the worm, especially in those holds. Those holds in event 1 are rough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Morning. We've got some people peeking in here just to say hi.
Let's just have a look at the day and kind of what's lined up for us. So as we mentioned, teams event 1, that's what we're going to be starting off with. Let's just have a squiz over here. That's going to be kicking off at 9 o'clock. So 3 heats for the teams, 27 teams in for this year's semi-final event. And then looking on later through the day, we go into teams event 2 straight after that. So the teams do go back to back on event 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's a quick turnaround as well. So your recovery is going to be really important there.
And having a look at that event 2, that's a nice big lifting event. So, from your experience as well, how much do you think going from event 1 with maybe a 45-minute turnover into a max lift attempt and after being under load on that worm for 15 to 30 minutes for some teams?
To be fair, for me, I would have liked it because I love lifting on warm joints.
Okay.
So I would literally go backstage, Back to the warm-up, cool-down area, I would go and have something to eat just to quickly fuel up a little bit and then keep moving. I wouldn't actually just go and sit on my bum and do nothing. I would try to keep moving because that turnaround is so quick and because it's going to be cleans into front squats, into jerk. It's going to be really important that you stay nice and warm because you don't want to cool down and then have to repeat the whole warm-up process again.
Yeah.
It just depends from athlete to athlete. Some people just walk in and just smash it. I'm an old girl. I'm not like that anymore. I need to warm up properly.
And I mean, as you can see from those drone shots this morning, it is frosty out here in Vanderbijlpark. I think earlier this morning on my way in, it was like between 4 and 5 degrees. So it's not... That is Celsius, obviously. But it is not the fondest of conditions for athletes to get nice and warm for a big lift. But Naz, let's just have a look at this incredible setup. I mean,
first of all, Rebel has gone above and beyond this year. Just from the athlete's perspective, the setup, everything like that. Like last year was a really amazing event. This year, just looking at how they've set it up, they've got so many cool athlete experiences and spectator experiences lined up for you guys on the weekend. We'll talk about that in a moment. But it's just really, they've really gone above and beyond this year to bring you guys that are watching that can't be here for whatever reason, the best event possible. And it's also like giving the athletes the opportunity to present themselves on the stage, on this international stage.
Yep.
And it looks amazing, and just like I'm totally blown away.
We had this conversation a couple of times over the last few days, and just the athlete experience is unmatched. We have to take into account only one game spot for team individual coming out of Africa.
Yeah.
So this really is like the epitome of competition for 99% of these athletes, and it really does just feel like an incredible experience. It is, I mean, from Northern Spirit coming on board, kitting out every athlete and every staff member. I mean, look at this kit. This is,
I am so comfy good right now. I was like so nervous that we're not going to be comfortable, but I'm so comfortable. I was like trying it on last night. I was like, oh yes.
But yeah, I mean, like
those great.
Those athlete locker rooms was just incredible. Like every single athlete got a bag, with customized kit, with their number, with their name on their shirt. In a locker, they got a change room experience, the photos. It's just crazy. There is CrossFit REF that has also set up a little mini box at the venue.
Rig, and there's some kit there.
Yes, and they'll be doing a couple of seminars and some coaching courses throughout the day.
So we've got some amazing sponsors. We just go back to that sponsor list, please.
Yep.
Thank you. I don't know how to get there. Thank you. So we've got some amazing sponsors and people that are partnered up with us this weekend to make this weekend an amazing experience, as we said, for the athletes and for the spectators alike. So if you're coming down, we have got some stuff. I'll go through that now on the Hustle app. But we just like to firstly just say thank our sponsors and our partners that are on board that have put this event together. Biogen for the results you want. We have GoRuck that's partnered up with us. We've got Hustle app, which is a cool app that you guys can download on your phone, where you can see the events as well. You can see the schedule. There's a leaderboard available there, and then also the daily activities that you guys can come and join in. Then we have got Northern Spirit, as we mentioned, that's sponsored all the apparel, the locker room for the athletes. We have got our Potbelly ice barrels outside as well to maximize recovery. And then obviously Rebel Elite Fitness, who refuse to be ordinary and have proved that again by putting together such an amazing event.
Yeah, just incredible. And I mean, up on your screens, let's get straight into it.
Yeah, here we go.
Teams event number 1.
Woo!
This is a spice fest of note. Okay, so for time, kicking off with 30 rope climbs. So the main thing that you have to take into account is throughout all of this work, that entire 165 kilo worm is balanced on the shoulders of the other 3 non-working athletes.
Yeah.
So 4 times, 30 rope climbs, split as you want. Straight into 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 150 calorie echo bike, and that's really cool. Rogue actually shipped in some echo bikes, which is really incredible for some of these athletes. And then into a 48-foot handstand walk, that is each split as you wish. So all the work that you see up on your screen, 30, 120, 150, split however you want between your 4 athletes, as long as the other 3 athletes have that worm
off the ground. Yeah.
Off the floor in any way.
Yeah, if the worm touches the ground at any point, then it's 5 synchronized burpees, penalty that they have to do, and then pick it up, and then they can carry on again, pick up where they left off of. But like you said just now, Matt, just holding that worm off of the floor, that load the whole time. And this is also it's got like quite a long time cap on this workout. It's just, you're going to be under load for such a long time, so communication is going to be so key. And in a workout like this, you have to play to the strengths of each individual athlete. Even though they're in a team and they're competing together, each of them is going to have a strength and a weakness in a workout like this.
Yeah. I mean, we have the fortunate opportunity to be the third semi-final this weekend.
Yeah, last year we were the first. Now
yeah.
We're horrible, yeah.
So we went from first to last. So a lot of these athletes have also had the time to kind of sit down and watch, other regions throw down and, kind of pick off what works, what doesn't work. And I think, obviously, that is a little bit helpful. I mean, it's helped me.
Yeah, for sure. And it gives you more time as well to practice the workouts.
Yeah.
Because that's where you're going to get the advantages. If you look at the workouts from each region as they've gone, the team workouts specifically, because we are kicking that off today first, the teams have gone quicker and quicker and quicker each week, purely because the team that's going last has got more time to practice.
Yep.
Especially on a workout like this, you can also see the layout of the workouts, exactly where the athletes need to stand in relation to the equipment, and those seconds moving and transitions and stuff like that, they add up.
Yep.
So, and it also depends on the layout of the floor of the competition. So if you've got a bigger space or a smaller space, it's going to determine how far your athletes need to move. So your times are going to essentially, in theory, should be getting quicker and quicker and quicker each week, because you've had, by the end of the 3 weeks or the 4 weeks, you've got the most time to practice.
Yep. I mean, last weekend at, I think it was Torian Pro, we saw a team set the record for that.
No,
just over 14 minutes.
No, but then the West Coast Classic, they went 11 minutes and 45 seconds on this workout.
On a 25-minute time cap.
11 minutes and 45. As she said, I was like, so in the team, it's the Invictus team, so it's Chandler and his wife, Jessie,
yes.
and then Lauren Fisher. I mean, she's also an OG in the sport. She's been in the space for such a long time. And Chandler's like an icon, Chandler Smith.
Yeah.
If you don't know, go and watch the other regions as well. But but they actually set the event record for this workout. So yeah, and that was ridiculously fast.
Yeah, it is absolutely incredible how fast these athletes come in. Do you think we'll see a number of teams finish this?
I think we will. I think to be fair, I think actually the handstand walk is going to trip up some people at the end, because rope climbs, it's not so many you're not doing 30 each, it's split up, so you can break that up. And I know, for example, Janine, she is on the CrossFit Tiger Valley team this year. She is a beast on a rope climb. She is so good on a rope climb. So I'm expecting to see her do some more rope climbs than the rest of the team here. And then you have got the two, like the guys can rip up the salt bike.
Yeah.
If you've got the girls that can just break up those handstand push-ups nicely, you never go to failure. You always keep a couple of reps in the bag, because and everybody knows on a handstand push-up, as soon as you redline or start failing, there's really no coming back from it. And you can't go back and stand and rest, because now you're under load with the work.
And I think that's also one of the biggest things, is just having a well-balanced team. It's always the most difficult thing, I think, for a lot of teams to achieve. But in a movement like this, with 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups, you have one athlete that really struggles with that movement, and you can't split that load evenly. It really will affect how the rest of the team is able to perform in that. And obviously then going into the handstand walks. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I mean, we've got 3 heats coming up, 27 teams. And we'll bring up the heat right now onto the screen.
So you guys will see that we've got the different teams here. We're going to have 8 teams that are going to be throwing down in this first heat. We've got CrossFit Uncontained, so that is Janine's gym. She's actually opened up the gym 2 years ago, so it's really nice to see one of her teams actually make it through to the semi-finals to compete and represent there. We've got Pack Life CrossFit in Santon. We've got Mossel Bay that's down here as well from the Western Cape. Obviously, we've got Motley Crew as well, Lions Bay CrossFit. We've got such a lekker lineup, and it's so nice to see these names as well, because they've been in the space for such a long time. And it's always nice if I go on the Instagram, on Instagram app, and then I check out, on CrossFit Africa on their page, and they pop out a new affiliate for the year, a new affiliate that's come out. That's really exciting to see that there are still affiliates getting put together and opening up in our country.
Yeah, guys signing up for affiliates, almost monthly, which is still amazing to see. I mean, there in lane number 4, you saw CrossFit Akerstad, a team that has actually been to the games once before. So that is will be your first heat coming up at 9 o'clock. So stick around, stay glued to your screens, and Yeah, we will be here all weekend long.
By the end of the weekend, let's hold everything that's a thumb and a finger that we'll still have voices to be able to bring you guys the action as it's happening down here at the Rebel Renegade Games CrossFit Africa Semi-Final 2024.
Nobody knows whether you go on that run or you stay in your warm bed. You're alone with your thoughts and your own heartbeat, and sweat's dripping down your nose. To me, Go Ruck is the epitome of working really hard when nobody knows if you did it or not. Go Ruck is my go-to gear because it keeps me ready for anything unknown that could come up in a CrossFit competition. Go Ruck is the world's toughest gear.
In sports, strength isn't just about muscles. It also comes from motivation and determination. It's the community and team spirit that provide the extra motivation to excel. That's why, with Hustle Up, you can create programs for yourself or other athletes, exchange with the community, search, find, explore, and follow programs, measure and track your progress by entering scores and personal records, join events, and much more. Also available on the web, we share our achievements, our struggles, our victories between coaches, athletes, and owners. On Hustle Up, the community lifts everyone up. What are you waiting for? Join the community. Download the application now. Hustle Up, global solution.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
already out. Guys, we're going to have us an absolute cracker 3 days. And with me, of course, is my co-host, Ty.
How's it going, Stretch? You excited for this?
Yeah, man, it's going to be an absolute cracker 3 days here. Because remember, at the end of this, we send one male, one female, and one team, of course, to the games.
Guys just checking out their stations before they get going.
Ty, you want to take a friendly bet on each heat?
Ooh.
You're not allowed to vote Motley Crue, though. That's cheating.
Dave's in their team. I probably wouldn't vote for them anyway.
Fair point, fair point. I think this one's going to be a stacked heat. You got the Pack Life. They're an absolute cracker team as well. We've got, who's that? Mossel Bay. Nice work. What up, Mossel Bay? Pack Life in the house. Eikersstad. They've always been a good team. Uncontained against the Grain. ATG. Lions Bay out of Port Elizabeth. And Motley Crue from Cape Town. Looks like we've almost got every province represented out here.
Some of the mainstays from the comps getting in the first heat here. We've heard these names year after year. Good to see a couple of the boxes putting out multiple teams this year, actually, which is quite cool.
Yeah, man, it's really good. With the fact that they've actually increased the numbers is really done well. You know, we get to see a much broader spectrum of the athletes and the boxers, of course, that are in South Africa.
And that's how we're going to get the growth. That's the only way we can get the growth is by getting more people involved. And let's hope that it keeps going in the right direction.
100%. I'm actually interested to see this because I don't know if you've tested this at all, but 120 wall-facing strict handstand push-ups is going to hurt feelings.
The nice thing about coaching these things is you never have to do all the reps. You just jump up, do a couple, and then ask them why they're taking so long to do it.
Yeah, 100%. Easy to come down and just ask them, hey, come on, man, I back you. A little bit more, you can do it.
Exactly. And I think the sneaky thing about this workout, not the sneaky, it's pretty obvious, is holding that worm. If you haven't tested this workout, holding a worm for a good 10, 15 minutes is always a lot of fun. We're ready to go.
Yeah, and I believe the weight is 160 kgs on the worm.
Athletes to the start line, 30 seconds.
Athletes to the start line. Chin here. Put your thumb on your chin. That brings it a little closer. 30 seconds. 10 seconds, athletes. And we are off. Heat 1, Rebel Renegade Games. Let's have it.
2024, let's go. Up on the rope.
I think they're starting off with 30 rope climbs to the top. Any way, any order. But while one athlete is climbing, the other athletes have to be holding up that worm.
Lions Bay CrossFit making light work of those rope climbs. Their first male athlete, I think he's on rep number 4 or 5 now. These guys have been using this worm. They've got all sorts of tactics, the sideways hold. Lance Keir looking dangerous on that worm. Fresh fade.
Looking to see as our taller athletes actually using that whole body. Basically, you see them leaning back, bringing their legs up as high as they can on the rope, using every millimeter in order to make light work of this rope climb.
How many pulls do you think for you to get to the top, Stretch?
Me, it's about 2.5. Depends on the jump, but I'm heavy.
Leia from Packlift CrossFit getting after it. Team shouting at her as she gets up that rope.
Hey, look at that uncontained 2 jumps. Easy work. There he goes. There's his first. Second, oh, it's 1.5.
Lions Bay CrossFit trying an interesting technique with that worm. One of their gents holding the majority of that thing.
For those of you that are at home or watching on the live feed, the event is 30 rope climbs, 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 150 calorie on the echo bike, and a 48-foot handstand walk each. However, during the rope climbs, the handstand push-ups, and the echo bike, the remaining team members have to hold up this worm. There is also a 5 burpee penalty if you drop the worm.
When they announced that workout, a lot of the teams didn't know about that penalty and started adding in some drops. All of a sudden, the workout got a lot more gross.
I'm not going to lie, I only learned about that penalty this morning, so I felt for them instantly.
We're 3 minutes in, and that worm's already starting to look a little bit heavy.
Uncontained with a change out. Ike Stud looking smooth on the way down. They're also going to have a change out. ATG making these changeover transitions really smoothly. Ty, what do you think it's going to take if you've got different height athletes?
I think, again, that's where it's always so much fun with these team workouts. As you see also, if you look at the Motley Crue team, you've got 3 rather height, they struggle with height, shall we say. And then you've got
hear you there.
good old long Dave.
Look, I mean, I know for myself, I'm 6'5", 197 centimeters. So you and I would be okay on a worm. But then again, you've got some of these athletes that are very, very short. And what do you think of the weight distribution as we look to the worm?
You can see some of the guys, especially in the front of the worm, holding the majority of the weight. And this is where the team aspect really comes into play, where they've got to talk and make sure the guys are communicating and make sure that they don't start having communication breakdowns in the middle.
All right, I think we're going to start seeing some of that fatigue set in, especially on the rope climbs. Teams coming up strong. Remember, it's going to be down to who has got enough. Remember, after the 30 rope climbs, we're going into the handstand push-ups.
I think one of the cool things about opening up the field this year's stretch has been athletes that don't normally get an opportunity to get to this type of arena now can dial in their training a little bit. They had 3-4 weeks to really practice these workouts and make the most of them. I know for us, we had some of the athletes couldn't do some of these handstands, and by the time this event came, now they're doing sets of 5. And again, that's how we grow the sport.
100%. Like you said, those sets of 5 are going to make a big difference. Oh, we've got our first team onto the handstands. That's uncontained 2. Beautiful job looking there so far.
That male athlete doing a great job. Little Bola Makisi out of there. We've got Muscle Bay attacking their handstands too now.
We got 4 reps remaining for Motley Crue. That's Ella up there, actually a national underwater hockey player.
And
now
chiropractor.
CrossFit Semi-Finalist.
Muscle Bay onto their 3rd set.
2 reps needed for Motley Crue. Beautiful rollout there from Uncontained.
CrossFit Uncontained, banging those reps. That must be the power of the man bun.
Beautiful work there, Lions Bay. Just coming up short, had to adjust, but making it work. Right now, I think Motley Crew are moving on. Yes, they are. ATG, wow, that was loud. ATG now coming up.
Justin Parker coming off the wall, doing a couple of extra reps. Bit of an arm shake.
Looks like all teams are now on to their handstand push-ups. 8 minutes down on the clock.
One of the OGs, Lance Kier, attacking these handstand push-up stretch from Pack Life CrossFit.
Sorry, I spoke a little bit too soon there. Lions Bay just got a few more reps. As well as Eikestad.
Get up there, Eikestad. Touch that bar. Yes, go.
The standard out here being set by CrossFit HQ. You can see that white line. Your hands must be in contact at all times. 4 reps needed for Lions Bay. 4 reps needed on the rope. And looks like 2 needed for Eikestad.
You can see the body position starting to change on that worm now. All sorts of interesting positions being taken by the athletes. Against the grain, changing the game with their tactics on that worm. Some beautiful ice baths with pot belly after this might be a good option. Come on, Lions Bay.
Eikestad on their last rep on the rope climb. Get there, big guy.
Lions Bay on their last one too. Little race to finish the rope.
Eikestad, he's on the way down. That's it. Eikestad moving on. Lions Bay on her last climb. Get those legs up. Here we go. She's got one more. Got to get those legs up. One more stand. Hands are slipping. Get it, darling.
Eikestad with the worm penalty. Couple of burpees.
Lions Bay, done and
Lions
dusted.
Bay, on to the next part.
First burpee penalty, as you said there, Ty. Eikestad. Cease.
I never want to do burpee if I don't have to.
And the worst thing is now you've got to pick it up. Other than everything else, now you have to get that up. 165 kgs.
Lance back on the wall. Little pirouette. And he's going to attack those handstands.
And contains. Let's go, love. Get up. She drops out. Muscle Bay looking very comfortable.
Nice stacked position on those handstands. Really helping.
2 more burpee penalties. ATG against the crane in Lions Bay. As we look to the clock time, we're coming up on halfway.
The most fun part of being a CrossFit coach is when it's a long workout saying halfway. Halfway through.
Ellie making light work of these there from Motley Crew. She's got her lung capacity like no one else.
Eleanor fighting through those reps. And there's the height difference coming in their stretch. Dave, the leaning tower of Pisa over there. Oh, it's going to suck there. Teamwork, dream work.
Uncontained coming unstuck. Meanwhile, ATG hammering out these reps. Eikerstud making light work. Beautiful work there from this female athlete. Pack life looking good. Bit of an adjustment there. It looks like Lance has taken the lion's share of this weight, letting the ladies do the handstand push-ups. Change out there for Mossel Bay.
Very experienced Sanson team.
Eikerstud looks like they've earned themselves another 5 burpees.
Compound effect with those handstand push-up and those burpees is going to start coming into play too.
As you said, Ty, earlier, if you look to the body positioning of these athletes now, if you look over at Lions Bay, they've gone for hands on knees, just making your body carry that weight. Uncontained with the change out.
Best part of this movement is the Bola Makisi out.
Eikerstud just getting prepared. They're going to lift the worm up again. Beautiful cartwheel there from the Mossel Bay team. In and up. Lance Kaya, he's going to jump out and get onto the handstands. All bags are up again.
Who's going to get these done first?
10 minutes remaining, athletes.
Oh, and look what we have here. CrossFit Uncontained. Moving that worm forward. They're going to start on the bike.
130 calories. Now, if you thought your shoulders were jacked up, now your legs are gonna burn.
Start seeing the crumble happen.
Change out there. Motley Crew taking a bit of a breather as he's come off the worm. That chap's been on there for a while.
Who's going to join CrossFit Uncontained on that bike? Now those reps are ticking over fast on those calories.
Looking for a judge's hand. Any judges? Woo! Lions Bay got a bit sticky there.
Oh, what a move.
Good save, Lions Bay. Great
Parkour.
save.
And that brings an end to heat number 1 of event number 1 for the 2024 Rebel Renegade Games.
Yeah, I managed to go stand outside a little bit and watch. And that looked like a really, really tough workout. That worm is busy annihilating some people out there.
Yeah, and as we mentioned right up at the start of when we opened up the day, this will be a lot of those teams' first time touching that worm.
Yeah.
Even from the warm-up area. So there was no worm, there. It is straight onto the competition floor. Here's the worm. Have a go with it. And that was the same thing that we saw with that Rogue Echo bike. We also mentioned that we've never had Rogue Echo bikes in South Africa before. Most guys have been training on assault bikes. Yes, it's a very similar thing, but
If Rebel has a Hurricane bike, which is very, very similar to the Rogue Echo bikes, just because that resistance, there's just something about that band and that resistance. So the assault bikes are chain driven, and that the Hurricane bikes are belt driven. It's very, very different, like the stimulus. But if you've never been on even the Hurricane bike before, it's completely different. And it's also assault bike. You bike, your calories still tick over at some point. With the Hurricane bike, that does not happen. The same with the Echo bike. You actually have to put in effort for the calories to tick over.
Well, yeah. I jumped on one yesterday, and I mean, as soon as you stop pedaling, the whole bike just stops.
Yes, it just stops.
There's nothing more to it. Yeah.
No tick over, nothing like that.
But let's just head over to that first heat. Really, really cool to actually get this event going. Down with the commentators out on the floor, Stretch and Ty Hatch. I think it was a really great way to start the day. Once again, we are out here at Emerald Resort and Casino. Just a really, really amazing location. What a cool venue. So much going on. It is buzzing. If you guys are in Joburg and you haven't bought tickets for the weekend, it's definitely the best way to experience the semi-final this weekend. Make a plan, get through here, jump into a carpool. There's Saturday tickets and Sunday tickets available, so you don't have to buy the whole weekend pass. But yeah, just the vibe and the atmosphere of being here, it's just next level. It is so cool.
So like we mentioned just now, that we have the Hustle Up app that is available for download for anybody looking for some information about the event, the weekend, leaderboard, everything like that can be found on the Hustle Up app. But then also on the Hustle Up app, you can actually go and book an activation or a day or an activity here, which we're hosting at the Rebel Renegade Games this year. So we have some things like community workouts, we have fundamentals that are being presented, we have a CrossFit seminar staff that's here that's presenting a lot of the stuff, the events and the seminars and workouts as well. And if there's ever a time and a place to learn something, this is going to be a great place to do it. So if you hop on that Hustle app, you'll see that we even have Lucas Hogberg that's going to be here this weekend as well. We chat about him a little bit more later on. He's also going to be commentating with us as well.
Yeah.
But he's also going to be hosting some events like like a coaching clinic, how to coach and stuff like that. So there's a lot happening, not just sitting and watching the events. There's actually ways that you can spectate physically in this year's event as well.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. As Nat's mentioned, Lucas Hogberg, a Games athlete and a Games podium finisher. He'll also be jumping into the booth later this afternoon and tomorrow. So what a cool opportunity for us to have Lucas Hogberg down in South Africa. And then, Ty Arnett out from Vive Group. He's in from Australia. He's doing a couple of coaching clinics throughout the day. Obviously, Chad Theron, sorry. From,
Chad the One.
Chad Theron from CrossFit HQ is and seminar staff. He'll be doing a few seminars. So it's epic. It's buzzing.
And it's also like affiliate owners as well. If you own an affiliate and you're looking at how you can grow your business, how you can get in more members, you guys are also welcome to come down and attend those seminars that we have available for you guys as well. Again, on the Hustle app, you can find everything right there at your convenience, at your fingertips.
Okay, Nats, we are here for the fitness, and this is heat number 2 of event number 1 for the teams. So let's just have a look at this lineup. In lane number 1, we've got the CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks. In lane number 2, CrossFit Stellenbosch. In lane number 3, CrossFit Unboxed Rookies. Unboxed was the team last year that actually won the semi-final. In lane number 4, RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp. In lane 5, Motley Crew CrossFit Twinning. In lane 6, CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. In lane number 7, CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. In lane number 8, CrossFit Josie. In 9, BST CrossFit Black. And then in lane number 10, Lions Bay CrossFit 10-4.
Yeah, this is also a really good lineup. CrossFit Stellenbosch, who's also been around since 2013. They actually have their first team competing this year at the Rebel Renegade Games. So I know that Russell is super excited to be here supporting his members. I know that his significant other is also actually on a team, so he's really excited to support her. He has an individual athlete that's also competing out of CrossFit Stellenbosch. So it's nice to see an established affiliate as well, bringing some athletes into the space to get some experience on this floor.
Yeah, and I think what a place to come and get some experience.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
this is,
If
as we
there was a
mentioned,
place.
unmatchable. Just the setup. Rebel put on just the most incredible show. Massive equipment setup. These guys have been here for over a week and a half setting up. Yeah, so just what a cool experience for everyone. But here we have these teams lined up, ready to go. That's CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks on your screen right now.
Yeah. You can see the athletes are looking ready to go. A little bit giggles and laughs. But when unless you've actually stood over there and you're about to go 3, 2, 1, go, you don't actually know what your stomach is doing, what your nerves are doing, what your heart rate is doing. It's really intimidating. But as soon as that buzzer starts, you just like go into a second gear and you just know what you need to do. And your whole focus is just to execute for the team.
And they are away. Jugger Sharks right here at the front of your screen, making easy work. Nice and synchro picking up that worm.
So you also see that the height difference there as well. Depending on the height of the athlete, it's really going to determine how the athletes do in terms of holding the worm as well. If they have one really short athlete or two really short athletes, it's going to make that weight distribution a lot more difficult, holding the worm in a comfortable position. So it's interesting to see if the athletes are all the same height or if there is going to be like taller and shorter athletes.
And just the nerves standing at the front, you know, waiting for that buzzer. Now, you've been on a team a number of times.
Yeah.
What is going through your mind at that point?
For me personally, standing there, like all I'm thinking about is execution. What is my job right now to do the best that I can do for this team? If they're telling me I need to do 5 rope climbs back to back to back, I'm doing 5 rope climbs back to back to back. I'm not doing 4 and then tagging in, messing up the whole sequence. No, I'm doing what is expected of me and what they need me to do. And then also just staying composed, focusing. If I'm holding that worm, like you gotta breathe. You can't tense up. You need to try to stay as relaxed as possible, holding that worm, because you're going to be there. As you saw in the previous heat, most of the teams went the full 25 minutes. Only one team, CrossFit Uncontained 2, they managed to finish. But otherwise, everybody else is standing for a full 25 minutes under load. So you've got to breathe.
That's a long time. Right here on the left of the screen now, Motley Crue CrossFit.
Yeah, that's Motley Crue Twinning. That's right now competing. I saw in the previous heat as well, we had the Motley Crue team as well, and we had Eleanor de Kock on that team. Did you know that she's like one of the best underwater hockey players in the world?
That's incredible. I reached out to a number of these athletes just to try and get some information and some background before this. And I did see underwater hockey come up about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to know what that is.
So they play with like a really small, like a stick, but it's not really a stick. It's actually it's almost like a little bit of like a curved paddle that they hold in their hand. They have a puck under the water as well. And they play at depths of like 2 to 3 meters, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, again, it is about scoring goals. So you're trying to score a point at your end of the lane under the water. But yeah, if you know more about underwater hockey than what we clearly do right now, please drop it in the comments so we can get more educated on it. But I do know that your breath hold has to be really, really good because you're obviously playing underwater.
And that should definitely translate really nicely into this type of training. I mean, just managing your breathing, standing underneath that worm for up to 25 minutes is, something that needs to be trained as well. You can't just come into this blind.
No.
So a lot of these athletes would have built up to this, doing a lot of sandbag work, hanging onto those sandbags for carries and just getting uncomfortable. BSC CrossFit Black on the screen right now in the yellow.
Yeah, and then on the other side, we've got CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph that is chipping away at their 30 rope climbs.
Yeah, 30 rope climbs split, however, between the 4 athletes. And as you guys can see right now, a number of athletes going for multiple reps.
Yeah.
I think we might see a lot of that as well.
Yeah, for sure. The thing as well with these ropes as well, you might be used to in your gym training with a different thickness of a rope. Maybe you have a different type of rope, or your rope might be longer and hangs on the floor, so you have that weight on the floor, which makes the movement of the rope less. If you look at the ropes that we have right now set up by Rebel, They are shorter, so they're off the floor. So wrapping your feet is actually a little bit more difficult because you have the rope that moves by the foot because you haven't got that weight to hold it down. But if you look at the safety element of having a shorter rope, it's so much better to have the rope off of the floor for the safety of the athletes.
Yeah, we've
But-
seen that a number of times. Just
Yeah,
coming down a
oh.
little bit too fast, just hitting that rope that's dangling on the floor at the wrong angle.
That happened to me in 2014, actually. So in 2014, one of the regional, when it was still like the CrossFit regionals, the workout was 10 rounds of one legless. That was also the first time that legless rope climbs were implemented into the semi-final workouts. But it was one legless rope climb, and you had to run and move a cone and come back, and you had to do that 10 times. And I actually, 2 weeks prior to that regionals, I tore the ligaments in my left ankle.
Oh.
Training out at District 6. I actually was there with Tyron and they were helping me out because we didn't have a long rope in the gym where I was training at Ballistics CrossFit Somerset West. And so I'm a victim of hurting your ankle coming down off of the rope too quickly. And if you look at the previous workouts, the previous regions as well that have competed this weekend, but on two significant, very, very good athletes have actually torn ACLs and torn an Achilles coming down off of the rope too quick.
So
be
just
careful.
another thing, Rebel, once again, making sure that all these safety standards are met and just
Yep.
doing their best to let this weekend run as smoothly as possible.
Yeah. So you'll see as well, we don't just have the Rogue Echo bikes. You'll see that we have the actual Rogue, which is the game standard worm, available for our athletes as well. As you see, there's Rogue there on the branding on the worm. So that's really, really nice for the athletes to have that exposure as well. Because let's be honest, for a lot of our athletes competing this weekend, this is the closest to a high-level event that we are going to get to. So again, with Northern Spirit, just making it super special for the athletes with the changing booths, the clothes. You'll see that the athletes have got the numbers on their pants and their team names and stuff. It's like the special touches for the athletes to make it so awesome. That's like really, really cool. I think it's really special for the athletes this weekend.
Yeah, that was just an amazing touch. And I've been very fortunate to kind of hang out with the ladies that came down from Northern Spirit from France. This is their third semi-final weekend in a row.
Gee
They
whiz.
went from Asia to Australia and now to South Africa for the third semi-finals. So Northern Spirit just making a massive name for themselves in this CrossFit community.
Yeah.
Just doing incredible things for these athletes. And as we mentioned, like this feels like a game setup for these athletes, getting their shirts, getting their numbers and their names on their shirts, just absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Right, so as you see the overview of the field right now, these are our top 3 teams in this heat right now that are duking it out on these rope climbs.
Yeah, your top 3 teams coming into this heat would have been between Motley Crue, CrossFit Twinning, CrossFit IRA, Howling Commandos, and RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp. Those will be right in the middle of the screen, your middle 3 lanes.
So if you guys check out on your screen right now, the top left-hand corner is showing you guys the time. That's a time rundown in our workout for this morning. We have a 25-minute time cap on today's workout. So that's 7 minutes in so far. And the toll of that bag would be quite hectic now on the athletes. You can see different strategies on holding the athletes. And we have an athlete right now making his way to the handstand, the wall-facing handstand push-ups.
That is the CrossFit Unboxed Rookies. First to the handstand push-ups. Wall-facing handstand push-ups. Also a new movement, fairly new movement. First time in the semi-final.
Yeah, we had it last year in the open. No, in the quarterfinals, I think it was.
Yep.
Yeah. No, we had a wall-facing handstand push-ups last. I'm just thinking now on the team side, we had normal strict handstand push-ups, and we had wall-facing handstand push-ups as well that we had to do. But it was a significant less amount of reps. It was only, I think, 15 or 20 reps per person that we had to do. This 120 in a team of 4, that's a lot of reps on this movement.
As we approach this 8-minute mark now, we've got a number of teams through that first set of 30 rope climbs and onto their 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Right in lane number 1, that is the Jugger Sharks. That's Taluk's on the wall at the moment.
And we have CrossFit Stellenbosch that's taking quite an interesting approach at holding that worm. I think in the end, you got to hold it however you can keep it off of the floor. Like there's no movement standard, there's no rule as to how you are allowed to hold it. You just have to keep it off of the floor.
Howling Commandos are still chipping away at their rope climbs. The rest of the field seems to have progressed. And this is where things start getting a little bit spicy on the shoulders. As you can see, that's a lot of time and attention over there. Unboxed rookies in the green, taking pretty big breaks between their reps at the top.
Yeah, so it's all about time and attention. As soon as you hit that rep, so your head is through and you've locked out your elbows and your judge is giving you that rep, immediately you're dropping your head down for that next rep.
And you can just see the difference right here on the far right of your screen. That's RTF, CrossFit Krugersdorp.
That is like Ruan Conradi that was doing these handstand push-ups there. But yeah, the nice thing about these handstand push-ups as well is that there's no specific standard to get upside down against the wall either. You do not need to do a wall walk. You can literally do almost like a cartwheel right up against the board to start your rep. And there's no need for a specific descent either. You can do a bomalakisi. What's that in English? Tumble.
A somersault.
A somersault. A bomalakisi.
Forward roll.
A forward roll off of the wall. Or as you see there, Lisa Ann Clarence there, she did like a sideway kick off of the wall. I mean, that also works really, really well to get yourself off of the wall, because it's, again, limiting time and attention. It's limiting your shoulder fatigue in this type of movement, because don't forget we have handstand walks as well. And I was super impressed by the uncontained team in the previous heat. They made me eat my words, because I said I was scared that athletes were going to get tripped up by the handstand walk. And none of them broke the handstand walk. They all went to 14 meters unbroken. And that was pretty impressive to see.
Wow.
And they finished under time cap as well.
Now on the right of your screen over there, that is CrossFit Josie. CrossFit Josie, the 4th registered affiliate in South Africa.
Yeah, they've been one of the ones that have been around the longest. Because as I know, Cape CrossFit's been around. We have Ballistics CrossFit Somerset West that's been around since forever. That was where I started my CrossFit journey back in 2012.
Oh, geez. So, I mean, they've had enough time to practice to get you.
Yeah. I see we have the Juggernaut Triumph team there that were busy just doing some burpees there. If you're just tuning in with us now, this workout requires all the athletes to keep the worm up and off of the floor. If you do not keep the worm off of the floor and you drop it or a piece of it touches the ground, the whole team is required to put the worm down and then do 5 synchronized burpees over the worm, and then they can commence from where they stop the workout. So you really are incentivized to keep the worm off of the floor, because the workout is difficult enough without adding in extra burpees there. You don't want to be doing extra burpees in a workout like this.
You got to choose your poison. Is it worth
Yep.
taking that little break? But then it's not really a break. I mean, straight
No.
into 5 synchro burpees,
Yeah.
which are also at quite a high risk of getting no rep, because, I mean, the minute anybody's foot from the team touches that bag, that rep is out. Right over there on your screen now, that's Jono Trumbull from CrossFit Juggernaut. Youngster and an absolute beast of a weightlifter.
You can see he's built like a weightlifter. And I mean that obviously with all due respect. Like, he's got the right, the right setup for that. Me, tall, lanky, all arms and legs. Give me a power clean any day. There we go. So this is like a really good strategy. Just 2 reps, just to chip away at the 120, quick cycle in and out. You never want to go to a point of failure. If you're failing at any point with a handstand push-up, it's just like you get to the point of no return, and you'll just start failing reps.
CrossFit RTF on the screen now. And you can just see how much load their front male is taking on that bag.
Yeah.
That bag, that front little section
up, up.
that you're looking at now is 100 pounds, so 45 kilograms. The section directly behind that, 33 kilograms. So it's very likely that that athlete that's standing at the front is taking both of those loads together.
Just over 70 kilograms. I mean, if you hold a 70 kilogram bag, just in any way, even if it's just even a bar, just holding a front rack, holding a bar 70 kilograms, it taxes your breathing, taxes your shoulders, taxes your grip. Okay, so we have got our Juggernaut Jugger Sharks right here on the screen. They're still chipping away at their 120 reps.
Yeah, CrossFit Juggernaut sending out 3 teams this year and a couple of individual athletes, so quite a competitive box, I would say.
Yeah, so in their team this year, the CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks, we have got Lauren Gerbert, we have got Riley, Melissa, and Tabi Sang that's competing together in their team this year. I beg your pardon, Tabi Sanang. I pronounced that incorrectly.
He goes by Talux.
To Luke's, there we go. Thank you. To look at you, to look at me, to look at him. Yeah, so we have like a lot of teams that are competing this year as well. And it's 27 teams, 4 people per team. There's like a lot of athletes, a lot of names. And you'll see as well, they're not wearing name tags and stuff like that either. So from us on the commentator side, we're seeing and learning as we go as well. These athletes are really representing their boxes and their affiliates across the country. And it's really exciting to see from this side how these athletes are performing right now. So we still have all of our teams right now chipping away at their handstands. As I say that, we have a team moving to the bikes.
This is RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp, first team advancing onto the bikes. Oh, my apologies. This is Motley Crew CrossFit Twinning. These are fellow locals down from Cape Town. The team name comes from twinning, Morgan and Tatum Naidu. The 2 sisters making up the 2 females in this team are indeed twins.
Yeah. I've seen them, it's probably an overshare, but I've encountered both of them at both times now that I've been to the toilet this morning. Both times doing hair, checking everything. These
a lot of nerves. And
It's
the
nerves.
first time a lot of these athletes are being seen on live TV. So, you know, got to do your hair, got to make sure you're looking sharp,
Yeah, we try, man. We try.
at least for the first 3 minutes of this workout.
Yeah. So you've got CrossFit Josie on the screen right now. They're still chipping away at their handstand push-ups. If you've never done a wall-facing handstand push-up, it is incredibly difficult. And we have this specific standard as well that the hands need to be placed. You'll see the white tape on the ground right now. Your hands have to be on the tape, touching. Something has to be touching the white tape, whether it's your thumb or your pinky or something. And your head has to touch, your top of your head has to touch that mat on the ground. At any point, it can be in between the hands or just in front of the hands. But then you have to completely lock out at the top, lock out those elbows, put the head through, extend the shoulders. And that's a difficult rep to get if you're not comfortable upside down already.
And just let's have a look here again. This is Motley Crew twinning back on. This is Andrew Munich taking on this Echo bike. And Rousseau Wheeler has got pretty much half of this worm draped over his shoulder. He's going to switch out with one of the girls. But Andrew just also an incredible athlete. One of those athletes that is just so gifted, so talented. He'll take a nice long break, come back, pretty much pick up where he left off. Here we go, Lions Bay CrossFit on the screen right now. Lions Bay, a box in PE, Port Elizabeth, if you're not South African.
The Windy City. See, small sets, good reps, make it count every time you kick up against the wall. You guys will see we're over 17 minutes into this workout already. Yeah, so as you guys can see right now, we've got Lions Bay CrossFit on the screen for you guys. They're still chipping away at this 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups. The team behind them, all the teammates right now, you can see that that worm is heavy. It is weighing down on them. Right in front there, that worm is sagging down in the front, but it's not touching the ground. You do not want to do any type of a no rep. You do not want the worm to touch the ground. You don't want to be doing any type of burpees. An additional in a workout like this. It's already a high volume workout. So we've still got Lions Bay here up on the screen. You guys will see as well these lime green sports bras sponsored by Northern Spirits for the athletes this weekend.
Lions Bay going very small sets here, 2 reps at a time, but as you can see, just the fatigue setting in as we approach the 18-minute mark on this clock. Motley Crew CrossFit still chipping away at that 150 calorie echo bike.
I wonder if we're going to see a team finish up in this workout in the second heat.
I think it's all eyes on Motley Crew right now.
Yeah, we have got RTF that's making their way now to the bike. Ruan Conradi standing right in front there. He's taking the front load of the worm. So we only have like 6 minutes left in this workout. And you will now, it's 150 calories. You can pump out. You can almost finish if you're really going hard, those calories. It's going to be really, really difficult, but you have to really be working almost 20 calories a minute. No, more than 20 calories a minute in the 6 minutes remaining, actually. Sorry, quick maths.
I think to finish here, you're looking at about 25 calories a minute.
Yeah. And the thing again is that you're not coming off of a rest station to a work station. You are constantly working by holding that worm off of the floor.
And it doesn't seem like much, but if anyone at home is watching thinking, I wonder why they're struggling so much, grab yourself a 70 kg sandbag and stand in the lounge for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Your whole body starts to shut down. It's crazy. That feeling where your arms go numb and you get tingles in your neck and down your back, it's the most surreal feeling.
And you know what also I find flares up when I'm holding something like that under load like that is my glutes fire so hard to keep my back nice and my back protected. So literally my bum is burning the whole time. My glutes are on fire the whole time holding a bag like that.
You can tell you're a seasoned athlete, Nat, because most of the people will just say, my back is broken.
No. Last year at the semis, we had the workout where we had to hold that sandbag, the 70 kilogram sandbag, whilst a teammate was doing double unders, and my back was crying at me. So here we go. We've got the RTF member telling his teammate, please come to the front of the worm here. You see, this is now the lapse of communication. So if that worm touches the ground, they're going to have to do burpees. And they're busy wasting precious time because somebody could be sitting right now on the bike, chipping away at those cows. Got one of the Naidu sisters sitting on the bike right now, chipping away at that 150 calories on the bike.
And the CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos in the red Superman shirts just on, there they are, now in the middle of your screen.
Got our athletes, eyes down, head forward. She's just leaning into that, giving her best effort. They've got less than 4 minutes of work left and they're going to be able to recover. But it's 4 minutes of hard work left on this workout. All right, guys, so as you see over here right now, we have our teams. We have event 1 right now on the screen. Again, just to recap what this workout is, we have 30 rope climbs, 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups, 150 calorie echo bike, and then a 48-foot, or in South Africa, we work in meters. We work in the metrics. 48-foot is equivalent to 14 meters that they're going to have to do a handstand walk. The rope climbs, the wall-facing handstand push-ups, the calories are all split up between the teammates however they see fit. The handstand walk, however, each teammate has to do the 48-foot or that 14-meter handstand walk for the team to finish up the workouts. It does not need to be unbroken. It's broken up into 5-meter sections. So it's basically 5 meters at a time that they have to be able to do unbroken. If you kick down before the 5 meters are up, then you have to restart that section again. 25-minute time cap on this workout, and we have about 2.5 minutes to go before these athletes are finishing up.
There's 20 culls left on the echo bike for Motley Crew twinning. I think we're about to see Andrew Munich get on this and absolutely
that ball,
punish
he's got
this bike.
that worm just can't touch the ground.
Just struggling there with the setup of who to go where on that bike as time is ticking away. 20 culls left. And you can just see the weight of this worm taking its toll. People don't know where to stand. They can't balance.
And it's all about, again, communication, having that game plan. And all of that goes out of the window when you get punched in the face in a workout like this, because you could have the best game plan, and then you realize, actually, no, all the training and all the simulations that we've done is not accurate enough to this type of workout. And it just shows you how beautifully the workout has been programmed as well, because it's not an easy workout. It looks really simple on paper. You're like, we can split up this work on our team. It's not so easy at all. The implementation and the breaking down of this workout is so important in your team of 4.
Motley Crew right here in the home stretch. Last 10 culls. Andrew Munich just making a switch out.
The nice thing as well.
That has to do with the that has to do with the structure of how they're planning to attack this handstand walk.
Yep. The nice thing is, well, as soon as they're going to get into this handstand walk, they can drop the worm.
There you go. The worm is down.
Is she going to kick up right into that handstand walk?
1 minute to go. And the RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp team are right behind them. 50 cars left as well. So they seem to be the second team following this Motley Crew CrossFit team.
The other standard with this handstand walk is you cannot do like a conga line in terms of following each other. Your athlete that's busy has to first finish, and then the next teammate can start their handstand walk. So in this type of workout as well, you want to send out your strongest, quickest athlete first to kind of like get them out of the way.
Motley Crew is going to go all the way. Sorry, that is so exciting.
No, it is.
Oh, both sisters following each other straight through this workout.
Do you think that there's rivalry between the two of them? It's like, you will not finish the handstand walk without me.
I think they're both such good athletes, and
Yeah.
training together in a team and alongside each other every day just has made that bond a lot
Oh my goodness, she's
stronger.
gonna do it. She's gonna do it. 5
5
seconds to
seconds
go.
left.
You got this. You got this.
And
Oh,
they
awesome.
sneak in. So there you have it. That is heat number 2 for teams event number 1 for this weekend's Rebel Renegade Games. Only one team in this heat getting their athletes into the handstand wall.
Yeah, we've got the team there from the Motley Crew twinning, and Andrew Munich, Rousseau Wheeler, Tatum, and Morgan Naidu, the two twin sisters, managed to get onto and finish that handstand walk. A really, really good showing by these athletes. But again, just this workout is just being proven to be really, really tough. And I think as well, because South Africa, we don't have accessibility to this equipment. We don't have it like in every second gym. You have to like travel to a different part of the country to go make use of this equipment. So it's like for these athletes, it's going to be the first time that they might have ever touched this worm, might have been the first time they've ever hopped on this bike. So if you're looking at this and you're thinking, why aren't our athletes doing as good as other regions or other competitions before us? There's a very, very good reason for that. It's just because we haven't got accessibility to the equipment like other regions and countries do.
Yeah, and I think we discussed this last year as well. Let's just have a look back at this. I mean,
Yep.
Motley Crew, the team making it all the way across the handstand walks. Chaos out on the floor at the moment, just people everywhere.
Yeah.
But there goes RTF, yeah, just finishing off that juggernaut team that was right front and center of your screens at the beginning of this workout, also making their way across. I think a lot of nerves now settled for these teams, maybe, you know, their first semi-final event. Just that feeling of being there. I think now that the event has started, they can actually settle into a bit of a rhythm for the rest of the weekend, kind of find their stride. And, you know, maybe this workout didn't go to plan for some, maybe it went better for others. So, you know, still 4 workouts to play with this weekend. This is Heat 2, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of a shuffle later this evening, just to reset the heats going into the final day.
Yeah. But so far we've got 2 heats that have competed. Now we've got our top heat coming down on and heat number 3, and we've got our top teams competing out in that heat as well. So it's going to be really, really awesome to watch those teams. I know that there's 2 teams specifically that are going to be duking it out, but workouts like this weekend as well, you cannot discount anybody. You cannot rule anybody out on this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's always the biggest thing. I mean, day 1 is just settling and kind of finding your feet. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
People keep asking me, you know, who do you think is going to take that 1 games ticket? We have to remember only one team from the African region will be, you know, gaining a ticket at the end of this weekend to the CrossFit Games.
All right, guys. So as you can see, we have got our teams lanes that have been allocated for heat number 3 of event 1. Out in lane number 1, we have CrossFit Zulu Go By Feel. Lane number 2, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. Lane number 3, we have CrossFit Unboxed Elite. Lane number 4, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. Lane number 5, CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless. Lane number 6, CrossFit Humble Hungry Driven Team Quest Tiger Fit. Lane number 7, CrossFit Akerstad Mighty Oaks. Lane number 8, CrossFit Resualto. Lane number 9, CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. And then we have got lane number 10, Plot Box CrossFit.
There's my people.
I was going to say, hey man. How are your teams feeling about this weekend?
So some massive names here, firstly. That's just a lot of these teams got games experience, have
Yeah.
got semi-finals podium experience. This will be the heat that a lot of people are looking to
Yep.
kind of see that one games team. They're right on the team now. That's Team Commit, or Quest Capital Commit, the longest name I think that we've seen in a
That-
very
yeah.
long time.
Yeah.
So we'll just go by Commit for now, I think.
So- Yes.
but
Yeah. Sorry.
that whole team has got games experience. Obviously, Santa Neetling just replacing Lisa Burns, but Damien Burns, Lisa's husband, still in there. But yeah, I mean, you asked about my team. This is, as you mentioned earlier, our very first semi-finals team experience. So they are just so excited to be here, so happy to be here, and just ready to take it all in.
So you got Mariska Smith on the screen right now. She's part of CrossFit. The
Quest
Commit
Capital.
Quest. Yes, like it, man. CrossFit Commit. I'll ask them afterwards what they feel comfortable with us calling them instead of that whole long name every time. But yeah, I know that they're hungry. They have been working so hard behind the scenes. They are so hungry for this year. So I'm really looking forward to them this weekend competing. And then we have then the
That's
CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless. I know, yes, like that team of 4 athletes, we're going to have a show on our hands this weekend. It's going to be a dogfight between these two teams the whole weekend.
And those transitions are really just so fast. That worm went up, and that first athlete shot out of the worm so quickly. This is CrossFit Zulu Go by Feel right at the front of your screen. Right over there, lane 9, right in the middle. The CrossFit Bloberg Pumas making their first semi-finals appearance. Just to the left, CrossFit Rosalto with Robbie Hoyer.
Yeah.
Robbie is
Yes,
also
he's smoking up and down that rope.
but Robbie, a previously very good individual athlete as well.
Yeah.
Been to a couple of semi-finals events as an individual, but going team this year, it seems.
Yeah, and he owns CrossFit Rosalto out in Bloemfontein. And he's been that affiliate owner for ages. And yeah, he's, like you say, he's just such a good athlete. He's a very well-rounded athlete as well. And I feel also very like an underdog athlete almost. He doesn't get a lot of shine and stuff like that, but he's a really, really well-rounded athlete, super strong, really, really good at the gymnastic stuff. As you saw now on the rope climbs, he was blitzing up and down that rope.
Yeah, and then right there in the white vest going up and down the rope, that's Jacques Harik from CrossFit Ekerstad Mighty Oaks. Also another team that's been to the CrossFit Games in 2020.
No, 2021, yeah. That was Mariska and then their team that went that year.
Yeah.
All right, so if you're just joining us right now for the commentary, good morning. My name is Natalie van Heerden and I'm here with Matt Holiday, and we are proudly bringing you the Rebel Renegade Games CrossFit Africa Semi-Final. We are right now in heat number 3 of our team event, where our teams are throwing down, splitting up 30 rope climbs, wall facing handstand push-ups, calories on the bike, and then handstand walks to bring you an event to watch.
Just there on the right of the screen, you see CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. So that is the third and obviously the top seeded heat team from CrossFit Juggernaut out of their 3 teams.
Yeah, that's Diane Swat standing on the front there, holding up the front of the worm.
And then CrossFit Unboxed Elite right in the middle of the screen as well. So CrossFit Unboxed, the team that finished semifinals first last year, putting together a new team this year, all new athletes, no repeats from last year, and qualifying third for semifinals. So also a team to maybe watch out for.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the top 3 teams are going to be duking it out the whole weekend. As you can see on the far left of your screen, we had Janine just blitzing up and down the rope. I know she absolutely loves a rope climb. She smashes them out. You'll see her efficiency on this rope is incredible. Big, long reach, brings her knees up nice and high. She's literally 2 pulls and she's up and on the rope. Then in the pink on your right of the screen right now, we've got Santa Neetling, who is also making her way up and down that rope really, really quickly, taking a quick break, nice big jump. Now we've got Barent on the left of the screen, who's getting ready to do his rope climbs. Yeah, you see what we were talking about in the previous heats about the rope being really, really light and it's difficult to place your feet in. You'll see Barent's almost opting for like more of a legless rope climb to get up and on the rope quicker. And then again on the right, we've got Damien Burns, who is making his he's chipping his way through his portion of the 30 rope climbs right now.
I had a chat with Yaku a little bit earlier, and he just said, I think Damien's weight, he's a big athlete.
Yeah.
A movement like rope climbs, not his strongest, but I mean, it doesn't look like he's struggling too much to me.
No. I say there's a good and a bad in like every type of athlete, and I think you just need to be almost like good at nothing and bad at nothing. Like you just got to be like a really well-rounded athlete.
That's Almi on your screen right now from Unboxed Rookies. Unboxed Elite. She's the team captain as well.
Got Diane Swart, I would say, on your screen, who was making her way up the rope.
Diane Swart, also an athlete that qualified for individual semis, did very, very well. I think finished, 6th in the Open?
Yeah.
Right up there in the top 10,
Yeah.
but then opting to go teams this year. Maybe just wants to give it another year so that she can make sure when she hits individual, it's a sealed deal.
I got to remember sometimes that I'm commentating, I'm enjoying watching so much. These athletes are just making their way through their 30 rope climbs. You'll see on the left of your screen, Yaku just made his way up and down. Oh, we got Henry, who's made his way onto the wall-facing handstand push-up.
Yeah, so that is CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless. First team onto the wall-facing handstand push-ups. Just over 5 minutes, but hot on their heels. The CrossFit Team Quest Tiger Fit. That is Mariska Smith in the pink pants.
Look at that cycle time on her handstand push-ups. This is now again where being a shorter athlete is 100% going to play in your favor. Your range of motion is going to be so much less than a taller athlete if they've got longer limbs, longer extremities. So she is still banging. I don't wonder how many that is right now. I wish we had like a bit of a rep counter. Yeah, we could see like she's on 23, 24, 25.
You can see the head judge just getting involved there, just coming to make double sure that those reps are indeed reps.
Yeah. For us girls as well, because we've got hair on top of our head, it's easy for the head to almost like come away from the top of the head. So it looks like the head is touching when in fact it's your hair. So you just want to make sure that the top of the head, of the skull, is actually touching and making contact with the mat and not just your hair. Yeah, we've got our Relentless team right now, Barton getting ready to kick up against the wall.
All these athletes had to learn how to do a cartwheel again. Last time some of these athletes did a cartwheel, there must have been 5 or 6.
Before I hurt my elbow in February, I was doing lots of cartwheels and lots of handstands. I've got a 4-year-old daughter. So her favorite thing is playing outside on the grass and doing handstands and cartwheels. And she's been asking me almost every day since I've hurt my elbow, Mama, is your arm al reg? So she's missing me being a little bit more active and playing around on the grass with him. So you'll see you've got that on his hands and knees almost over here. His hands on his knees got Henry, who's securing the front of the worm. Again, if you're just tuning in with us right now, the teams are cycling in and out with these reps, and the worm is not allowed to touch the ground. If you have the worm make contact with the ground, then as a whole team, you have to do burpees. And with a high volume workout like this, you do not want to be doing any extra reps. So you can hold the worm however you want. You can cycle your reps in and out however you want. Your worm is just not allowed to touch the floor.
Yeah, with this amount of volume in this workout and the speed that these athletes are moving, a silly mistake or that worm sliding off an athlete's back and a 5 burpee penalty will just completely ruin the flow. And especially across all the heats, but in this heat particularly where they know that every single second is so important, there's a game plan here. Guarantee you. Each athlete knows how many reps they need to do. They know where they need to switch out on the worm. So just throwing a spanner in the works and adding in an unnecessary burpee penalty will definitely cost a lot of game plans.
Yeah, for sure. So again, on the screen right now, we have our CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless team. They won the Open. All of the athletes basically made it through the Open, I beg your pardon, but they won the team quarterfinals. Yeah.
CrossFit Resulta over there with Robbie hanging onto that bag at the front.
All right, so right now you've got Santa Nietling in the pink shorts who's chipping away at her wall-facing handstand push-ups for their team at CrossFit. Commit.
Now Michelle van Renen on your screen from CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. The White Sports Bro just finishing off, or squeezing out rather, that last rep. And there's Janine Pinelli.
CrossFit Team Quest Tiger Fit. I will get that right by the end of the weekend, you guys. That is just such a long name. So right now we've got a really cool split screen. Our media team is doing a mighty fine job of bringing you guys this live action as it's happening right now.
Yeah, just to have a look back on the evolution of this. I mean, last year was the first time that the Africa Semi-Final introduced an official live stream with cameras on the floor and commentators. So this is only the second year. Everyone is still learning. Everyone is still kind of adjusting. But, I mean, looking back on previous years, just 5 years ago, there wasn't even a live stream of this event. So how fortunate we are in Africa to be streaming this to you, bringing this to your TVs or your boxes. Hopefully a couple of boxes are doing some watch parties. But we all know that most of you are just sitting behind your desks, pretending to work, watching this on your laptops.
Oh man, this is the fight that we knew we were going to have this whole weekend. You'll see we've got Damian Burns on the right, Bardens on the left, from their various teams, getting ready to represent their teams this weekend. But I think these are going to be our two teams that are going to be back-to-back this weekend, or give, take the whole weekend for that top spot. Because again, like you said just now, we only have one team that can represent our continent at the CrossFit Games this year. And we want to send our best team.
Yep. I mean, that's always the goal, get an African team to the games. And
I don't even want to talk about it. If you know, you know. Right, so we've got Lani hopping on the bike now. Who's going to come?
These teams do not want to give each other an inch. As you can see, they are going to go head to head, event for event, pushing each other right to the end. Team Quest, Tiger Fit.
And then we have on the left of your screen, CrossFit Zulu by Phil. Again, she just failed, unfortunately, that handstand rep. The thing is, you know, especially with a movement like this, you do not want to go to failure. You always want to keep a rep or two in the bag. So even though you're standing and resting with that bag on your shoulders, you know that at least when you kick up against the wall, you can at least do one rep. You don't want to be failing anything. And then we have in lane number 2, or the right of your screen, in black, we have our Pack Life Wanderers team.
Yeah, so these two teams also just trying to kind of beat each other to that bike. But you can see these transitions are just getting shorter and shorter.
Yeah. And it's also like you don't want to cancel yourself on the bike either, because if you go out too hot, it's like 1 minute of hard biking can completely annihilate you. You still have to handstand walk after this. And again, if you cannot do your handstand walk unbroken, or if you cannot complete your handstand walk, you hold up the whole team. Or you might be the last person and you can't complete the workout for the team because you might have gone too hard on your biking. So you have to kind of be strategic, but you have to go really hard if you want to finish and win this workout.
Here we go, Pack Life. CrossFit Wanderers making their way onto their bike, just finishing off their 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups. Interesting fact I heard from Chris Lewis. I think this is Caitlin Schroeder's 14th kind of international or semi-finals.
I love how you're looking at me, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd be lying if I said yes. I'm not 100% sure.
It's a crazy number. I mean, going back to back year for year, you know, in teams or individual events, but really just pushing onto that semi-final level or regionals level throughout the years.
So we've got the Reza Walto team, unfortunately, banging out some burpees over here. They must have touched the ground, unfortunately. But you'll see there's no pressure to pick up the worm immediately again, unless you want to really get onto the bike as quickly as possible. You can then take a strategic break, but before you pick up the worm, to know, okay, I have to work. We're going to work now for the remainder of this time cap. For the next 12 minutes, we have to work.
Oh, and the hands have gone up together. Mariska has just gotten into the 40 calories remaining, so just 10 calories ahead of Tiger Valley.
See, the thing is, like, Lani, who's right now smashing out the bike in the white top, she's my homegirl. I mean, I love her to bits. We did team last year together. We've done a couple of, like, I love her to bits, and I know how hungry this team is for this event. And so she just smashed out her calories there. There's 30 calories left. Oh my goodness. It's so close right now, guys. And every team on this workout this weekend, between these two teams, every single point is going to matter. They're both right now on 20 cals left.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes still on the clock. So plenty of time for these athletes to get through this whole workout.
Yep.
But it is going to be a fight to the end. Right over here on your screen now, Juggernaut, that's Liam Ferns. On the bike at the moment, recently became a dad.
Congratulations. All right, it looks like we've got our Tiger Valley team that's going to be getting off of this bike first. They've only got, oh, they just finished up the bike. Oh, here we go.
So Tiger Valley just edging ahead of Quest Capital.
Go, Warren. Warren right now on his handstand walk. Lani, who was an ex-gymnast. I don't know if you guys saw the Training Times documentary that went out that featured some of the teams. Lani actually just spoke about her gymnastics career preceding her CrossFit days.
And there goes Santa. Also an incredible athlete on her hands, but getting a no rep, getting dragged back to the start.
You have to finish behind the line. You cannot kick up onto the line. Got Mariska on her hands on her knees, getting ready to get going on the handstand walk as well.
Tiger Valley, 2 athletes across. Team Quest Capital commit.
Got Janine on her hands right now.
And Santa gets over the line for their first female athlete. There goes Mariska Smith now. Yaku still trying to recover on that bike.
I was just about to say that. Mariska getting ready to finish up her handstand walk. God, it looks like Damien's getting ready to go next on his hands. There we go, D-Boy. So got Damien. It looks like Henry is finishing up his handstand walk for Team CrossFit Very Relentless. There we go. So we have got our CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless has taken the event heat and also the event win, starting off their weekend with a bang as they look to complete the next 4 workouts as they compete for their team.
And that is exactly how they would have wanted to start this weekend.
Yep.
An incredible time, unofficially just over 16:25. And there goes Quest Capital finishing off right behind them.
Yep.
Matter of 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Splitting those teams.
And that's the difference between kicking up on a handstand, doing a handstand walk and getting called back for a no rep and not. Like that is unfortunately the difference sometimes.
Okay, getting back onto the field here. This
Yep.
is Mighty Oak, Jacques Harik again.
That's Celia Milan on the front of the worm
Yeah,
there.
there he is. Taking a big load of that
Oh
worm.
my goodness,
It is
that
really
worm.
just drooping down.
Yeah, he's really riding the line there, hey? Again, if you're just tuning in, if that worm touches the ground, you have to do burpees as a team. We've got a team, like check this Reza Walto team over here. Someone sitting in a squat, holding that worm.
I think that's Robbie sitting in the bottom of a squat.
No, Robbie's standing here with the front, the back of the worm.
Right next to Robbie is Carla van Staden, also an individual female athlete from last year. That was her first individuals. I remember last year having massive celebrations over her snatches from that running snatching event.
Yes.
We had a sneak preview of the CrossFit Bloberg Pumas over there. And then just right here at the bottom of your screen, that would be Plot Box.
Yeah, so Plotbox CrossFit, we have got some great athletes on the team here as well. Eden, her husband, Keegan, owner of Plotbox CrossFit, unfortunately, he missed out the individual spot by 1 space.
Oh,
One space, yeah.
So Plotbox just here in lane number 10, right at the bottom of your screen, still chipping away at their 120 wall-facing handstand push-ups. 2 teams through this workout. The rest of the teams are out and on that bike, chipping away on the bike. I think CrossFit Zulu could also still be on the handstand push-ups. That's
Think-
Lana Katz from CrossFit Bloberg, making her semi-final debut.
The teams right now are just trying to get through their calories so that they can get onto the handstands. We want to see more teams finishing up this workout.
We would love to see some teams finish this workout.
So far, there's only been 3 teams that have finished this workout. I know that these athletes are working hard. Nobody down there is having a great time and just chilling. Everybody's working so hard. If you're on the bike, you're working. If you're standing holding the worm, you're working.
Nice big overview. Byron Williams on the bike at the moment got pulled into this team 3.5, 4 weeks ago. Unfortunately, the qualifying male for the Bloberg Pumas is overseas. So Byron got approached, happily jumped into the team, and has been working hard.
Yeah, again, it's about you want to bring your best, and you want to do your job. This is like you looking at this now this weekend. You're doing a job for your team. Is that Tammy Taylor?
That is Tammy Taylor.
Hey.
Tammy Taylor, a Masters athlete, 3 times semi-finals athlete.
Yeah, she's throwing down with the young guns
Individual.
this weekend.
Yeah. Brandon van Niekerk jumping onto the bike at the moment.
Stefan's here from Plotbox CrossFit right at the bottom of your screen. You'll see him ripping up that 150 cals on that bike.
Going at it. Plotbox coming onto the bike. Just lost in this heat, but it looks like he is going to make a massive dent in that bike.
See the athletes fiddling around with the seat, like the height of the seat.
We've
Like-
got some handstand walkers up in lane 2. Backlife CrossFit Wanderers.
Here we go. This is great. We're definitely going to see another team finishing up here.
Four minutes remaining in this workout. 50 calories left for the Bloberg Pumas.
We got Pack Life Wanderers right now. 2 guys. Oh, he's just about to get. Oh,
Right at the last
oh
step.
man. Luckily, he doesn't have to do the whole 14 meters again. He just has to do that section of work again, unfortunately. Oh, we look like we got another team. No, I beg your pardon. It looked like we had another team moving over to the handstand walks at the bottom of the screen here.
Yeah, if you're watching on your screens at home, the minute those judges' hands go up and you see 5 up on their fingers, that means that the team has got 50 calories left on their bike. So every time they drop a finger, that is coming down, and obviously with the last one remaining, that is the final 10. After the 150 bike, all teams may drop this bag. You can see Plotbox doing a penalty now for dropping it early. 3 minutes left on the clock. As you can see, these ladies really just struggling under this worm now at the back there. Robbie Hoyer still standing strong, holding on his worm. He doesn't even look like he started working out.
Yep.
Here we go, back to Jacques on your screen from Egerstad Mighty Oaks. Egerstad, another box down in Stellenbosch. So there's CrossFit Stellenbosch and CrossFit Mighty Oaks, kind of in the same area.
Does Salim Milan still own Egerstad?
From what I know, yes.
Okay. He's also been in the game such a long time. I sound like a real old person, but like I've been doing CrossFit since I was 22. It's been like 12 years now. And I'm still here and I still get excited by these events. I still get excited about the production. It's just really nice to be on this side of the commentating, to be able to watch from this side.
Plotbox really struggling to hold on to that worm during the bike. They've dropped it again for another 5 burpee penalty.
Yeah, we've got Ashton, Tayden, Eden, and Guy on the worm there. And again, like you say, they're doing burpees, and oh man, they're not having a good time down there. There's like a minute and a half left of work, but you don't want to be spending it doing burpees.
This is also the Plotbox first semi-final event. They came out of quarterfinals this year in 11th position. So quite a good seating position coming into their first ever semi-final.
They also have one of their athletes, like one of the coaches there at the gym, Tiny.
There goes the CrossFit Bloberg Pumas onto
we
the
go.
handstand walk. 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Diane finishing it up there.
Diane also getting across for their first handstand walk. So that is 2 athletes across from the first Juggernaut team.
Listen, are your guys on the handstand walk here?
Yeah, there goes Brandon Fanikuk.
Gotta hype up your box, man. We've got the Juggernaut team here. They're finishing up there. Second thing of handstand walks here.
And Brandon going unbroken
Oh, your finger
on the
tippies.
handstand walks. This is where things are going to get a bit interesting because I know that the last 2 athletes cannot handstand walk very efficiently. Juggernaut
Looks like Juggernaut is
celebrating with all 4 of the athletes across the line,
Nice.
getting through this workout inside that 25-minute time cap, which has just gone off.
this athlete here from Reza Walter is finishing up a handstand walk.
She just wanted to finish.
Just wanted to finish, like, please just give me the handstand walk.
His development started. She did not want to give up on
Yeah.
that handstand walk halfway through. But as you could see, what an incredible heat. What a massive effort from these teams again.
25 minutes of work, eh?
That is a long time.
That's
And
a
I mean,
long workout.
All these athletes pretty much dropped the bag. Obviously, bar the first 2 teams. Kind of only at that 23, 24-minute mark. So it is a lot of load. It is a cracker way to start the weekend. But the ball is now rolling. As you can see just on the screen, a massive thank you to all the sponsors that are on board for this year's semi-final. Hustle Up, the app that is being used for all the bookings. GoRuck. Big shout out to GoRuck for becoming a massive partner on the game side. Potbelly, the ice barrels that are going to be cooling down all the athletes throughout the weekend at this year's semi-final event.
And I just see as we're clearing out the floor, we have an amazing group of volunteers who from Rebel Elite Fitness who are getting ready to set up the floor as we get ready for team event I beg your pardon, individual event number 1. So as you see, like our recap from this first heat, from this first event for the teams, we had our CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless finishing up in the first position. Then our CrossFit Quest Tiger Fit finishing up second. And then our Juggernaut team finished up in third for this team event 1.
Yeah, a lot of teams really kind of cracking on and coming back from that bike. Obviously, a number of teams getting there at a different time. But yeah, I mean, a lot happened in a very short space of time from that kind of 23 mark.
To be fair, I didn't think we'd see as many athletes on the handstand walk. Get to the handstand walk, we did really see a lot of athletes. And then also, totally made me eat my words, a lot of athletes did really, really well on the handstand walk, completing it unbroken, or maybe in a section or 2. But if you just take it back, as you were saying about the evolution of the sport the last few years, their sons are getting hit with that no rep. And that's a difference of 20 seconds, eh?
Yeah. Because that rep was pretty much halfway across the floor before
Yeah.
you realized that you had to come back down.
Yep.
Tiger Valley Relentless just absolutely beaming with a first place finish after the first event for the weekend. Just Jacques' magical hair blowing in that fan over there.
I hope there was a photographer on standby there.
And there you have Diane Swart on the screen. Qualified for individual, opted to go teams.
Yeah, her brother, Justin, he owns Juggernaut,
Yes.
and he's competing individual this weekend.
He withdrew this morning.
Did he withdraw? What?
Yeah. So we'll have to get a little bit more information on that. But I
Okay.
did see that he literally withdrew from the competition early this morning. Had something to do with a wrist injury that is not.
Oh man,
Quite
that
prepared,
is so
but-
unfortunate. I was really looking forward to him competing this weekend.
Yeah, he's been out of the game for quite a while. Been on the games team before. So yeah, just an incredible athlete, a new box owner down in Cape Town as well. So it was really, really exciting to see him come back into competition. But you can see he's doing the right things, obviously, at his box.
Yeah.
3 teams down, a number of individual athletes, and a big crew yesterday at registration.
Yeah, he last year at the semi-finals, part of one of the workouts that we had to do was there was like a handstand pirouette, and I was really struggling with getting that right back when you're in the warm-up area, and he just came over and gave me just 2 cues, boop, boop, fixed it. Now I can pirouette. So he's just like a solid guy. So I'm sad to hear that he's had to withdraw from the competition this weekend. But that is it for our team's event number 1. We will be doing the individuals event number 1 coming up for you guys just now. We were super excited. Again.
Rebel Renegade Games, Africa's official CrossFit semi-final event. Once again, just a beautiful scene of where we are. We are out here at the Emerald Resort and Casino in Vanderbijlpark, South Africa. Just a really spectacular venue. Such a cool environment just to be in. We're going to switch things out. We had Natalie van Heerden sitting in here with me, and right now, Matthew Hearn. So welcome. Matthew Hearn, a weightlifting specialist and owner at Movement Crew.
Yeah. Movement Crew, CrossFit. CrossFit.
Coming to throw down some judgment on some Olympic lifts over here. Okay, so we're going to go through the unofficial leaderboard after team event number 1. Obviously, we're moving straight into team event number 2, taking a look at your screens right now. The unofficial standings after event 1. In first place, CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless. We saw an incredible race over there between Tiger Valley and Humble, Hungry, Driven Team Quest Tiger Fit. In third position, CrossFit Uncontained 2. Fourth is Packed Life CrossFit Wanderers at the moment. In fifth, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. Right behind them in sixth position, the CrossFit Blowberg Pumas. In seventh position, Motley Crew CrossFit Twinning. In eighth, Unboxed Elite, CrossFit Resulto. And I think that might be a mistake because there was only one Resulto team. Matt, did you watch the first event?
I watched some of it. I was just busy getting ready for all of this, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
first event.
25 minutes. It was a massive chipper event. A lot of load. And obviously, you're a weightlifting specialist. Coming up next, I think the event a lot of people are looking forward to. But how do you think that first event and going into this event so quickly afterwards is going to affect the numbers that these athletes are able to put up in the complex?
After watching some of those guys hold that worm, I reckon that some of their backs might take a bit of strain leading into this next event. But yeah, they should do if they get the balance right and the power in their legs, they should go far.
Yeah, I think 7 minutes, it's not a whole lot of time, but obviously, I mean, as a lifter myself, I've lifted with you a couple of times in the past. You're never really going to go into this workout kind of cold.
No.
I mean, these athletes would have been warming up for a good amount of time.
Some of them should still be warm.
Yeah, exactly. In true weightlifter fashion, they've just been sitting on the chair for the last hour, and now they're hitting their first lift.
Quick 10-minute rest, and now they're ready to go.
So let's take a look at event 2. You want to go through this for us?
So we got 3 cleans, 2 front squats, 1 jerk. So the jerk is going to get kind of spicy at the end, depending on the loads that we get to. The 2 front squats are really just there just to actually spice up that jerk, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be come down to positioning coming out of that second front squat as well, because, I mean, you're going to be in that high front track after your third clean, just trying to survive through your second front squat, and then that big adjustment so that you can jerk from the right position.
That could also be a big adjustment.
Yeah.
Trying to pop it off your shoulders to get the elbow set.
And then obviously taking into account the 25 minutes that they just had 70 kg bags sitting on their back. It's going to be interesting, a nice different little setup over here. But this event kicks off in the next 2 minutes. We will be going back down to the 2 commentators on the floor, and they'll be walking you through from their vision.
smooth. ATG fighting for this 105. And Contain with a 102.
Belts coming off. Big bracing.
ATG
Nice fight.
fights.
Motley Crue about to finish this, just missing after that big fight through the front squats.
Athletes, you have 90 seconds.
We've got the bar loaded in the front for Packlife Santon at 130 kilos. That's the heaviest attempt so far. Still looking super relaxed and in the zone. This athlete choosing to do a squat. Let's see what happens. 130 on the bar for Packlife. Let's get behind these athletes.
1 minute remaining. Beautiful squat clean.
Beautiful.
130 looking out there front row.
$111 going up for muscle bag. Well done. Just some interesting info on Packlife here. That athlete that just did the attempt at 130 sits at a body weight of 75 kilos.
Woo. 30 seconds remaining as Uncontained have a crack at 102. Yeah! Uncontained 2 with a PB. Athletes, you have 10 seconds.
The bar needs to be moving.
5,
4,
3, 2, 1. If the bar is moving, you are allowed to continue. Packlife. Beautiful squat. He knows he's out.
Just a little too little too late. Well done, athletes. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. Heat 1.
Athletes, please deload your bars.
Is this thing on?
And leave from the opposite side you entered.
Okay, so bringing heat number 1 of event number 2 to a close as we just go through a couple of these replays. I mean, just off the bat, what do you think, Matt?
Yeah, so not too bad for starting off the first heats. Some of the females are getting into the 80s, and then we've got some of the gentlemen just ending up on attempting the 130s. So that's quite a strong heat for a start.
Yeah, I think 90 kilos up for one of the female athletes, which is a very good solid start in heat number 3, or in heat number 1 rather. But yeah, I think this complex is quite unassuming. We also have to take into account that these athletes just literally 45 minutes ago finished that workout under a heavy bag load for a long time. So getting under pretty much, if you're squat cleaning this, 5 front squats.
Yeah, I think the way to go could be more power than squats, just to save the legs going into that jerk.
And even going into kind of like your high 80-90%.
Yeah, because once you get, I'm reckoning some of the oaks are going to get to about a 150 on this.
That'll be amazing to see. That'll be really good to see.
Someone's going to do it.
So as heat number 1 finishes off, we just take a look at the lineup for heat number 2, going from lane 1 through to 10. CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks in lane 2. CrossFit Stellenbosch 3 would be CrossFit Unboxed Rookies. RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp in lane 4. Motley Crew CrossFit Twinning. They got through 2 sections of the handstand walk in the previous event. That's lane 5. In lane number 6, CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. CrossFit Josie in lane 8. 9, BST CrossFit Black. And then finally, Lions Bay CrossFit 10-4.
I know that one of the youngsters from Juggernaut, he went to India with us.
Oh yeah, Jono Trumbull.
Yeah, Jono Trumbull. He went to India and represented South Africa in India.
We did mention earlier when he popped up onto the screen that Jono is a weightlifter. Yeah. So it will be great to see he's a youngster, 19 or 20 years old. But, I mean, has represented South Africa a number of times as a lifter. Yeah, so that'll be a nice athlete to keep your eyes on.
And I've seen him. I saw the other day. I'm sure he cleaned 150, or was it jerked 150 off the blocks?
So that'll be interesting to see what happens now. I mean, yeah, Matt Hearner's calling a 150 from
someone. Someone is going to bring it.
He's hoping for it. Yeah, I mean, we can have a look through a couple of the listed maxes, but yeah, I think getting that team total into kind of that 400 marker would be a really good target for a lot of these teams. And I think 450 as a team total will be right up kind of on the top end.
Yeah, and as long as the team's played smart, you know, like don't push the lift too far if your athlete can't go there. You know, as a team collectively play it smart, get the stronger athletes to do the heavier lifts, and then work your way around the team. You know, don't waste too much time on the athletes that are not going to get to the heavy weights. Rather get them to where they need to be, and then focus on the next athletes going up.
Okay, here we go. This heat is underway. We are 1 minute in. If you haven't seen the event, the ladies get to lift for 7 minutes, accumulating a max in the complex of 3 cleans, 2 front squats, and 1 jerk. A 1 minute transition, and then the men get 7 minutes to do the same. Score, teams total, cumulative maxes.
I think this is actually a really good event though, eh? It's a really good challenging event for the teams, giving them 7 minutes and 7 minutes.
Is a nice test. The time frame is long enough, I reckon. Especially if you're going in this, 3 lifts, maybe a 4th attempt as a max, kind of through the whole complex. I wouldn't really be doing more than 3 to 4 attempts. But yeah, I think knowing your numbers is going to be a very important part of this.
Going in with a game plan, I think that's always the way to go. Yeah, we can already see some of the ladies hitting it off here. Have we got an 80 on the floor already? At the back. 70 in the front. So let's see what happens on this lift. Quick power. Some of these athletes are just really good and efficient at making the barbell move efficiently. Like you can see, even the touch and go, keeping your chest up, holding the line right, it all just comes together.
I think weightlifting technique is something that does seriously get overlooked a lot, kind of on the foundational side of CrossFit. I mean, just from my experience, kind of as a lifter going into a box owner role, I think it's learning the fundamentals of proper Olympic weightlifting is pretty heavily neglected. I mean,
Well, it always comes up. Like if you look at these events now, most of these people need to lift heavy. And if you haven't been practicing and you haven't been putting the work in and getting the techniques right, then this is where your team might struggle.
it always seems to be one of those things where, I mean, athletes would start training and then kind of just, coast as much as they can using their strength and kind of self-taught lifting abilities until you get to that ceiling. Like, we know that ceiling is inevitable. It's going to come at some point, and from that point on, it comes down to technique.
Technique all the way.
So kind of getting through your CrossFit career for, quite some time relying on strength and then having to go back to all the foundations, like rather just get that out the way right at the start.
From the start. Yes, I like fights. That's a good fight coming up right now.
It's Jugger Shark.
Hope she gets it.
Jugger Shark's on the left of the screen.
Oh, yes. Hold it. Nice. I just love the passion in weightlifting.
Everybody just loves to lift heavy. There's CrossFit Stellenbosch right there in lane number 2. On the right of your screen, CrossFit Stellenbosch. On the left of your screen, the Juggernaut Jugger Sharks. Yeah, there's just something about weightlifting that just gets everybody so G'd up.
So what are we moving on to here? Some of us are... Is that a 92 kilos in the back?
Yeah, that is a 92
Yes,
right
that
at
is
the
a
back
92.
there. That would be...
Up. Oh, such an easy clean on that 92. You can definitely see some of that fatigue setting in from the previous workout, though.
And just to everybody watching online, I mean, we are doing our best over here with the names and the teams, but that screen that you're looking at, we are looking at the same screen. So that top shot, it is quite difficult to see the lane numbers and who's going where, so we must apologize if we are not mentioning your home team's name.
Matt is scouting. Up, yes. Motley Crew back on. So these are two twins
Yes.
that are from Motley.
So that's Motley Crew twinning over there.
It's amazing that they're exactly the same, these two. Like everything they do, the worm, they did exactly the same. The handstand push-ups, the rope climbs, their techniques are pretty much on point together.
But as I was saying to Natalie earlier, it's a really cool team and partnership in that they train together, they often compete together. So it's not just, yes, they look the same, but their movement quality is so good and just so much alike that it makes it very easy to move together in one team. That's Lauren Garbers.
Good touch and go. Yes. Oh, nice. She's got a hanging for those squats. Yes, up. So she struggled on the previous squat, so it'll be interesting to see how the jerk comes out after this one.
So this is lane number 6 on the right. On the left now. The CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. Looks like there's 80 on their bar.
So we're going to see a few last attempts quickly. I mean, we've only got 20 seconds to go, yeah?
Looks like the Howling Commandos are not going to use another attempt. But just a reminder, all these athletes may still pull the bar before that 7-minute clock goes down. So you can see the clock at the top of your screen.
Some are loading viciously.
A couple frantic last attempts going down here. 81 kilos on the bar for the unboxed rookies.
Hold on to it, hold on to it.
They are in the maroon shirts right down the bottom of your screen.
It's only the jerk that's left. Let's get it. Yes. Oh, nice.
And the unbox rookies get
Yes,
that.
81 kilos.
And it was a nice little power jerk. Okay, as you can see there, the judge just stopping the IRA Howling Commandos. They have a 1 minute transition now. So the women athletes lifted for 7 minutes, 1 minute transition where they can load the bar up, and then the men get cracking. Howling Commandos are ready with 100 kilos loaded up on the bar for their first attempt.
Just in the comments here, Sarah, there is a timetable available. It's on the Hustle app. If you download the Hustle app, you can find the schedule. So, guys are already starting off straight onto 100 kilos. This is what I like to see. This is really what I like to see.
It's Riley Carpenter from the CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks. Moving a handy for his first safety lift. Be nice to see these guys hit kind of that first lift. You want to know you're going to hit it on any given day. That second lift, maybe kind of a...
Yeah, so the first lift maybe about 80%. I
Yeah.
think about 80% you'll hold on to that. And then after that, the fight really starts. Because then you can start to really just push your way through. So 100, 110, and we're only in the first, the first minute.
Yeah, that's RTF Krugersdorp at 105 on the far right of your screen.
I really need that 150 to come out, yeah.
Matt and I will be celebrating if 150 complex goes up. There's 110 for Tariq. There's CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph.
Up, yeah. The speed of some of these athletes is really good, though. You can just see the way their hips are moving and the way their body's firing. It's just ready for these events. So some guys have really prepped themselves right for this competition.
I know that Tariq has got quite a massive squat, and you can see just how easy it makes those two front squats at 110.
If he just added a little bit more legs into his jerk, easy game.
And then
that weight just flying up the squat.
yeah, there's that athlete that we were talking about just alongside Tariq who just hit a 110. That is John O'Trumbull in the long tights and no shirt. He's a South African weightlifter.
Yeah, he is right now. Yeah.
There he is on your screen. 115 as his opening attempt. Touch and go. Absolutely
Nice and
beautiful
easy.
technique.
Quick squats. Yeah. And right through into that. Boom. Effortless.
And
effortless.
That is what it looks like to have almost flawless technique through a clean and jerk. Also interesting, John opting to go for 3 squat cleans and not the powers.
Yeah, so mainly some of the weightlifters will train that style in any case while they're busy training. So most coaches will put you through this kind of complex just to strengthen up the jerk in the long run. So the athletes will have to go through that process in any case.
Unboxed rookies on the screen now with a 110, both.
Yeah.
110 on the board, 105 on the bar.
Yeah, that is a... Hopefully, maybe it was a previous guy.
Oh, here we go. Now the numbers
This
are
is a
going up.
120.
And this is where you can just see that raw strength coming into play.
Yeah, just starting to power it up just to get the work done. And back into the squat.
Go squatting that third rep.
Sometimes you got to do whatever it takes.
As you can see there, alongside the timer, Hustle Up, bringing you all the scheduling for the weekend. There are a lot of things going on. After this, Matt will actually be doing a bit of a weightlifting seminar with his brother Dwayne Hearn.
Yeah,
Is that this afternoon.
Yeah, I've got one this afternoon and then two of them tomorrow.
Awesome. So if you are not at Emerald Resort and Casino, there still is time to go and grab some tickets. It really is such an epic event. So much happening. And I mean, 2 of the best weightlifting coaches in the country will be putting on seminars, 1 today and 2 tomorrow. So the Hustle Up app is where it is at, where you can find all of the scheduling, where you can find the heat sheets, the teams list, and book yourself into a slot for a little session with Matthew and Dwayne Hearn.
Yeah, hopefully we can also get some big numbers out. Same as on
Are you
the-
going to be
same as on
lifting?
the floor. I'm not going to be lifting. I'm literally just going to be focusing on coaching this weekend. Just want to get the guys to where I need them, you know. I find more joy in coaching nowadays in any case. Jonathan's got a 125, I think. You can see him in the background there. Moving smooth.
And not a massive consideration in CrossFit. When you're going for numbers are numbers. But again, coming from a lifting background, you have to take into account that Jono Trumbull at the moment has got 125 on the bar. Jono only weighs 72 odd.
Yeah, so he lifted in the 77s, I think, of the last one.
There you go. So
He wins.
that power to weight is just incredible watching an athlete like that. It is something that doesn't often get considered in CrossFit. You know, big lifts are big lifts. But taking into account the body weight of the athlete lifting very often makes a massive difference. Here we go, 132.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. And this 132 is moving so easy.
1 minute left on the clock. So this is kind of where we're going to see a couple of last attempts start coming down.
I'm just hoping someone makes a big jump. Oh, nice. That 132 was bliss. Is his teammate going to take it for a spin?
Oh, Tariq just making
Up,
these
up, up.
front squats look too easy, but it all comes down to this jerk. Just no gas.
Oh, that's what those front squats will do to you. Those front squats will just suck the life out of you. And then you have to still try and get it over your head.
15 seconds remaining. It looks like RTF Krugersdorp are going to go for one more attempt.
Yes, they're going to go it. They're going to go it. 3, 2, let's go. Nice.
Oh, I don't think Jono is able to get to that bar. RTF just grabbing it off the floor. Juggernaut doing a scramble to try and get some weights on the bar for one more attempt
Up,
for
up,
Jono.
up. Yes.
But here we go. All eyes on RTF.
Oh,
137.
he also felt the gas of the front squat. I think it's a really tough thing to hold that weight on you for such a long time, you know? I mean, every time you squat, you've got that pressure pushing down on your
Yeah,
throat.
137 in the front track. I mean, you're struggling to breathe. You've already done 2, 3, 4 of these complexes. It's just all starts building up.
Yeah.
So trying to fight that gas where you can't get the air in and then still make a big jerk. We're just going to have a look at a couple of highlights here. Some really good lifting technique coming through these athletes.
And it's really improved over the years, eh?
It really
I
has.
remember back in the day when all of this first started and you could watch the guys lift. It was a really scary thing. But now that there's more coaching going on and more stuff happening in boxes and more guys taking on the role of weightlifting, it's become a lot better.
Yeah, and I think that generally is just going to kind of uplift the look of the sport as well. Just on a whole, there is still that kind of stigma that CrossFit's a little bit dangerous, and obviously poor movement patterns doesn't really help that stigma. So the more good lifts, the more technical lifting that we start seeing, I mean, it's just going to make everybody better at the end of the day.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's all anybody really wants, though. And the smoother your movement, the easier the weight becomes. It's just the way the weight feels is just completely different to how it moves.
And you can just see that in the numbers as well. That's just like a direct reflection of people working on their lifting technique over the years. I mean, I got a bunch of the individuals listed maxes. I think like kind of the going rate now for the men is like a 120, 150. Like if you're not in that kind of 140 to 150 clean and jerk range and that kind of 150 115 to 125 snatch range, and which is insane because I mean I remember when I started lifting in like back in 2014, those lifts were massive.
Yeah, if you snatched 100 kilos,
Yeah.
you were legendary.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if you snatch 100 kilos, guys are like, is that all you got?
I think, yeah, I mean, just like going to that onto the individuals division, there is not one athlete that has a snatch less than 115 kilos.
No, they're all up there. They're all literally up there.
Okay, here we go. Looking at heat number 3 for event number 2. This is the second team's heat for the day. They'll get a nice long break, and we'll go into some individuals after this. But this is your top heat currently. Do you want to hit it, Matt?
You can hit it.
Yeah, so in lane number 1, we got CrossFit Zulu, Go by Feel. In lane number 2, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. 3, CrossFit Unboxed Elite. Lane number 4, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. And then the race that we saw in the last 2 between these two, CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless and CrossFit Humble Hungry Driven Team Quest Tigerfit. Those two are really going to give each other a run for their money. And Matt, I think that might just be where you see your 150 come out. In number 7, or in lane 7, we got CrossFit Ekerstad Mighty Oaks. In 8, CrossFit Rosalto. In lane 9, CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. And in lane number 10, Plot Box CrossFit. Your screen right now, that is Unboxed Elite. CrossFit Rosalto now. 7 minutes for your 2 female athletes to accumulate a max in 3 cleans, 2 front squats, 1 jerk. A 1 minute transition and a repeat for the men.
What do you reckon we're going to get here for the females? A 95?
I'm hoping
97?
we see
100
somebody
kilos?
touch 100.
I also hope we get 100 kilos out.
I know,
Be
like,
exciting.
I know on those, on the Tigerfit team, Mariska has got 100 kg or 110 kg clean and jerk. So, I mean, it's going to be right up at the top end of percentages for a 1 rep max. But you also know what this crowd and this environment can do for you as a lifter.
Sometimes the adrenaline can just take you through to that 1 rep max for the
Yeah.
complex. Teams are getting nice and ready, cleaning up their bars.
Right over here in the green shirts, in the middle of your screen, we've got CrossFit Zulu Go by Phil. CrossFit Zulu, a box out in KwaZulu-Natal. So athletes from all over the province, from all over the country, and from all over the continent coming together for this.
And we're off, just like that.
There you go. And just look at this crowd. An insane setup again by the Rebel team, the Rebel Renegade Games 2024, in a new location this year out at Emerald Resort. And as you can see, just the setup, the competition floor, everything has just stepped up an insane amount.
If this is the crowd today on a Friday at 11:40, imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow.
Tomorrow for team finals and Sunday for individuals. I think this place is going to be electric. Hopefully you can still hear us out in the commentary booth with all the screaming and shouting.
And CrossFit Zulu just making a big jump there. They straight up already to, 75.
So on your screen right now, this is
Got
the
80
Tigerfit
kilos.
team.
Tigerfit.
They're going to want to come back to take every point away from Tiger Valley Relentless.
See, this is where you can really see the numbers start to jump up high.
Yep.
Like the previous team were starting in the 70s and there. Now these ladies are already starting in the 80s. And when we're 1 minute in, we already got 81 kilos on the bar, 82 kilos on the bar.
Just a couple of comments coming through here for everybody's boxes. Juggernaut's on fire. Thanks for Shell the Beer. Thanks for jumping on here. Yolandi, CrossFit Risalto. They just finished off, or they're actually just now in lane number 8 with Robbie Hoyer, the box owner, making part of that team. Go Pumas, Pam Nell. Thanks, guys. Much love from up in Joburg. Pumas, my home box. So good to see a bunch of my members up here watching us. Big shout out to the block. Sunday Fury, Unbox Elite. Your guys are smoking it. 2 events in. Oh, there we go, Yvette. A little shout out for CrossFit Zulu. Let's go.
I see most of these teams arrived here yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of teams just pulled in yesterday. There was the 1 or 2 that, came up 2 weeks early and a week early. I've been chatting to a couple of people.
I can imagine how those teams from Durban are feeling. They come from the sea all the way up to Joburg.
Yeah.
And now you got to breathe in this air. So yeah, we're already 82 kilos up.
82 kilos, that's Mariska Smith and Santa.
Someone over there has a 90 on their bar.
And right next to them, there you see in the Puma tops, that's Janine Pinelli shifting some weights. A lot of confusion going on here for Team Quest. Can't quite figure out what weights to put on their bar.
And that's going to slow them down quite a bit, eh? Because now, once you think about it, they're losing time in between their lifts. They could have at least each got one more lift in if they really needed it.
That was probably a good 30, 40 seconds of trying to figure out what weights to adjust.
That 91 kilos just landed.
Oh, so that is CrossFit Tiger Valley.
They just landed 91 kilos.
That's Janine
on the
Pinelli.
left-hand side, yeah.
91 kgs.
91. Now they've shifted up to 95.
Santa Mostert on your screen right now in the pink shorts.
She's got to use more leg drive.
And just something for everybody watching, that is also a new rule implemented this year, that if you attempt the jerk and you miss it, you cannot re-rack and go for the jerk again. If you miss that jerk and the bar lands on your front rack, you need to finish your rep.
Yeah, you got to finish
and start over. Okay, here we go.
And that's quite a tough one because you've just been through the whole process of doing all those reps. Okay, here we are, 95. Making it look easy still.
95
Powers.
Bolani.
Up. Yes, hold it.
And 90 going up for Mariska.
Yoni's squat is just so easy. So also struggling to breathe a little bit. As you see, she's panting at the top. But the actual movement itself is really good quality.
And did you see the
Beautiful.
difference over there? It's a nice solid 95 from Lani Fenter. Mariska about to go for the jerk.
Yes.
And that's a comfy jerk at
nice.
90.
We could see 100 kilos here.
We could.
We could see 100
I think that's
kilos.
definitely the next move.
There could be a 97 and 100.
2 minutes to go.
So they can at least get one more lift each. Lots of shout outs here for Puma, eh?
Lot of shout out for the Pumas. If only they put them on the screen.
Nice.
All the focus over here is between these two top teams. But all these shout outs over here for the Pumas. That is the team right, if you're having a look at the right, directly behind in those red shirts. Lots of guys making shout out to them.
See, the craziest thing now is because they've had such a confusion with their weights, they've ended up missing the whole lift. Because they could have each lifted again. Now they've only got one lift between the two of them. So one has to choose who's going to go. Just purely to the fact that nobody knew what weights they actually wanted to put on the barbell. They're waiting for the last few seconds.
Okay, here we go. Lani Fenter, what's on that bar, Matt? Is that 100? 20 seconds to go.
I think I don't know if it was 97 or if it was 100 that they loaded, because there was a lot of confusion on the bar.
Okay, here we go. Mariska only
it was
making
97.
a 2-kilogram jump now. So going from 90 to 92. Right at the back there, you can see is that Lana Katz with 75 on the bar.
I mean, a 2-kilo jump on a complex is quite a big jump,
Yes.
because that's 2 kilos for every rep that they got to do.
And that's another one of the biggest things. I think just learning and refining your weightlifting is understanding that you jump at percentages, not kilograms. And I see it far too often. Guys go like, oh, I'm going to hit a safe lift at, call it 60. My second attempt is going to be at 70, and then I'm going to try and max at 80. that 20-kilogram jump
Is a hell of a
is,
jump.
is massive.
I've seen it happen
That's
a few
Diane
times.
Swart on your screen right over
Nice.
there. That is a 78 from what it looks like.
I see, but Juggernaut have a strong weightlifting background, because there's quite a few of them that all weightlift.
Yeah, I think Justin Swart, I mean, he was coached weightlifting by his uncle Neville Swart,
Yeah.
who's big in the lifting kind of community. So, yeah, I mean, I used to compete against Justin Swart back in Western Province Champs back in the day in lifting.
Yeah, because I see a lot of the athletes are fine-tuned
Yeah.
in weightlifting.
Helps a lot. Here we go. The CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless team on your screen now.
And normally
That's Henry.
now's the time where we're going to start seeing the guys start to up their weight,
Yeah.
because these two top teams are going to have to pull something out the bag to stay in the lead.
So we're hoping for a 150 complex from one of these men. That'll make Matthew Hearn's day.
It will really make my day.
Okay, so interesting move there. They went from 90 to 110.
I think they just wanted to land a lift, or
Yeah.
maybe they were cold and wanted to use it as a warm-up lift, just to get something out the way so that they can feel better for the next lift.
Standing there for for the first 7 minutes. Obviously, they've come out. So
Smart
I mean,
move.
These athletes have hit their last lift 10 minutes ago, probably in the warm-up area. So coming in, hitting 1 or 2 cleaner jerks or one pretty light complex. You know, it's a smart move. You've got a number on the board.
And you're warm and ready for the next number. Even if it's a big jump, you'll normally just tend to hold on tight.
We're back with CrossFit Zulu now. Go by feel in lane 1. Right next to them, that is Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers.
With the easy touch and goes.
Yeah.
So we're up to 130 here in the front.
Yeah, so we've got Jaco Brits on the screen now on the left. That's Henry Meyering on the right. 115 going up over there. Jaco going to open nice and heavy.
Yeah, Yaka's going to have it. Oh, such an easy power clean. See how easy the hips just come through to the top of that lift though.
2 big front squats for an opener for Jaco at 130.
Oh. Sometimes it amazes me how some athletes have a bigger jerk than a squat.
Yep.
Like sometimes their front squats, they can just jerk way more than they can front squat.
Do you think that's just kind of, I think the best way to say it is just neglecting the hard squat sessions?
Well, the thing is, and I see this quite often in CrossFit, is that the guys, they tend to power a lot more than they tend to squat. Like I've had, we're obviously also a CrossFit gym. I've had a lot of guys come through the doors that end up power cleaning more than they can squat clean.
Yep.
Which should be the other way around, but yeah.
It should be the other way around. I mean, I heard a funny thing the other day, and it said, because I mean, you see such vastly different technique between a power clean and a squat clean,
Yeah.
which shouldn't really be the case.
It should be a similar technique, even the bar height. So when we practice it in weightlifting, we practice the bar height to the same height. So normally what is a pull to the belly button, and then you get under. The power clean will just raise a lot higher than that.
If you have a look at the back of your screen there, you've got Brandon van Niekerk behind Damien going 120 as his opener. Damien over here at 127. Henry Mering looking at 120 as well on the bar.
Lots of fights going on, eh? Lots of fights. As a fight in the weights. But it's good to see because it's the passion that leaks out through into their barbell, you know? Like they want to hold it to get that weight so their team can do well.
It's going to be rep for rep, and I think just having a look at how this is starting here, the Quest Tigerfit team is just edging ahead a little bit. Watching the team next to them, popping 5 kilos on. No, that's the thing about this. Obviously, it's very cool to put on a show, but all you really have to do is one up the person next to you.
Yeah, because if both your teammates can do 137 and the other guys did 135, then you're ahead.
Yeah.
So there's no point in really trying to do a 150 and save yourself for the next event.
So that was a 122 from Henry, just not able to get under the jerk. 135 on the bar now for Jakob Ritz. 125 on the bar just behind Santa. You can see Brandon going for a lift. Oh, that's 135.
135 on the bar.
135 on the bar for Brandon. There it is.
And if he holds
Just
that
needs to
leg
stick
jab,
the jerk. And we're not going to see the jerk. $135. It sounds like
he's landed it. Here's the 135. There's a 141 being loaded in the background.
So right on the right side of your screen, you've got Jakob Ritz squeezing out a 135. And right at the back there, you'll have a look. That is Brandon van Niekerk loading up 141, just taking a seat on his bumpers.
So Brandon and Jaco have now landed both the same.
Yeah.
135, 135.
So two men gone 135.
And they've dropped it to 140.
So new CrossFit Ekestad team. Not new athletes. These athletes have been around for a while, but a new combination of athletes coming through from Ekestad. That is a 122 loaded on the Ekestad bar.
That third power clean is looking like where the tough stuff starts.
Okay, there goes Damien at 130, but just behind him over there goes Brandon. Touch and going 140 kg power cleans. And I have to say it, I'm so proud that he is from my box.
Is he from your box?
He is the coach of my box.
Can we go back there? It'd be great to go back there.
We'd love to see what. We'd love to see how that complex is going.
Yes.
Oh, there he goes. Just struggling to set up on that jerk. Oh, just could not get the arms through.
Yeah, sometimes that little pop motion is the hardest thing to do, just the changeover to get your regrip before you go into that jerk.
And that brings the 15-minute time cap to a close. A very difficult event to cover, as you guys could see. All the athletes quite stacked, close together. Obviously, camera crew trying to stay as safe as possible, not getting crushed by any bars.
Yeah, a tough one to cover, but we got quite a good lift. There's some good lifts that came out of this event. I mean, there's the 81 kilo, nice and easy. And then we got the 90s, in the 90s for the females, which is really good lifting. 95, easy, nice and smooth.
With that 95. And it's going to be interesting to see what happened now on the total, because obviously this team right here, Team Quest Tigerfit, and the team directly next to them are going head for that top spot at the moment. There we have CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer, 78 on the bar there for Diane Swart. That's Henry. That was their opener at 90, a very easy CrossFit Zulu, moving that bar like it's empty.
Yeah, I think the time schedule might change right now, depending on how these teams have done. Because a lot's going to switch up.
Unfortunately, no 150 kg complex for you. There was Robbie at 115.
I'm going to make the guys do it this afternoon.
I'm going to have words with Brandon about missing the jerk. That would have been the biggest lift of this year's team semi-final.
It would have been great to see.
I'm going to lay it in him.
Hey?
But no, Jaco Brits and Brandon van Niekerk finishing off on 135 for the complex. Two massive complexes. Very, very solid lifting from the guys.
Beautiful. Well, it's good to watch.
Yeah, and there's
really
us.
Good to watch.
So coming up after this, we're going to move into some individuals. That is the first two teams events done for the day. They have got one more team event. Team event number 3 will be kicking off just before 4 o'clock. That is going to be the run.
Three workouts in a row.
3 today, 2 tomorrow.
In and out. That's a tough one for the teams, eh?
And the best part about it is that tomorrow afternoon, we send one team to the CrossFit Games.
That's exciting.
That is so exciting.
Who's your vote on?
Oh, I mean, you can see those two teams are just giving each other gears.
Yes.
The Tiger Fit Relentless team and the Quest team. Okay, but we'll be back shortly. Up next, individual event number 1. That is their running event. That's going to be nice and exciting. We've got 80 individual athletes competing this year. So also just up a little bit from previous years. 10 people up, 10 teams up. But if you are at the event, if you're not at the event, buy tickets and come and join us. It is such a cool environment.
This year is actually quite really good. Eh? I'm enjoying everything.
Yeah.
All the vibes, all the space. It's just set up well. I think it's going to
Renegade
be a
Games
solid
have gone over and above. So stick around. We'll be on the live stream later this afternoon. And if you are watching the live stream, Lucas Hogberg will be joining me for the next event.
Beautiful.
Come back to life. The fire inside. The fever is breaking. The shadows are fading away as I sharpen the knife. Can't take me out. No, I ain't going down tonight. It's not over yet. Ain't gonna quit. No matter what. Never lay down, never give up. I am a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. Even if I fall, I'll be up again 'cause I'm a fighter. I am a
Nobody knows whether you go on that run or you stay in your warm bed. You're alone with your thoughts and your own heartbeat, and the sweat's dripping down your nose. To me, Go Ruck is the epitome of working really hard when nobody knows if you did it or not. Go Ruck is my go-to gear because it keeps me ready for anything unknown that could come up in a CrossFit competition. Go Ruck is the world's toughest gear.
In sports, strength isn't just about muscles. It also comes from motivation and determination. It's the community and team spirit that provide the extra motivation to excel. That's why, with Hustle Up, you can create programs for yourself or other athletes, exchange with the community, Search, find, explore, and follow programs. Measure and track your progress by entering scores and personal records. Join events and much more. Also available on the web, we share our achievements, our struggles, our victories between coaches, athletes, and owners. On Hustle Up, the community lifts everyone up. What are you waiting for? Join the community. Download the application now. Hustle Up, global solution.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
We are back at the 2024 CrossFit Rebel Renegade Games. I am very, very fortunate to be joined by an amazing guest for the next event, and that is individual event 1. But I would love to introduce everybody to Lucas Hogberg.
Hello. Oh, there you go. Hello. Thank you so much. I'm stoked to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just incredible to have an athlete of your caliber joining me in the booth and joining us at the Rebel Renegade Games. There you are. That is Lucas Hogberg, ladies and gents.
Yeah, so this is my first time, sitting here and commenting, so it's going to be exciting.
Oh, awesome.
I'm going to do my best.
Couldn't think of a better person to go through individual event 1 with. So, yeah, welcome and thank you for giving us the time. Ladies and gents, we are going to go straight into individual event number 1 in the next couple of minutes. It's kicking off at 12:45. Having a look at the women's lane startup. Event 1, Heat 1. In lane 1, Melanie Verlinde. 2, Natalie Mika. In lane 3, Suelna Bester. In lane 4, Thea Botha. In lane 5, Robin Lee Wilson. Lane 6, Nicola Jacobs. 7, Jenna Golding. In lane 8, Tanae Langridge. In lane 9, Addie Lee Smith. And in lane 10, Francie Gerber. It's quite a stacked lineup this year, introducing an extra 10 women that are going in. Over here, you'll see, carrying on in lane 11, Irma Human. It's her first semi-finals appearance. In lane 12, Genevieve Dutoy. Lane 13, Ashley Tarr. Maya Rawlins. In 15, Jessica Ubise. In lane 16, we've got Monique Schmidt. In 17, Yolanka Taylor. 18, Gemma Burke. 19, Lisa Marie Guillaumier. And in lane 20, Esther Janssen. So 20 women lining up for this first event. This is their first one of the weekend. They're only one of the day. 2 tomorrow. And then 3 on Sunday. It's quite an interesting...
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see and fun. And now it's getting started. Amazing.
Athletes are ready, jumping straight out. And they got to run once around the arena on the inside before heading out the door. There they go, a couple of athletes obviously on the further side of the lanes, heading out the door first. And we are really just so privileged to have coverage of this event on the Friday. A couple of previous semi-finals didn't even cover the Friday. So very, very cool of the Rebel Renegade Games to organize a media team to get coverage on this whole Friday. And fortunately, a bit of the run. Okay, Lucas is going to give us a rundown of individual event number 1.
Yeah, so it's going to be 5 rounds for time, and then each round is going to be 800 meters run, and then you go into 10 clean and jerks, and it's 125 pounds for women and 185 pounds for the men, and with a time cap of 30 minutes. So it's going to be pretty long CrossFit event, I guess, what it usually is. Yeah. So
30 minutes, but how beautiful is the scenery on the run?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's like taking a hike,
This venue really is spectacular. And I mean, we've been fortunate to get access to the whole place. It's a casino, it's a resort, there's a zoo here.
We have everything. We can basically live here all year round. So it's amazing. It's going to be interesting to see what time they come in on the first run here.
Lucas, how would you pace this workout? I mean, it's a 5-rounder. You've got some good experience. Podium at the games.
Yeah, I did okay. No, so this is actually a workout that I would enjoy a lot. So I would pace it, with a steady pace from the start. If you go too hard on the first round, you're gonna blow up. But you don't want to go too slow either, of course. So try to find like a middle pace, and then in the end, try to increase if you can. So I think you can lose a lot of time if you go too fast in the beginning, and then on like second and third round on the run, it's gonna just start to get slow, and you kind of don't notice how slow you might like end up running. So yeah, pace it from the start. And I know from my own experience, when you do the first like event at competition, you're kind of so excited, so it's easy to go too fast. At that point.
Yeah, I think that's the same thing. A lot of these athletes in heat number 1 are rookies, coming into their first competition, first semi-finals competition, this type of level. So it is going to be a lot of, can they just stay calm and collected, not get all flustered as soon as that buzzer goes off for their first event, and kind of overcook it, pace off other people.
Yeah. And I think it looks good. They're doing good. So, and I, as most people do, like keep singles on the clean and jerks. That's going to be one of the keys to not do, like touch and go, because that's going to, be way harder. It's going to be more taxing to do that. So,
do you think any of these athletes are going to have anything left in the tank for the last round, maybe to go touch and go for a couple of reps?
Yeah, well, probably. We will see. It's hard to tell. I haven't done the workout myself, actually. So,
okay.
Yeah.
There goes to Elna Besta from Motley Crue CrossFit, making her way out for her second round. A couple of ladies already started out their second round and still underneath the 5-minute marker on the clock.
But they're moving well, doing good.
Right over there, you had Tanae Langridge. On your screen, just chipping out a last couple of clean and jerks over there.
I would say going out from the clean and jerk and into the run is kind of nice to have that small, decrease of
the downhill.
Yeah, the downhill to, flush up a little bit of the lactic, so you can also like gain some speed easily. So that's nice.
Yeah, Lucas makes a good point there. So just on our running route in particular, around the arena, as these athletes head out the door, there's quite a nice long downhill there. As you can see, that downhill goes all the way down to where they start the kind of trail gravel road. The only problem is, Lucas, they have to come back up that hill at the end of the run.
But it's better that it's, first going down and then up on the way back, because then you can recover a little bit. And, But I really like that, they have included this type of event at the semifinals, where you actually run outside instead of running on a treadmill, because it's gonna be different. It's gonna be harder for like body, then because you have to move or like pull yourself forward instead of like the band kind of pulls the feet for you. But when you're using an air runner, though, you have to pull it yourself. So, but it's a bit harder.
It's definitely going to tax the body in a different way. Like I just know from previous years, that air runner really kind of attacks your hamstrings more than anything else because of the form that you're kind of forced to run in.
Yeah.
Whereas I think on the road run, it's something that a lot of these athletes are much more comfortable with, especially here in South Africa, because
it's more natural to do. Yeah.
I can tell you at 99% of the boxes in the country don't own an air runner.
Yeah.
So for guys to do training on air runners, it's not a very common thing. Outdoor running, trail running, road running, it's something that a lot of these athletes will be a lot more comfortable with.
Yeah. I like, and as well, like doing the running on like air.
Learning from the best.
Looks like they're keeping a good pace.
Yeah, so just underneath that 4-minute mark, and a couple of athletes starting with their second round of clean and jerks. Sorry, that 8-minute mark. 5 rounds of this workout, so pretty much in order to finish, I mean, these athletes need to be consistently going 6 minutes a round.
Yeah, I think now it's gonna start to show, you know, if you paced too hard in the beginning.
Yes.
10 minutes into the workout.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Are we on? Hello?
We are still on, and these athletes are coming through their second round. A couple of athletes are heading out the door now for their third run. Theobota is still leading the pack, though, already pretty much halfway through her third round of the run. And as you can see, 10 minutes into this workout, 20 minutes to go still on the clock. And athletes starting with their third round, but the fatigue really starting to set in.
Yeah, exactly.
There goes Esther Janssen on her way down the hill. Esther's semi-finals debut. Ten clean and jerks at 56 for Esther shouldn't be too much of a problem with a listed total or clean and jerk of 102 kilograms. So obviously the amount of volume, but pretty much at 50%. So this should be a decent workout for her if her running is okay.
Yeah, exactly. And as we said before, it's all about like pacing the workout and not go too hard on it. But they're doing fine. And then, as you said, it's also, you know, people starting to get fatigued now, and you can see it. But yeah, it's a really fun workout. Like when I sit here and like watch it, I really want to do it. You know, it's cool.
And have you kind of taken a bit of a step back from competing yourself, Lucas?
Yes, I have. So I'm doing a lot of like online coaching, doing that full time. Still training a lot, of course. So yeah, that's what I do now, and moved down here to South Africa 1.5 years ago.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Oh, so you're actually a local now?
Yeah, actually, yeah. I'm learning all the new words, the slangs and stuff. So it's lekker. I just learned lekker.
I was going to ask.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah.
first one I was going to ask you. You obviously know lekker over there. Gemma Burke just running past, but all eyes on this lady over here at the moment. Theobota repping CrossFit Urban Shack.
She's crushing it.
Starting off with her third round of 10 clean and jerks. I mentioned that she was quite a strong runner before coming into this event, and she was quite looking forward to it. So,
Yeah. can see she still has a lot of like energy still in the tank, and yeah, pacing it well.
On your screen there now, that's Natalie Mika from Koshin CrossFit. 6 years in the sport, listed power clean of 105. So also just coming into these clean and jerks, I mean, for sets of 10 cycled at 56. These weights aren't particularly heavy for some of these athletes, but it's just the sheer volume and that combination of an 800 meter run.
Yes, and coming in from exactly the run and being, fatigued and tired and feeling like the breath is all the way up in the in the throat. And yeah, it's important to just go straight away to the barbell and just keep cycling like in a steady pace.
Yeah, they're looking very strong here at the moment. Just very consciously chipping away at 1 rep at a time. As soon as that bar hits the ground, she picks it up again, hits another one.
Yeah, I think it's important to find that, like relaxed rhythm, but still keep going all the time so you don't lose time when you're doing the, coming into the arena and you start walking too much and too far. That's where like time can start to fly away as well. And also taking too much time between the reps. So yeah, it's all about pacing, of course. They're doing great. Yeah, she looks really strong.
Natalie on your screen now, member of Koshin CrossFit, coached by Stretch. A lot of the community knows Stretch, owner of Koshin CrossFit, and that is his better half, I would say. Nat's couple of comps last year and this year made features at Alfit, and this is her first competition as an individual. First semi-final as an individual, rather. So back on the screen here now, once again, Thea Botha, this is her 4th round of this workout. So this is her 4th run, second last one, 2 more sets of 10 clean and jerks. Really just smoking the rest of the field in this first heat.
Yeah, she's gonna do a good time.
A couple of athletes starting to take that approach of walking in across the floor, just to get that heart rate down a little bit. Hopefully walking straight up to the bar with a bit of urgency, picking that up.
Bless you.
Right over there, that's Tanae Langridge. Jenna Goldie on your screen now. Jenna Goldie running out the door now. Previous sports from Jenna, national level water polo and netball, swimming and athletics, so running should be a fairly strong point for her. She was a gymnast for 15 years. An interesting fact about Jenna, her daytime job is a full-time teacher. So she's not an athlete, fully a full-time athlete, but qualifying for semis this year in 27th position. Really solid.
Yeah. That's cool. I think that's a good combination to have, like a daily work that you don't think about the training so much, so you can relax, because it's also about like not only recovering the body between the sessions, all about as well like letting your mind go of the training, so you then don't get tired of thinking of training all the time. I think that's a good thing. For me, that worked out really well to try to step out of the box during the days when I didn't train and do other stuff, because kind of like fills up the energy and the motivation to train and push even harder.
So when you were kind of competing at your highest level, were you still doing other work outside of training, or did you kind of take time off to focus on that 100%?
So I also like work with training as well as I do now, but then I try to really, do stuff outside of the training,
You got to keep your mind off it a little bit just to find something else out.
Yeah, exactly.
All eyes on this lady right now, Thea Botha, as she approaches her 4th set of clean and jerks. Almost looking to start speeding up a little bit now.
Yeah.
Repping Urban Shack. Yeah, that's interesting what you say there, Lucas. I think also for a lot of these athletes, it's almost unaffordable to become a full-time athlete in South Africa. If you're not kind of fully focused around the sport, if you don't own a box and if you're not a CrossFit coach or kind of in that space, it's not really sustainable to live a full-time athlete life. So I mean, you'll see a lot of these athletes that are competing at semis this weekend have other full-time jobs and just love the idea of being a CrossFit athlete. So squeeze as much training in as possible around that. I mean, that's very commendable.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's it's cool to see that dedication. And as I said before, I think it's a good thing to let the mind off the training during the days. And it's gonna keep the motivation higher and also for a longer time. And like they're working hard, and if you really want to reach the goal and be a professional athlete, they're gonna get there. So, yeah. It's cool.
Camera tracking Thea at the moment as she heads out the door for her 5th and final round of event number 1. Her weekend is off to a good start.
Yeah. Yeah, she still has like a good speed, looks pretty fresh,
Yeah, and I think what you might start to see as well is it's been a big concern for a lot of athletes, and I think a lot just try and not think about it, but the altitude difference. So, I mean, obviously coming up, we have a lot of athletes coming up from coastal towns, from Cape Town, from Garden Route, from PE, from Durban. And again, because of that full-time job kind of situation, there's no real chance of acclimatization and coming up 2 weeks early to prep for a comp or that kind of thing. Most of these athletes flew in yesterday and this morning. Yesterday and Thursday, Wednesday.
Yeah, but that's as I said, it's so cool to see that dedication. It's impressive. Yeah.
So maybe a couple of these athletes are starting to breathe a little heavier than what they usually would if they're feeling that change in altitude. But again, it's comp day. You just got to make it work, do the best that you can, and carry on chipping away.
Yeah, exactly. And also try to focus and take one event at a time, and not focusing on the end goal, so you can do the best you can on each event.
Yep.
Try to relax with it and enjoy it as much as you can, because I know myself it can be a roller coaster with emotions when you compete.
Yep. And what's the point of competing if you're not enjoying it, eh?
Exactly.
22 minutes on the clock. Timing brought to you by Hustle Up. If you are attending the event this weekend, if you're planning on coming through, make sure you download that Hustle Up app. There are plenty of activations throughout the weekend. Coaching courses. Lucas over here will actually be doing a coaching and athlete course this afternoon? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow and Sunday.
Okay.
And, I'm going to do a workout with the guys who want to show up and get a coached class by me, and then talk a bit about training and coaching and planning your training.
If you were planning, or if you weren't planning to come through to the Renegade Games this weekend, now you have a reason.
You must come.
Probably one of the very few opportunities that you might ever get to be coached personally in a class by a CrossFit Games podium athlete.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Like I enjoy it a lot, and it's fun to give back to the community as well. You know,
That's
that
amazing.
I learned like during the years, and what also CrossFit have like given me. I feel very humble and happy for it. So yeah, I think it's important to give back as well.
There you have it. Lucas wants to see you.
Yes, I want to give you all a hug.
Okay, right on your screen at the moment, we got Jessica Obise. Jessica is coming out of CrossFit Power. Her first CrossFit Semi-Finals event as an individual. But here we go. There's Thea back in the door from her final 800, chipping away at her last set of clean and jerks. There goes Jessica down the hill.
I can really relate to that feeling, when you're running down like. But yeah, it's good to get the recover on the way down on the hill, and then yeah, as you said, slightly harder to run up, of course, but then you also have the recovery from running down. So.
Just lean forward and hope momentum takes you.
Yeah, close the eyes and just.
2 reps left for Thea Botha.
Good job.
Can she go sub 25 minutes? I think she can. 1 rep to go. And there it is in an unofficial time of 24:44.
Good job.
Thea Botha from CrossFit Urban Shack has completed her workout. And the first athlete down on the floor after this individual event won at the Rebel Renegade Games. It's again just amazing scenery. What a cool run.
Yeah.
Watched a couple of the semi-finals previously, and I think these athletes are very grateful they don't have to run out the stadium stairs and get a little bit of fresh air in the greenery of the forest on their way through the Emerald Resort.
Get some inspiration on the way back from the forest.
Here comes Natalie Mika. She's got 10 clean and jerks to go. Selna Besta coming up right next to her. She's going to try and chase her down now. It's all about that barbell cycling now. Who can drop that bar and pick it up faster than the next? But there's a little bit of a battle going on here between Natalie and Selna. Koshin CrossFit and Motley Crew CrossFit. 4 reps for Selna.
Looking strong. Well.
And that's just to the right, to left of the screen. She finishes just 2 reps ahead of Selna. Unofficially 26:15 for Natalie Mika. There you have it.
Good job. It's kind of always nice to have that first event done of the weekend. You kind of get like a bit more relaxed and come into the like competition rhythm.
Yeah, and I think especially for the rookies, the athletes, this is their first event. Just hearts pounding going into this, their first one. They don't really know what to expect. I think it just settles the nerves going into the rest of the weekend. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And it's so much things happening, around in the venue, and the first time it's always, much more like nerve-wracking.
We've got Robin Lee Wilson on the screen right now. 1 rep to go for Robin Lee. And she gets it done. Robin Lee Wilson is finished. Jessica Obise making her way back through the floor. She has got 10 reps to go, 10 clean and jerks. Right in the dying moments of this workout now. 90 seconds left on the clock. 7 reps to go for Jessica Obise.
Let's go.
Crowd starting to get a little bit fuller as the afternoon progresses as well to this first individual event. But still a couple of tickets available. If you're watching this from home and you feel a little bit of FOMO, you want to be here, you want to be here tomorrow, you know what to do. Three reps to go for Jessica.
She's gonna make the time temp for sure. Two more to go.
And there you have it. Jessica Obise finishes this workout from CrossFit Power in Mozambique.
15 seconds to go. And the time cap is up.
First semi-final event for Jessica. First time repping herself as an individual at semis. Coming down from Mozambique. Very, very cool to have out-of-country competitors. And that is time. Jalanka Taylor not able to finish that workout. As we focus on her.
First event done.
First one done. And your event winner from heat number 1, Thea Botha from CrossFit Urban Shack. We're going to have a look at a little snippet of what she had to say going into this event.
I think I'll go for quick singles and then empty the tank on the last clean and jerks. And the run, I think I'll just keep a consistent pace. I just need to see the track before. Yeah, there's maybe an uphill, so my game plan might change, but I have one in mind.
And a little pre-match interview over there with Thea Botha coming into this event. She was really looking forward to it, kind of backed herself on the run. And, I mean, it definitely pulled through. She showed us exactly what she wanted to do.
Yes, and she like looked like she increased the pace in the end on the last run and the clean and jerk. So, yeah, it was good performance.
Yeah, just having a look back at a couple of highlights. There's Lisa Marie Guillemia. Melanie Verlinde from Black Mountain CrossFit. Melanie is actually a Masters athlete in the 40 to 45 division.
That's impressive. Competing with the youngsters.
Yeah, and it's her first semi-final event. She was a podium finisher at Alfit last year, 2023. So this is her first ever semi-finals appearance. Nicola Jacobs on the screen now. Nicola Jacobs, actually Brandon Jacobs' wife. She just had a baby in November last year.
Oh, that's impressive.
And also just coming through, they're currently living out in Dubai, but they are South Africans. But, yep, jumping there onto the screen.
Yeah, I think it's good to, train with on different places with other athletes to to grow and to become better and see how other people are training and doing to if you want to reach the top, you need to try to find the best way that works for you.
Yeah, I think we can definitely talk about that a little bit now as the heat's gone, because I'd love to kind of pick your brain about that as well. But let's just have a look at the Heat 2 start list. The second batch of 20 female individual athletes coming in. Obviously, there we have in lane number 1, after leading the quarterfinals coming into this, Christina Levitakis. In lane number 2, Gemma Rader. In lane 3, Gilmarie Reinicke. In lane 4, Regan Finkel, a team competitor last year on the Games team that won semifinals. In lane number 5, Liverne Engelbrecht. In lane 6, Emma Holiday. Not my sister, not my cousin either, but Emma Holiday. In lane 7, Tanner Buffet. In lane 8, Suzanne Jacobs. In lane 9, Brady Finkel. Regan Finkel's sister, and also on the Games team last year. In lane 10, Hannelise de Waal. And then we'll go into the second 10. In lane 11, Asma Laloui. In lane 12, we got Sunel Becker. In lane 13, Sophia Benani. In lane 14, Ziame Malan. In lane 15, Zelda Maritz. 16, Jessica Skinner. In 17, Alzaan Goosen. In 18, Tiffany Dunster. In lane 19, Inga Prinsloo. And in lane 20, Rika Marks. So a stacked lineup. This is your top 20 females coming out of quarterfinals and into semis.
Yeah, and 2 experienced women from the games before in teams, so
Yeah.
that's a good advantage to have as well.
Right there on your screen there, that's Sophia Benani. She's actually residing in Spain at the moment. She's from Morocco.
It's so fun because I know her since I lived in Spain actually. Like we train at the same box.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she made her first semis appearance last year, and she actually turned 18 on the competition weekend. Or she turned 19. Yeah.
I didn't realize until now. I need to go and say hi later there. She's such a humble and really good person.
Yeah, I managed to catch up with her a little bit yesterday. Just such a lovely person. Happy to share any kind of information, and just always just so happy to be here. So.
Yeah, and she loves the sports, and also like when she's at gym, she really loves to coach and help people as well. So yeah, she's a amazing athlete and good person.
I think having a look at how this heat started, you can definitely see that the pace of those ladies up front, I mean, they have come out moving. And I think it's going to be very important that, once again, you don't get caught up in that pacing.
Exactly. You need to have your own pace and stick with it and try to increase like in the end of the workout instead of going like too hard in the beginning.
Yeah, trying to hang on to other paces.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously everybody has strengths in different areas. And if running is not your strength, trying to keep up with the runners so that you can beat them in the overall workout it's not going to go too well for you.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, just have a look at this amazing setup put on by Rebel. Rebel Elite Fitness, the official equipment supplier of the semi-final event.
Really humble guys as well.
Oh, just such an amazing team. These guys have not left a stone unturned. Like, every single thing from the early days of organization has just been like executed down to a tier. It's been incredible. The team of volunteers, the team of directors and managers, really just lifting up the kind of level of CrossFit in South Africa and in Africa is so high. I mean, who doesn't want to come and compete here?
Yeah, exactly. And as you said, they do it really, really well. And you can really feel that they have a big passion for the sport, and it makes like the whole event even better.
But out of these ladies that are out on the floor now and in the previous heat, only one of these females is going to be earning a spot at the CrossFit Games 2024 at the end of this weekend. This is their first event. This is the proving ground of how to get there and who's going to take it home.
Going into the first round of clean and jerks. It's a good pace on the run as well.
So Gilmarie Renegade on your screen now, one of the ladies to really look out for. Sitting in that top 5 last year.
It looks really solid, and she looks relaxed and comfortable, and yeah, it's going to be fun to see how she performs.
Yeah, Gilmarie finished 3rd last year at the semi-final. So had a podium spot, definitely wants to increase that position this year.
Yeah, and it's kind of like I guess an extra pressure that only one, moves to or can qualify for the game. So it's yeah, a lot of pressure, but fun as well.
Yeah, 40 females with 1 progressing. There we have Laverne Engelbrecht on your screen at the moment. Also Laverne in and out of regional level competition, but qualifying 5th at semis coming into this. 2 previous competitions at 2021 fittest in Cape Town and then 2022 semis. But Laverne did say that she's really looking forward to event 1. So maybe another one of the ladies to look out for. Previously a sprinter at school. Quite tight on the inside to get past.
What's fun about this when you are like doing a run outside is that you can actually, kind of affect the other ones as well when you run, as I did at the games 2018. If you run, like just in front of another athlete and they try to pass you, and if you go for a small like block, that can take a lot of energy out of the other athlete. So it can be tactical in that way.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a little bit different to running on a machine where you're at your own pace and you're kind of just trying to get through it. Now you can work off others as well. So if running is a strength of yours and you're well ahead of the field, tap off a little bit and then just kind of use that to build on strength for that final round where you can then break away.
Exactly.
I much prefer doing workouts like that where I can pace off the other people around me than kind of stay in your own lane and then just wait for the times at the end and kind of hope you did well.
Yeah, just looking over the field and seeing if someone is advancing.
Yeah, like a blind test.
Yeah. Yeah, if you know like your pace and can really feel that you're not going in, going too hard, then you can really take advantage of, like following someone else like really close and just, yeah.
It's just a massive team again of volunteers and just all hands on deck for this event. All these volunteers have just donated their time, come up from different provinces, literally all over the country, just to come and lend a hand. Everybody wants to be a part of this. Everybody wants to help build the community in some way. And this is just the best way to start. And then making that experience just so much sweeter. Every single volunteer, judge, media, kitted out by Northern Spirit.
Yeah, that's as I said before, it's amazing to see that fire and passion for the sport. It's the leader of the heat.
Jessica Skinner currently leading this heat. She goes just making light work of that barbell. It's just that fast down and reset. If you take too much time between your clean and jerks, you can see she's really just moving with purpose. That bar drops, she attacks it, gets back up onto the bar. pulls it off the ground again.
Yeah, and she kind of follows it on the way down, so she controls like, so the barbell doesn't, you know, roll away too far. So it looks comfortable, looks good. Looks like she really, yeah, follows like her game plan and yeah.
And a bit of a strict press for her final rep.
Just when I said that.
Jessica Skinner heading out the door for her third round. Tiffany Dunster on your screen now. Just to give everybody an update, this is the second and final ladies heat. This is the top 20 ladies that seeded in quarterfinals coming into semis. After this, we'll follow up with your men's 2 heats. Exactly the same setup. 2 men's heats of 20 men. Before moving into the teams event 3, and that'll be the final event for today. So still a couple of heats left, still a lot of excitement left on this live feed. Loving the support coming through here on the comments. Lots of love for Tiffany Dunster. There's Rika Marks right over here on your screen at the moment.
Strong.
Yeah.
Push press there.
Rika Marks coming out of CrossFit Him. Went team in 2021, finished 7th at Fittest in Cape Town. Fittest in PE 2022 finished 3rd. Lots of local comps out here in South Africa, which is very cool. Just gives the community something to kind of keep up with. Obviously, it's not on a massive level as semi-finals, but that's a cool thing. Like, you'll see a lot of these athletes have listed kind of previous experience as these local comps. So
I think that's important as well to do, you know, competition like during the year, not only doing, you know, going for the games. To do the local competitions is going to give you good experience, and you're going to learn a lot, you know, about yourself, how you are when you're competing, which is super important leading up to this, so you can prepare and like perform your best when you're here. So experience is super important, of course.
I love that. Coming from such a, you know, well-accredited athlete as well, you know, there is those two sides where you don't see a lot of the very competitive athletes actually competing and taking part at these local comps because kind of they're not big enough or they're training for bigger events. But yeah, just as you said, I mean, experience is everything. So whether it's a local comp and you're winning everything, or whether it's an international comp and you're finishing in the top 10, everything is experience.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also all about like fitting in the competition to your like training plan and your plans for the year. So as you say, you know, experience is important, and it's also fun to do small local competitions because it's the vibe is very different. It's it's more like family vibe, you know what I mean?
That's really actually what pulls the community together more than anything. I mean, if you're a box owner and you grab a bunch of your members and attend a local comp, that's what's actually going to uplift the affiliates. And the members and the athletes as well, just to kind of lead from the front and not be, you know, separated from the community because of their competitive level.
Yes, and it's going to inspire people around, and you know,
100%.
people who want to start to do CrossFit or start to compete. It's a important part of it.
Jessica Skinner now just blowing through these clean and jerks. 5 reps left. This is her 3rd round. So there'll be 2 rounds to go after this. But making this 56 kilogram clean and jerk look quite easy.
Yeah. And as you can see that the athletes do is getting that bounce from the clean up in the jerk to go straight away up. It's gonna make the lift way more smooth and easy.
Just using that preloaded leg drive.
Yeah, that momentum.
Just having a look while she's on your screen over there, Jessica Skinner repping CrossFit 4E. Semifinals 2023, she finished 19th. So definitely a hope just to improve on that this year. Also attended Alfred last year in Egypt. Listed max clean and jerk, 90 kilograms. Makes sense why that 56 is moving so easily.
Yeah.
And then I asked her, what event are you looking forward to the most? And she said, event number 1, because I'm a decent runner. And there you go.
Yeah.
So Jesse called it.
Yeah, running is such a big part of CrossFit. It's and as I said before, I really love that they starting to bring outdoor running into the qualifiers to the games as well. Have you done this workout?
I have not done this workout. I am still recovering from a bit of an injury. I had a surgery in Feb on my back. So, I mean, it's been a long process, but I'm itching, man. I did this last year. I sat here and did commentary as well, and I loved it because you get to see a whole nother side of the sport.
Yeah.
But I'm having FOMO. I'm not going to lie. I'm having FOMO.
Yeah.
I've got a team up from my affiliate that's competing, and they're just looking like they're having the best time. And I'm like, oh.
But comeback power is the best power and motivation. You're going to do even better, I think.
That helps, Felix. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. So very fortunately, we started training 3.5 weeks ago again. Okay. Very, very light, but I love it, man. Just jumping into classes, and that's the beauty of it. Like you were saying, super scaled everything, but just being there with the people. That's what makes what we do so special.
Yeah.
Inge Prinsloo now heading out the hout.
Yeah, and I think it's super important to also not be stressed about if you are away from the training, that you lose time from training, because it's going to give you so much, mental motivation, and that's such a big part of it. And yeah.
Here we go. Jessie Skinner coming in now for her 4th run, about to start her 4th set of clean and jerks. So Jessica is absolutely blowing through this workout.
Yeah, she's doing a good job. It's really nice to have a really good start, the first event. Kind of gives you that confidence for the rest of the weekend. It's important.
Yeah, coming out of this workout, finishing in any position that you kind of hoped you would. But again, this is just such a massive test for these athletes. You don't really know how much other people have been training. Obviously, you can watch videos and see scores and kind of follow them online from previous years. But until you're on the competition floor together,
Exactly. And I think that is so important to not be stressed and focused on everyone else, what they have done or how
Yeah.
good they are, and just focus on yourself and do the best you can. And then you're going to do good.
Yeah, Jessica looking very strong in a fourth set of clean and jerks. After her 10th rep here, she has got one more 800-meter run and 10 clean and jerks to go.
Yes, it's good.
Thea Botha in the previous heat, just finishing this workout just short of 25 minutes. So Jessica will definitely be chasing down that score.
Yeah.
Lots of love coming through on the comments from Mozambique for Jessica Obise.
Soon it's 10 minutes to go on the time cap.
And there's Emma Holiday heading out for her fourth run. 20 minutes on the clock now, 10 minutes to go. Apologies, that is Emma's fifth run, not her fourth run. So after this round, she'll be finishing off.
Not okay. No, joke.
Again, for everyone at home, we see what you see. I'm sitting here with Lucas.
You're just laughing.
I'm
so
trying to
much
get
fun.
trying to get the pronunciation.
Oh yeah,
right.
I thought you were like thinking I'm so much fun you can't stop laughing when you think about it. Try to say it.
Hogberg.
Högberg.
I'll get it. I get it.
But you're doing well though.
I've got 3 days to try and get down a Swedish pronunciation.
Yeah, you said it really well once though.
We're in South Africa, Lucas. It's Hogberg. Laverne Engelbrecht on the screen now. Also said that she was looking forward to doing this event. So finishing off round number 4 before she starts on her final round.
Yeah, at this point you kind of can see the light of the end of the tunnel, you know? Soon the workout is over, done.
And just those levers of Laverne allowing her to move that bar so smoothly. Taking a short break. And as you said earlier, just preloading the jerk out of the clean, making life a little bit easier. There you have it on your screen now, Laverne Engelbrecht, repping Cape CrossFit.
Last rep now for this round.
There goes Brady Finkel, running up the screen over there. Obviously, one of the competitors on last year's Games team. Again, just the scenery of this run. Really something special, but here we go.
Looking fresh coming in to the last clean and jerks.
Jessica Skinner, 10 clean and jerks to go when she gets back to her bar.
And she has about 2 minutes, right?
Yeah. So about 90 seconds to stay ahead of Thea Botha's score from the previous round.
I think she can.
It's all going to come down. Oi.
I was probably just was not the fatigue.
Might be settling in now. You know that feeling? Oh, it's just the jerks are not going up. I think
Kind of looks like she like hold her hand on the back.
struggling with her back a bit.
So maybe it was some pain related. I don't know. So as you can see, she looks strong and
Yeah, there you go. Jessica's judge's hand is up. There was about 25 seconds between her and Thea's score at the moment, so she really needs to get that bar moving if she wants to take an event win. Four reps for Jessica.
3 more to go.
Sunel Becker getting some love on the comments. Shout out to Sunel and her box. CrossFit Vredenburg. It's down in the Western Cape, all the way up the West Coast.
As you can see there, I'm not sure, but it doesn't look like she has any problem with the power or like the engine. It looks like it's something bothering her in the lift that's causing the that she's not doing the jerk.
Oh, Jessica just struggling to get that jerk overhead. She's done a number of cleans. Just failing that jerk, but I think there's 1 rep to go.
Last rep. Good job.
But there you go, just panning back now. We've got Gilmarie Renica in lane number 3 that has finished the workout. Jim Areda in lane number 2 also finished the workout. So there must have been a little bit of a last minute push over there on those 2 athletes. Right here at the bottom of the screen, you can see Regan Finkel in lane number 4, qualifying 4th and finishing this workout just under 26 minutes for Regan Finkel. Oh no, apologies. It looks like Regan is walking out to start another round. There we have Christina Levidatakis.
Looks really solid. Really good.
Obviously now just chasing down those scores of Jim Areda and Gilmarie in the 2 lanes next to her. These 3 ladies do not want to let anything between them this weekend. 5 reps left for Christina.
She's keeping a really good pace there on the clean jerks.
Yeah, so Christina last year finishing 4th in semifinals, 1 spot behind Gilmarie, who's just nipped her in this first event.
Oh, okay.
So I think there's a little bit of a
battle there. Yeah.
a little bit of a rivalry that needs to be settled after last year. So it's definitely going to come down to the next 5 events.
Yeah.
And there goes Gilmarie walking over to her just to give her a bit of a high five.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see during this weekend because it's so many events left and so
Yep.
much can happen.
I'm very happy to see Gemma Rado on the floor. When I did send her, I just asked her for a little bit of information about herself, and she did respond saying that she wasn't sure that she was going to compete yet. I mean, that was still at the beginning of the week. So, yeah, very happy to see her out there.
Okay.
3 minutes still left on the clock. Tiffany Dunster on your screen now.
Moving smoothly and nice. Looks strong.
Nice wide grip on that clean and jerk.
It's all about finding like the stance that you feel the strongest in the lifts and get that like smooth barbell path. Last rep.
Yep. Last rep for Tiffany Dunster. She would have just finished that workout. Still sub 28. All these athletes doing very well over here. Right over there in the green shirt, that's Asma Laloui.
There you can see Sophia in the back doing some touch and goes.
This is Asma's third semi-final in South Africa. Last year, she qualified for age group semi-finals, so she didn't come through. 2021, 2022 Morocco national champion, and in 2023 the age group champ, the 35 to 39 division. So again, another Masters athlete. Here we go back to Sophia on the other side of that, just 20 years old at her second semi-final event. Sophia finishes off, makes that time cap, still a minute to spare.
Look happy as always.
Yeah. She looks like she's having the best time over there.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. Like 2 masters competing this weekend, or is it more?
I think there's a few masters in here. But yeah, Melanie Verlinde, 40 to 44 division.
That gives myself, like hope, because I'm, like getting older and like can still like, it's good to see.
Yeah, there's a couple of 35 plus. Yeah, I mean, Francie Gerber, she was in the previous heat. She's also in the 40 to 44 division.
And it's impressive.
2 reps left now for Alzaan Goosen. And she gets the workout done with 15 minutes to spare.
10 seconds to go.
Alzaan from Lions Bay CrossFit. That is in Port Elizabeth. So also another athlete that had to come up from the coast, hopefully acclimatized in a day. Awesome, and let's just take a look at a little bit of a replay here. All these ladies came out firing, looking very strong.
Most of them finished the time cap, or they did? No?
Yeah, it looked like a good batch of people had finished this inside the time cap. There's Gilmarie Renica. I'd love to know who actually took that event, because it looked like there was a bit of a race between Gilmarie and Gemma Rader. I think it was Emma Holiday.
Yeah, because that's kind of exciting, when you're coming into the last clean and jerks and you don't know the people that are close to you, how much they have left in the tank. If they're gonna, push it hard and, try to catch you. And yeah, that's the most exciting part, the race in the end.
So we'll have to kind of wait for those unofficial results to see if from the previous heat, Thea Botha actually took the event win, or if one of those 2 ladies that we didn't have in focus took it, because Jessica Skinner was looking so strong right up until that final set of 10 clean and jerks. And I think things just started going a little bit pear-shaped. We don't know if it was due to maybe some kind of muscle fatigue or injury.
Yeah, we don't know. To me, it looked like it was something that was bothering her. But it was a really good performance, though.
And there's Christina finishing strong. Just trying her best not to leave anything between those 3 ladies that are fighting it out for a top spot. Asma Lalui.
Love that smile, and it's happy to be done with the workout. It's a good feeling.
There's another big smile. Lots of big smiles for being 30 minutes into an 800-meter run workout.
And we're smiling as well.
I'm always smiling because I get to watch them do it and not have to suffer myself. All right, that concludes the ladies from individual event number 1. We're just going to take a short ad break, and we'll be back. Hello. Every time you pop up on the screen. We'll be back very shortly as soon as that floor is set up and ready to go for the men to take on individual event number 1. Thank you for sticking with us. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, guys. I'm so happy to be here, and it's awesome to have done my first, commentary on live TV.
Yeah, give Lucas a shout out. He was very nervous to come on here.
So nervous. I was crying a little bit before, and he calmed me down, and
it's only the two of us here, and you've stood on the podium at the CrossFit Games, Lucas. You know how incredible that is. That's really, really cool. I mean, what a privilege just to be sitting here and actually talking to you about, your experience and getting some insights on these athletes.
Appreciate. Thank you for saying it, and I appreciate to be here, and it's fun and gives me, a lot of fire to see the athletes out here, working hard and pushing, and I know how it is to be out there on the floor. It's I'm jealous.
There's the man. If you want to follow him on Instagram for some coaching tips, Lucas really puts out some top quality content. And he's funny, and he likes dogs. So
I do actually.
Definitely give Hogberg Lucas on Instagram a follow. And you can dive into kind of what you do on a day-to-day basis. But now, a fellow South African.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. But no, I really enjoy being here, and being here for 1.5 years, me and my girlfriend. So it's amazing. It's a good country and friendly people, and it's experience. Like to see the world, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm gonna be here for a while. So you guys need to,
Amazing.
Yeah.
We're going to be back shortly. We're going to shoot to some ads, and then we'll see you very soon for men's individual event number 1.
Come back to life. The fire inside. The fever is breaking. The shadows are fading away as I sharpen the knife. Can't take me out. No, I ain't going down tonight. It's not over yet. Ain't gonna quit. No matter what. Never lay down, never give up. I am a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. Even if I fall, I'll be up again, 'cause I'm a fighter. I am a
Nobody knows whether you go on that run or you stay in your warm bed. You're alone with your thoughts and your own heartbeat, and sweat's dripping down your nose. To me, Go Ruck is the epitome of working really hard when nobody knows if you did it or not. Go Ruck is my go-to gear because it keeps me ready for anything unknown that could come up in a CrossFit competition. Go Ruck is the world's toughest gear.
In sports, strength isn't just about muscles. It also comes from motivation and determination. It's the community and team spirit that provide the extra motivation to excel. That's why, with Hustle Up, you can create programs for yourself or other athletes, exchange with the community, search, find, explore, and follow programs, measure and track your progress by entering scores and personal records, join events, and much more. Also available on the web, we share our achievements, our struggles, our victories between coaches, athletes, and owners. On Hustle Up, the community lifts everyone up. What are you waiting for? Join the community. Download the application now. Hustle Up, global solution.
Try to catch me howling at the moon.
Yeah, we're ready. Welcome back.
We're back.
We're back to the 2024 CrossFit Rebel Renegade Games. If you are just joining us now, we've been here all morning. We had an amazing show from the teams. Teams did knocked out 2 events this morning. We just went into an individual event 1, and that was the ladies that started out. But now we're going to go into the men. So we've got 40 men tackling this first event, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens on the men's side of the field. But I'm Matt Holiday. This is the
You go. So try to pronounce my
no,
name.
your pronunciation is better.
Lucas Högberg.
There
That's
we
the
go.
Swedish way to say it. You can say Högberg or whatever you want.
The Swedish way, the man himself, Lucas Hogberg. I'm going to keep it South African. Don't embarrass myself here. Some really, really cool things that have come out of that first event. Like I said, if you have just signed in, the atmosphere at the Rebel Renegade Games is just incredible. Amazing floor setup, amazing venue. We're out at Emerald Resort and Casino. And just so much going on. So many people, such good vibes, and everything just feels so positive around here.
Yes,
I love it.
I totally agree. And as you spoke about before, like people are, doing a lot to, push things in life, away so they can come here, like for this event. With working wise and stuff like that. So it's really cool to see the passion for the sport.
Yeah, massive shout out to all the spectators that made the time to come out today.
Yes.
Because let's dive into men's individual event number 1.
Yes, so it's going to be 5 rounds for time of 800 meters run and then 10 clean and jerks at 185 pounds. And that's about
83 kilograms for the men.
Yes.
Yeah.
And time cap on 30 minutes.
30 minutes. We saw a number of the female athletes finish this inside that time cap. Maybe South Africans are just good runners.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, like we mentioned, things are a little bit different with this year. Obviously, taking the machines off the competition floor and actually letting the athletes run a loop outside, which is really exciting. But we had the opportunity to interview Yassine Balaji and just get his kind of take on what's coming on.
Hello, my name is Yassine and I look for event 1 because I'm a good runner. So I look for this. I want to bring him home. Let's go.
Excited for the run as well.
Lane 3, Brandon Jacobs. Lane 4, Matthew Schiff. Lane 5, Warwick Rowley. In lane 6, Hubert Boshoff. In lane 7, Aslam Nicolin. In lane 8, we got Todd Page. Lane 9, Mwande Elias. In lane 10, Henny Blanche. Moving across to the second 10, lane 11 through to 20. In 11, Willem Sneeman. In 12, Nicholas Reed. In 13, we got Adam Pamart. In lane 14, Liam Mott. In lane 15, Jacobus Homan. In lane 16, Pierre Jabert. In lane 17, Yaku LaRue. Yassine Balaji, who we just saw have a little interview there. And in lane 19, Winston Langridge.
So excited for this. It's going to be fun to see.
19 male athletes about to throw it down. They are in their starting position, waiting for that buzzer. Just called the 10-second marker. And away they go.
And as we spoke about before, it's so important to pace the workout and don't get, caught up by going too far or too fast because of someone else is pushing like a hard and fast pace. So find your own rhythm and go steady all the way.
Yeah, kind of stick with what you know, stick with your own game plan. Obviously, all these athletes are kind of on that elite level now. top 40 in the continent. These guys need to know their paces. They need to know exactly how they're doing, and just kind of stick to the game plan.
Exactly.
Number of male athletes from a wide range of different CrossFit affiliates that are here. Just having a look. CrossFit experience-wise on the men's side, anywhere from 2 to 10 years, 11 years. So some good experience here. No real rookies, but I mean, 3 years of CrossFit and into a semi-final event is quite impressive.
Yes, good job.
Some listed maxes over here. We had the discussion earlier during the lifting event, but the standard of lifting is really going up, which is really fantastic for the sport. But I would say the average listed max over here on the clean and jerk side is around that kind of 135, 140 marker, with a lot of the guys up in the 150s. So gripping and ripping an 83 kilogram clean and jerk for sets of 10. I think we might see a few guys cycle this barbell.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty lightweight for them, and yes, it's important to be smooth and don't waste any energy. So I think the best way is always gonna be to do the like 1 rep at a time instead of doing unbroken, because on the way like down, if you do like touch and go, it's gonna be taxing on the body, and it's not gonna go that much faster, and then you instead gonna lose a lot of time on the running because you're fatigued from the like touch and go clean and jerks.
Right, and these athletes are making their way back up the hill and into the stadium arena.
It's a good
name on there.
A good speed, pace.
Two boys from Lions Bay hot on each other's heels. Looks like they do some running together. Coming back in, making their way around this arena. All these guys in sub 3 minutes for this 800-meter run. Very impressive paces over here. But this workout is not won in the first round, is it, Lucas?
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be in the end.
We watched Jesse Skinner in the previous heat absolutely crush this for 5 rounds, just until that last set of clean and jerks, and then get overtaken in that last minute. So anything can happen.
Yes. That's the beauty of the sport.
Yeah.
And it's just important when you come into the floor and start like cycling the bar and don't wait too long so you lose time.
Once again, this is day 1. These athletes have got 3 days of competition ahead of them, 6 events to prove themselves, all to earn 1 spot to the CrossFit Games 2024.
No. Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
As you saw running out there on the previous screen, that was Yassine Balaji, who was interviewed before this, talking about how excited he is for event number 1 because he fancies himself as a pretty good runner, and I mean, first out the door and well ahead.
Yeah, and you can kind of see on the athletes who are used to run as well on the style. Goes very smooth and they have a good technique in the running.
Yeah, running down this very steep hill and running on an assault runner is 2 very different.
Yeah. But it can also be pretty hard when you come from like doing the clean and jerks and then you're fatigued in the legs, and then if it's too steep on the way down, that can be pretty taxing as well.
Yeah, just incredible. As you can see there, once again, all the volunteers, all the judges standing out on the floor, looking sharp in their Northern Spirit kit. Northern Spirit come on board in a massive way to semifinals across the globe. Not just here in South Africa, but across the globe, Northern Spirit making a name for themselves.
Yeah, he's at a really good lead there, coming into the clean and jerk soon. It's hard to say, but looks like the gap is pretty big.
Yeah, there's DT Butter just following.
Looks fresh and
There he
strong.
is. Yassine from Nero CrossFit made his way here from France.
He has a really good beard as well. Jealous. Strong, yeah.
Yassine almost didn't make it here because he got his visa right at the last minute
Oh shit.
and had to do a lot of traveling to get here. He had to travel from a whole different route. But he's here.
Yeah.
He showed up and he's crushing event number 1, currently leading this event.
Yeah, that's cool because that's pretty stressful. Like coming into the competition can take a lot of energy from you, and then he comes here and performs well. That's cool to see.
Yeah, you're seeing currently following No Shortcuts programming by Andre Houdet. Are you familiar with Andre Houdet?
Not so much.
The name sounds very familiar.
Yes, I'm bad with names and faces.
I have seen looking very strong on these clean and jerks.
Yes.
But just as we saw with the ladies, a lot of singles going down. So no one really opting to touch and go these reps. Maybe towards that last heat on that final push. I mean, the last round.
Yeah, it's gonna be exact on the last 10 clean and jerks if you like have a race with someone else, and if you need to. Otherwise, I wouldn't see it's necessary. And also to do that small dip to do the push jerk instead of doing a push press, because all the guys here are strong enough to do the push press, which goes a little bit faster, but then you are going to get a little bit more fatigued. So it's good to do that small dip under the barbell in the jerk to save that energy for the workout.
Yeah, just keeping that barbell moving nice and smoothly. A nice clean cycle.
Love the glasses.
It's bright outside.
Yeah, that's true.
That's Damien Botus on your screen right now in the Tia shirt and the sunnies. Damien got his outfit on point, looking sharp for workout number 1. Damien's coming out of Pluck Box CrossFit with a 12th place finish at the 2023 semi-finals. So definitely looking to up that position this year and looking very strong in event number 1 already. Brandon Jacobs running in at the bottom of your screen. And Hubert Boshoff making his way out and down. If you're wondering what the rest of the running route looks like, we're about to see it from the sky. And as you saw, just on the back end of the course, Yassine making his way back from his third run.
Let's go.
Just past that 10-minute mark on the clock. So 10 minutes in, 20 minutes to go for these athletes. And a number of them, all of them, are in their third round. That's incredible. No athletes left out on the floor, still busy with their second round. There goes Du Toit Botha from Cape CrossFit.
It looks like he's still in a pretty good lead. Good gap between the second person.
Yeah, he's seen in a solid position. Here we go, Matthew Schiff starting to make a bit of a move. Matthew Schiff made his debut last year at his first semi-final event. So it was a bit of a big deal to come back. I asked him what event he's looking forward to, and he said he loves a running WOD. So event number 1, you can see how he's making his way back up that field. Last year's semi-final finishing 11th position for Matt Schiff and 8th in 2021. He's been a 2-time semi-finals teams athlete as well, so not new to the game.
Still looks solid on the clean and jerks.
There is Yassine Balaji from Nero CrossFit.
5 more reps to go.
Yassine is a CrossFit coach at his own box as well as another box. If you're wondering how he got his build before CrossFit, he was into football, judo, and tennis. Sports that he played before finding a love for CrossFit, and now this is what he loves. This is what he does.
A good combination of sports.
Yassine heading out for round number 4. Du Toit Botha on your screen now. From Cape CrossFit 7130, finished in 8th position in the 2023.
1 more rep to go, then out for the run. So yeah, soon we're halfway through the workout or the time cap. 16 minutes to go.
And then you have just on the right-hand side, Brandon Jacobs. In the previous heat or in the previous event, Brandon Jacobs' wife was actually competing. And Brandon also obviously just became a dad at the end of last year.
Oh.
So they've just moved out of South Africa. They're training in the UAE. And I also asked them what they're looking forward to the most. They just said coming home to see their friends and family because they haven't seen them since they became parents. So I think it's quite a big deal for them to come back and compete on a home soil. Yeah, and
good way to spend the weekend with your family.
It's a good excuse. Excuse to come home. Yeah, Brandon Jacobs always been a bit of a beast in the sport. Been around for a couple of years. $10 years, to be exact. 3 semifinals, 2018 games with CrossFit PBM, so he has been at the games. Last year, he finished first at the Oman Throwdown. And then another local competition, the Pretoria Throwdown, he's won that 4 times.
Oh, that's impressive.
So
it's a big, I guess, a big inspiration for many people in the country, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. And there goes Brandon down the hill there. So a well-seasoned athlete, got a lot of accreditation under his belt.
I think that's important for like to keep a high level on the sport in the country, to have someone to look up to,
Yeah. And massive lifting numbers. 125 snatch and a 150 clean and jerk.
Yeah, it's good. It's
So,
strong.
again, cycling this 83 kilogram bar should be quite comfortable for Brandon.
A strong dad. Here's the leader of the heat.
Yeah, your current leader, Yassine Balaji.
Still looking very comfortable.
Yassine only been doing CrossFit for 3 years, but obviously having a bit of sport in his background. First semi-final. Just having a look at the field around him, see how far ahead he is as he heads into his 4th round of 10 clean and jerks.
And as you saw, there was a pretty smart move to put the chalk in the pocket, so he's like ready to go on the clean and jerks like straight away, so it doesn't waste any time. Go into the chalk bucket and chalk up before the clean and jerks.
Every second counts, eh?
Here we go. 10 more clean and jerks.
Once again, the team just really making this event a spectacle. Down to those LED media walls right at the back of the arena, just something so special that, I mean, we've never seen before. I feel like every time the Rebel Renegade Games happens, just something gets added, and it's just kind of like a little bit mind-blowing for us.
Yes,
because, I mean,
like it gets more and more exciting, and you're like,
Yeah,
looking forward to see like coming events as well, and it creates a good hype.
Yeah. We haven't really experienced competition on this type of level in South Africa before. So just having this, this level of media coverage and like setup, I think it's kind of surreal to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's cool, and it's so important for like the CrossFit community here to grow more, and yeah, it's amazing, and I'm happy to be seeing this and being a part of it here on site. It's cool.
One clean and jerk left for Yassine. And 1 round remaining. So that is your current leader.
Yeah, he still has that good gap down to the second man.
Okay, so right on your screen at the moment, currently in second place, that is Aslam Nikolin. He is right behind Yassine. Aslam currently in lane number 7, but in lane number 6, right alongside him, fighting for 3rd position. So that's Hubert Boshoff. Hubert, a Cape Town boy from CrossFit Ekestad. 1 rep left, so it looks like Hubert and Aslam are going to have a very solid race into this last round. There you go. So if you are following the leader right now, you've got Yassine, you've got Hubert, and then Aslam. Right behind him, the Toyota. It's all coming down to the final round of this. 1 800-meter run left, 10 clean and jerks. Anything can happen.
Yes, and I think we're gonna start to see some push now in the end as well, for the athletes to try to catch each other and then gain some places and scores. Two more reps to go.
That's 2 reps for Brandon Jacobs. Two jobs for Brandon, a CrossFit coach and an engineer.
Ah, yeah.
Right over there on your screen now in lane 19, that's Winston Langridge.
4 more reps to go.
Winston coming out of CrossFit Kingsley. And his first semi-final as an individual. We just hit the 21-minute mark. 9 minutes to go. If athletes are hoping to finish inside this time cap.
Looked like the heat leader was passing other athletes who was on the or is in the previous round. So he has a big gap there to most of the other athletes.
So it sounds like Todd Page is making a bit of a move in lane number 8, taking on 3rd position, so overtaking Aslam.
Yeah, passing there.
Yassine just lapping.
Still looks
one
very
athlete.
Strong. The last clean and jerks, right?
10 more clean and jerks for Yassine. Still looking very strong, very composed. Will we see 1 or 2 touch and go reps?
I'll go out and shout. Come on. Yeah, it's important to, also be aware of it's going to be 1 more heat after this. So it's going to set, the pace for the best time there, which the other athletes would look at and try to beat. Looks really strong.
Here we go. You're seen straight onto the bar. Wasting no time to get onto these reps. He knows that he has a whole nother heat of 20 male athletes that are now going to chase that time.
Yeah, and as you can see, he's not doing any touch and go still, so it's
just staying calm, staying composed. He knows what he needs to do, just getting through these reps. 83 kilograms on that barbell.
4 more reps to go. There we go.
Yassine pumping up the crowd a little bit.
Will he
just looking for that extra hiss.
So it's just going to make it under 23:30. Good job. There we go.
And he takes the heat win.
Nice.
Unofficially 23-29. A very, very strong score for Yassine Balaji. Nero CrossFit out in France.
It's a very fast barbell cycling there. Looks solid and strong. It's last 4 reps.
Right on your screen at the moment, you got Moanda Elias. That is Serpa Pinto CrossFit. He's also trying to get some gears behind him. Hubert Boshoff on the screen right now. And Mwanda comes out of nowhere, making a bit of a comeback in this final round. Mwanda, he just kept a little bit in the tank and stepped on the gas.
A good game plan, without other words.
A very good game plan. Right over here, you still have 7 and 8. Battling it out, that is Aslam Nicolin and Todd Page.
And soon it's only 5 minutes.
Hubert Boshoff just finishing ahead of Aslam. Two reps for Todd, 2 reps for Aslam.
Now 5 minutes to go on the time cap.
Matthew Schiff finishes this workout right at the back and center of the screen. That is Todd Page. He takes it from Aslam. Three reps to go for Aslam Nicolin.
I can really relate to that face. You know.
You know that
Good
feeling.
job.
Aslam opting for a push press.
Good job. There we go.
And he is done. Push press is his final rep. And has all the feels. after that first event. These guys are broken. Laying down on the floor, rolling around.
I think they're just so happy. I think that's why, you know.
So right there on your screen, you saw 3-4 men laying down. That's the Toy Buerta, Damian Buertas, Matthew Schiff, Warwick Rowley.
2 more reps to go. We have some really solid and strong press, push press.
Jacobus Homan just finishing off his last set of clean and jerks, falling to the floor. Right alongside him, Liam Mott in lane number 14. Here's Liam Mott, also just finishing off this workout. These men are crushing this. Still 4 minutes to go on the clock. Adam Pamart right over there in the green shirt. Alongside him, Nicholas Reed in the white vest. 2 reps to go for Nicholas.
There we touch and go.
1 rep to go. Nicholas Reed finishes and falls to the floor. Adam with 4 reps left. Two reps left for Adam. Willem Snyman on the far left of your screen at the moment in the black shirt. 1 rep remaining for Adam. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And there you see Willem Snyman from Lions Bay doing some work. Four reps left for Willem and 2 minutes left on the clock.
Two more, let's go.
1 rep to go for Willem.
Touch and go there.
And he hits it, touch and go. What a way to finish off. What a way to put on a little show for Willem Snyman, Lions Bay CrossFit.
I think it's a pretty cool setup with the barbells like this. Kind of feels like you're doing it like together as a class, you know?
It's also like a little bit of a head-to-head as well. Because
you can eyeball that.
Yeah. 1 minute left on the clock and the crowd is getting loud because there's an athlete still out on the run.
Everyone is going crazy and insane in the crowd.
Oh, here we go. We got Warwick Rowley. 20 seconds left.
5 more reps to go.
He has got everybody.
Come on, man, let's go.
Everybody backing him up. 10 seconds to go and 3 reps left.
Let's go. Come on, touch and go.
3 seconds on the clock and he shakes his head.
Good job.
He's not going to pull those last 2 reps, but an epic battle all the way to the end.
Yeah, good finish.
And a big push from Warwick.
So 1 more heat to go.
1 men's heat left.
Top 20 men.
That athlete that you just saw on your screen over there, Warwick Rowley, is training at Marlin Coast CrossFit, and he's currently living in Australia. Been in Australia for a few years. Before CrossFit was a enduro and motocross racer. Very cool.
Coming heat, you knows the athlete. Do you like who's the one's gonna be, trying to get that 100 points?
Yeah, I think Yassine just did an amazing job with this workout. I mean, setting the pace and just kind of sticking to his guns. He moved so smoothly through the whole thing, but he has a target on his back. He has 20 athletes that just watched what he did, knows what his time is, and knows the time to beat. Such a cool shot there from Moande Elias. Just jumping into his coach's arms. I think he managed to pull something off there and finish second in that heat. And now on the screen there for the replay, that's Aslam Nicolin. He was doing very well. Kind of lost off his pace a little bit just towards that 4th and 5th round. Shoes coming off from Jacobus Homan.
I was running in Metcons as well. Or maybe not.
And there was that final shot just of Willem Sneeman going touch and go for his last 2 reps. Yeah, here's your man, Warwick Rowley. Marlon Coast CrossFit. His first semi-final, down under champs in a team. They placed 5th in 2019. Been doing CrossFit for 8 years.
Have some experience?
Yeah, looking forward to all the events. He said to me, I've been trying to qualify for 9 years. I've been living in Oz since 2015. It'll be his first time back in 5 years. And his family have never seen him compete in CrossFit. So it's quite a special moment for him as well.
Yeah.
Be back on home turf, hasn't been home in 5 years. And yeah.
Yeah, that must mean like a lot.
Yeah.
Especially when you have that family support so close. It's, special.
Very, very special. But all eyes now onto individual event number 1, men's heat number 2. Your top 20 men seeding out of quarterfinals into this. We're going to cut to a little pre-video of 2 men that think they're going to give this a run.
Dun-dun-dun.
Looking forward to event 1, to run quite a bit. I haven't run for a while, so I've been working on my calf and my hamstring. Looking forward to testing that, looking forward to see how I can run and keep my pace and just get that done. A nice long breathy workout. Start with a good pace, start easy and then see and try and pick off the guys one by one.
Excited for the run as well. Got a background in running. I think it's going to be awesome to have 20 athletes on the floor and be running a track this year. Definitely going to be some people baiting each other and going out a bit too hot, so keen to see how that plays out, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
Alrighty, we are back. And there, as you have it, 2 men just giving their input of what's going to go down for this first event of the weekend. Keelan Henry finishing first, obviously making it to the games a couple of times. And then Callum Diebel finishing 3rd coming into this event. So 2 big boys, definitely looking to make a name for themselves this weekend.
Do you think they can beat the time from the previous heat?
I think we're going to have to see what happens here. But as you can see already, that's on the inside. Keelan is going out strong. He's already looking to overtake that Ruan Duvenacher. And here you have it, individual event number 1. This is the last individual heat for today. 5 rounds for time, 800-meter run under the Josie sun, 10 clean and jerks inside the Emerald Resort Arena. 83 kilograms for the men and 30 minutes to get this done. The pacing of these boys
looks fast.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some pretty quick times coming out of this top 20 over here. A couple of guys looking forward to the running event. Trent Stradon particularly. He loves a run, and he's been working on a couple of other movements coming forwards. Tutoy Botha, also decent runner, knows his paces. DT was just in the previous men's heat. And it's all eyes on that clock. Who's going to be the first male athlete back inside and at what time?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see.
Remember, these athletes are running an 800-meter loop.
Slight deficit and then uphill on the way back.
I mean, I'm no elite athlete, but an 800 loop is a comfy 4 minutes for me in a workout back home. So watching the previous heat and everybody coming in that door under the 3-minute marker is just incredible. Oh, here we go. This is the man we were talking about, Trent Stradom. He put down that he cannot wait for event 1. He's a good runner, and here he is.
You can kind of see it on the form. Yeah, good running form, and also like he looks fast and strong. Looks good.
It'll be great to see if Trent can hold this pace.
First set of 10 clean and jerks.
There he is, grinning as he can hear the crowd shouting for him. Trent Stradom representing Cape CrossFit. Second semi-final, 2023. He came 5th in a team, the Cape CrossFit Werewolves. And 2024 will be his first individual competition, top 20 finish in the Open.
That's really good.
So Trent belongs here. Three minutes, and most of these men are all in from that 800-meter run.
You can see it moves really well as well. So, yeah, it's. I'm sure he's gonna make a really good time and maybe beat the best time. Yeah, looks good.
4 reps to go for Trent, and you can see he's moving super smoothly with that bar, using the rebound out of the clean to power up the jerk.
It looks comfortable and nice. And then the last rep.
And the whole building is vibrating. Can you feel that? The whole building is vibrating with these weights dropping from the men at the same time here. Okay, Trent is out the door, nice and speedy.
Still super fresh, of course.
He wants to hold this lead. Only 1 round in, 4 rounds to go. Lane 18 right now, you got Jason Dix on your screen.
Strong as well.
Jason Dix coming out of CrossFit East London. Finished 24th in last year's semi-final. Been doing CrossFit for 5 years. And there goes Keelan Henry. Keelan has been to the games a number of times repping South Africa, or the Africa region.
Yeah, to have that, as we've been talking about, that experience makes a huge difference coming into the competition. It's good. Yeah.
It is good, but I think what we've noticed this year is a number of the regulars that we kind of often see at the top of the pack are not competing. So there are some new names in here. There's a couple of people coming up, and that also might shake things up a bit. You know, you kind of come to know the competitors around you over the years, and you know what to expect, or from them and the style of their training. And now you have a bunch of new people coming in, maybe 20 new athletes, maybe 5 or 5 in the top 10 that you haven't seen there before.
Yeah, it kind of makes maybe the old guys a bit more nervous.
Yeah, a little unsettling. You know, you don't really know what to expect from those athletes.
Yes. But that's fun and good as well. Like it's they push up like the level, and you know, every year you need to keep getting better. So you can't just let go and relax. So it's good.
And there was Trent running back on the screen, absolutely cruising. He's got a good, probably 30 to 50 meter lead on whoever's behind him. It's all about how he can hold that pace.
Still looks really comfortable. Second round of 10 clean and jerks.
And here he is, making his way back into the arena to start his second round of clean and jerks. Although 10 reps at a time, it's still a lot of accumulative volume. So you're running 800 meters. By the end of this workout, within 20 minutes, you've done 50 clean and jerks at 84 kilos.
Yeah, this is the type of workout that looks easier than it is. That's what I would say.
And a pile of men coming in at the same time, making their way back into the arena. Are they just holding each other's paces, or are they stuck with each other?
They're just really good friends.
So Alan Fowler right at the back of that pack over there in the green shoes. Alan did the Rebel takeover. Devin Ramsden on your screen now from been watching this athlete over the last couple of years, Devin Ramsden. He's done a few individual competitions. Last year went team, did very well in team. Finished 4th in the 2023 semi-finals last year.
That's good.
Devin Ramsden repping CrossFit Kailami. Also been doing the sport for 9 years, so not a newbie. And there at the back of the screen, you see Trent heading out for his 3rd round. But Callum Diebel is close behind him. Callum is in the green shorts. Now 2 athletes catching up. Did Trent maybe go out a little bit too hot?
I think he's going to recover on the way down there.
Yeah, on your screen at the moment, we are looking at Skalkberger, Matthew Ritzelmeier, and Alan Fowlis.
It's going to be a race between these
right around the
here.
Yeah, right around the corner there, facing the screen. That would be Dane Nordia. All very solid athletes. But of course they're solid athletes. They are in the top 20 fittest men in Africa.
Yes.
That's why they're here.
Yeah. One more rep to go, then out for the run.
1 rep for Jason Dix. CJ Ward in the background there. That is Mike Van Tonda. Mike Van Tonda went to the games last year with the Cape CrossFit team. So Mike, Callum Diebel, another male individual in this heat. And the 2 Finkel sisters, Regan and Brady, represented Africa at the CrossFit Games last year.
There he comes.
And the floor quietens down again.
Just waiting. Just gonna enter the door first.
There's Mike Van Tonda, currently training out of CrossFit Yas. 2023 first at the semi-finals and 31st at the games.
Here they're on the way back in the loop of the run.
There comes Ruan Potgieter. Ruan Potgieter, a crowd favorite, always a crowd favorite for the South African guys. And quite a big resume behind him. 2021, 6th at Fittest in Cape Town, 4th in 2022, 2nd at 2023 semi-finals. And back again.
So is the other guy creeping up on the back?
Yeah, Trent straight home, and right behind him now, Callum Diebel.
It's going to be an interesting race between them.
Callum actually a little bit faster now because he's straight to his barbell. Trent still has to run around. Has to run around the arena before he can start his 10 clean and jerks.
Yeah, let's see if he can recover and get up some speed on the run again.
That's Darren Zernomer coming up the hill.
A little bit of slower pace on the clean and jerks now.
Yeah, definitely starting to slow down a bit. I think this workout's starting to take its toll. This is the yeah, and we just got confirmation that there goes Callum Diebel. He's finished with his 10 reps. Heading out for his 4th 800-meter run. So 2 rounds to go for these athletes. But Callum is about to drop into the lead in this event.
Looks like
as he runs past Trent at the back there.
Starting to create that gap between them.
There goes Callum, absolutely cruising now as he's going to try and increase that lead as much as he can. 1 rep left for Trent Stradom, and he's going to have to do some catching up on that run now. Callum has created a bit of a lead.
Yeah,
Rowan Potgieter has just moved into 2nd position. Sorry, Lucas.
No worries.
So there goes Rowan in the red t-shirt. He is currently in 2nd position. He is now going to chase down Callum Diebel. And there you have Keelan Henry putting the pressure on Trent Stradom now. Darren Zernomer making his way out the arena.
Yeah, so now we can see start to happen a lot in the field here where they're, you know, chasing each other down and switching places. It's yeah, now it's starting to get hard.
Yeah, lots of positional changes about to start happening now, and a few gaps open up. Marlo Prinsloo on your screen now. Marlo Prinsloo repping CrossFit Leo. Yeah, and that's a big pack of guys right up at the top. I mean, they're not really letting each other away from themselves.
No, they probably feel a lot of pressure, you know, coming into the clean and jerks, and it's yeah, it's gonna be fun to see who's gonna push.
Okay, Lucas, this guy is incredibly talented. He is 17 years old.
Oh shit!
His name is Caden Stain. He just qualified for the age group CrossFit Games, as well as the individual semi-final. He finished 16th coming into the semi-final, and he's here throwing down in the top heat.
That's impressive. That's so cool.
17 years of age. Caden Stain on the screen at the moment.
I can't even remember what I did when I was 17. You know? So that's, yeah. The future of South African CrossFit athletes.
Yeah. And when I spoke to Caden, so he finished 4th at the CrossFit Games last year. This is his first live semi-final. He is just looking to gain some experience and would like to see a bigger South African representation at the Games. And his hope is that he can inspire younger athletes. Like, how incredible is that?
That is really...
I mean, at 17, you're on this stage, and what you've said is what you want to achieve here is to inspire younger athletes and, you know, create a bigger Games presence for South Africa.
That is really humble and very nice, you know. I think just that mentality is gonna give so much back to him as well, and get a good support, and I think he's gonna go really far.
Let's hope so. But right now it's all eyes on Callum Diebel. Callum Diebel finishing off his 4th round of clean and jerks. He's 2 into his 10 reps.
Looked really solid as well.
And these four men are not letting each other out of their sight.
He went like, no, no, no.
So Ruan Porqueda is currently second, but there's four men that are glued together. 5 reps left for Callum. And Keelan is in. Ruan is in. Trent still has to make his way all the way around the floor. That's Josh Kernot right alongside Ruan. So these 3-4 men that came in together in one pile are pushing it for a second position.
Last
but it's all
round.
eyes on Callum.
Let's go.
Callum Diebel looking for an event win. He has 1 round, 800-meter run, and 10 clean and jerks between him and an event win.
Dun-dun-dun.
Okay, Keelan Henry currently in second place, taking over on the reps.
It's going to be a tight race between them all the way into the end. This kind of reminds me when I was competing back in the days and me and Johnny Koski at regionals were going head to head and just shared the same, pain look with each other and like, yeah, let's keep pushing.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. I mean, you're not alone in this pain cave. You are in a ring of 20 other athletes that are in the exact same position. Darren Zernomer at the moment, you can see his shins are just getting smoked with these clean and jerks. Just dragging that bar a little bit too close maybe. But there goes Keelan. He's currently in second. Keelan is going to do his best to chase down Callum Diebel.
He has a pretty good gap there still.
These men are really putting on a show for us. Darren Zernomer just struggling to pick up this bar a little bit.
Last trip.
And there he goes. Caden Stain smiling, having a lovely time. I think he's happy to be here.
Youngster, yeah. Good.
One round left for Caden. And there he is again. We were just discussing this man. I mean, I don't know what I was doing at 17, but I definitely didn't have 116 kg snatch and 135 kilogram clean and jerk.
No, me neither. I was picking my nose and farting at my nose. Yeah, and he moves well as well.
He moves very well. He moves very well. And this isn't even one of his favorite events. When I asked him what events he's looking forward to, he just said Sunday. So 3 events coming up on Sunday, and that is where he's hoping to make things up.
And here he comes for the last 10 clean and jerks.
Callum Diebel coming back into the building. 10 clean and jerks between him and an event win.
He's probably going to take this one.
He's chasing down Yassine from the previous heat. Here we go, Keelan Henry making his way back in as well. Keelan got 10 clean and jerks.
He looks strong and solid.
He looks very solid under these weights.
5 more reps to go.
5 reps as Keelan Henry enters the building.
4.
Here comes Josh Kernot.
3 more to go. Is it 4? Yeah, 2 more to go.
Josh Kernot from Commit to the Grid CrossFit finished 4th at last year's semi-finals. So Josh Kernot is right up there. But 1 rep left for Callum Diebel as he finishes this event, takes a heat win. We'll have to wait for the overall standings later on. But Keelan Henry with 3 reps to go. Ruan Duvenacher making a bit of a comeback over here. 1 rep for Keelan Henry.
More to go.
Keelan Henry down, and there comes Trent Stradholm just behind in the back there right now. Devin Ramsden coming around the rig.
They go touch and go.
They're going rep for rep over here. Josh Kernot just edges out Ron Potgieter.
Good job.
A matter of 1 rep, and Ron Duvenacher will be right in the middle of that mix as well. On your screen just before we came over to these two. But it is not over. There's still 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Still a number of athletes that need to get through this work. But 6 of your men are finished. And we're going to Darren Zernomer for his last 10 clean and jerks. Darren really struggling with those shins. And Darren with 5 reps to go. Still sub 25 minutes, and there's Trent Stradholm. He came out at a blistering pace.
Yeah, and lost a bit of speed on the 3rd round, right?
Yeah. Just struggled to hold on to that pace from his first and second and third round. In the 3rd round of the clean and jerks, kind of just slowed down a little bit. But 1 rep left with Darren Zernomer.
But I think it's good as well. Sometimes you just need to go and try to push the pace and see what you can do.
And see what happens.
Yeah. Like if you want to go for the top spot, you need to, go hard.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's no real pacing or kind of waiting to see what happens in these workouts. There's 6 events and 1 game spot. So you kind of have to come out here and give it everything you got. With 4 reps left for Marlo Prinsloo. Marlo out of CrossFit Leo, 28th at last year's semi-final. 4 years in the sport. And CJ Ward coming in the door now. CJ Ward has got 10 clean and jerks remaining. That's Anthony Rousseau now on your screen in block number 20. There he is, Anthony Rousseau, 1 rep remaining.
Here we go, good job.
And he gets it done. Anthony Rousseau out of Pack Life CrossFit, 2022 semi-finals, a 4th place finish. 5 years in the sport.
Race. Let's go.
Dane Nadir.
Close one.
And CJ Ward.
I wonder who took the...
That's going to have to come down to the stopwatch. But Dane just hanging on for a touch and go double just to nick out CJ Ward at the end there. We'll have to see what happens. Mark van Tondo back on your screen again. As we mentioned, last year's Games athlete, now living in the UAE, training at CrossFit Yas. And here we go, Caden Stain. 2 reps to go for Caden Stain.
Looks happy now as well.
Still smiling, still smiling, Caden Stain. I like this guy.
Yeah, me too. Me too. He has this positive energy.
Yeah. Jason Dix, he said he's here to take it all in and enjoy the event, and he is showing it on his face. He is enjoying every moment of this. But what an incredible opportunity, being in a heat with Africa's top 20 athletes. As a first-time semi-finals athlete, as a 17-year-old teenager, just really an incredible feeling, just being there.
Crushing all the old men. You know?
Jason Dix with 1 rep to go. He gives us a little push press to finish the workout.
Soon 2 minutes to go on the time cap as well.
That man right over there, Jason Dix from CrossFit East London, finishing 24th at the 2023 semi-final. And every male athlete, finishing under the time cap.
That's awesome. Good job, guys. Do you feel a little bit more excited to, in the future, do this workout? No.
I'm just excited to get to work out and use my body again. That's going to be the best thing. But just having a look at some epic drone footage of where this run actually went to. You can see these men coming back from that first 800-meter run. And just what a venue.
Yeah, and just that last, way in there, the little bit more higher incline, that's gonna do a lot to the legs when you go into the clean and jerks.
Yeah, that steep little uphill.
Yeah, it's short, but it's gonna, make you fatigue.
So there's a little bit of drone footage. We are hanging out at Emerald Resort and Casino at Vanderbijlpark out in South Africa. Just outside of Johannesburg, about an hour outside of Joburg. Lovely little destination location for the 2024 Rebel Renegade Games. And the epic media crew just taking us through a little bit of an inside scoop of where these guys ran. Look at the scenery, Lucas.
Yes, it's amazing. Yeah.
It was quite interesting to see how the guys that came out very hot at the start maybe slowed down a little bit towards the end. And there goes Callum right over there, middle of the pack through that first run, and then just gained momentum as it came on. Trent Stradom there on the screen again. Ooh, almost ran in the wrong direction. Started this workout very, very strong and just slowed down a little too much in that third round. And these 4 boys here did not want to let each other go.
But I think everyone did a good job. No one really went too hard, so they hit the wall. Everyone looks like they had a pretty good pace and made it through.
Yeah, I mean, we have to take into account a 30-minute time cap with every single athlete finishing 3 minutes short of the time cap. I mean, what a good showing.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to watch what this kid brings for the rest of the weekend. Well, I say kid, but I mean, what a beast. What a beast.
We are kid.
Just arriving at his first semi-final event with nothing to show.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what he brings to the future as well.
Yeah.
Someone to, follow and see.
Most definitely. And I mean, just looking back on that, we saw this once before with the team that went to the games last year, those Finkel sisters. I mean, they all started doing CrossFit at about, between 15, 16, 17, and everybody kind of in the community followed the journey a little bit. And I mean, look what happened. They all hit the games last year. And I mean, it just shows the dedication to the sport.
Yeah.
Starting at a young age, getting the backing from your own home box and the greater community, and it just shows what is possible.
Yeah.
Caden already been to the games, going to the games again this year for the second time.
Yeah, and that just like it's the start of building up this community and more and more professional athletes is going to come out of that.
If you're watching the live feed from home, thank you so much for joining us. It's been really an amazing 2 hours watching the teams take on event number 1 with Lucas Hogberg beside me.
Yeah, it was very nice. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Lucas. I really appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to spending some more time with you tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, and thank you as well, and thank you guys for having me here. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Matt, you have been taking care of me really well. So thank you. My first time ever, commenting.
We will be back in 15 minutes to take on Teams event number 3, the final event for today and the Teams third event for the weekend. So, see you in a bit.
Da-na-na.
Athletes, 1 minute. "30 seconds, athlete, hands on the worm." Athletes, 10 seconds, hands on the worm, stand by. First 2 athletes go. 20 seconds later, the second athletes will go. 10 seconds. Stand by. And go. Here we go, athletes 2, 3, and 4. Already getting lost. They're going to go out round the ice barrel, round the potbelly ice barrels, 3 and 4, and then out on the run. As we wait to it, looking up at the clock, 2 minutes. The average run time for the individuals is about 3 to 4 minutes. So I'm expecting we should see the first runners roughly about 40 seconds, 30 seconds, depending on how fast they went, or did they cook it? Have they come out too fast? Natalie, you used to run. What do you think?
This is definitely not a first round workout. The team that comes in first, you'll see if they can hold that position. But this is definitely a 4th and a 5th round kind of a workout. So you want to pace it. You don't want to go out too hot because you can always speed up. But if you cook it, if one person cooks it, you are in big trouble with these last bit of thrusters.
100%. And the thing is, you actually can't quite tell how far you are given the way the run works.
Yeah.
So it's always going to be an interesting fact. And then, as they said, you have to synchro at the bottom and at the top. So no one wants a no rep in this round.
Definitely not. Luckily, there are no burpee penalties in this workout.
Oh, that crushed souls in event 1. I've never felt so bad just for so many athletes.
We should start getting ready to see some teams making their way into the arena.
Speak of the devil, here we go. First team, I think that's Motley Crew. First 2 runners.
Super fly with his sunglasses. Loving the pink.
There are, remember, 20 seconds the next set left. So we have to see. Here we go. 1 Lone Ranger, lost to Steamy.
You do not need to run together, but you obviously need to work together as a team of 4 on the worm. So if you get there first, you can wait, and then the team can work together.
Oh, looks like the second 2 runners of Motley Crew have made their way back. There we go. But right now, it's all about pack life. 15 thrusters.
Motley Crew CrossFit has made their way back to the worm. They're about to pick it up to start off their 15 thrusters.
There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on that thruster. Here we go. Lions, but they're up now. Once you've had 15, they're going to walk forward one placement, put the worm down, and run again. There we go. Pack life. You. And down. There goes Pack life.
Motley Crew with 5 reps to go.
Motley Crew stopping to fix his hair. Not quite the time. Woo. Communication is key as we watch Pack Life making their way across the back in front of the stands. Oh, we have a no rep.
CrossFit Uncontained getting hit with a no rep. Motley Crew is struggling with that worm.
Oh, Motley Crew trying to kill one of their own.
Eleanor in half.
There we go. Second team out on the run, ATG. Motley Crew nearly killed one of their own.
Communication is so important on this worm. You got to listen to your caller.
There we go, Motley Crew, 2 reps needed. They've got it together now. Last one. Oh, overhead for the big guy. You have to pick it up and carry it forward. Again, miscommunication. There we are. There they go, Uncontained. They're off on their run.
Now they can all start together on their run.
Got to cross the line, and now they've got to reverse. There we are, Motley. No deaths.
We have CrossFit Akerstad Legacy finishing up, moving their worm forward as they head out for round number 2.
Here goes Lions Bay. That worm must be on your shoulder. Got to get it back up to cross the line. The worm must be on your shoulder. You must cross the yellow line and then reverse. Here you go, Lions Bay. Come on, guys. Up on the shoulders. 1, 2, 3. Up. You're welcome.
There you go, guys.
Cross. Now go back and drop. 3, 2, 1. Yay. Go run.
Nice job, Lions Bay.
Sorry, guys. I'll be your captain.
Recuperate and talk it out on that walk now. You got it.
All right, once again, looking out. All eyes are going to be on the entrance and exit to see with the first team back in. I think the first team that left was Wolfpack. Yes, Pack Life.
Pack Life Wanderers.
All right, let's see if they've maintained their lead.
Pack Life CrossFit making their way back to their worm as they start round number 2.
This has been a stormer cruise so far. Remember, they've got today and tomorrow. 3 workouts today and 2 tomorrow. Look at that teamwork. Sorry, that's...
As you guys can see, they need to work together as a team. All the way down, all the way up. 15 reps.
Here comes the next team running on through. Managed to stay together. We're going to see if they've got... Whoa! Pack Life came a bit undone there. And you drop the worm. A little bit confusion. Here we go. 8.
Against the grain, CrossFit making their way in. Staying nice and composed before they pick up this worm. Kendall at the back as the anchor.
Pack Life back up. Here's like ATG. As it looks at the entrance, here comes Motley Crue. First 2 runners are our 2 ladies.
Motley Crue CrossFit has made up some time on that run. The girls this time are going to wait for the boys.
Here they come, 3 and 4. Hot on their heels though, it's another team. Just 2 runners. Motley Crue, here come the 2 boys. They've caught up now.
CrossFit Uncontained making their way in. We have CrossFit Mossel Bay, Team Forged.
ATG back out for round 3.
ATG making light work of that worm as they head out of the arena for round number 3. Let's make some noise.
Motley Crue, they've got it up uncontained. "30-minute time cap as we look to the clock at 11.5 minutes.
CrossFit Akerstad Legacy catching a few breaths before they pick up that worm. Motley Crue working together to get through those 15 reps.
Short rests seem to be a big factor here. You've got to keep it working. Communication is key, ladies and gentlemen. 5 reps needed for Motley Crue. Motley Crue down and up. There we go. They've got 4.
CrossFit Uncontained
3 for Motley
managing.
Crue. They've sorted out their problems.
Cassie as the anchor on this uncontained team in front here.
Motley Crue need 1 more rep.
CrossFit Uncontained Marissa being the caller on this workout. Keeping good control of her team.
Motley Crue have got it.
Motley Crue and Uncontained are neck and neck.
There we go, Motley Crue back on the run. They've done some massive damage control there. There goes Uncontained as well.
Mossel Bay making their way out, as is Motley Crue CrossFit.
Akerstad with a short rest. It's Akerstad versus Lions Bay at the moment.
CrossFit Uncontained is making their way out of the arena. They're chasing down Motley Crue. On the floor, we still have CrossFit Akerstad Legacy.
And Lions Bay. This is it, rep for rep. Who's going to leave the floor last? Looks like Lions Bay have done some work. Nice work.
Legacy just having a word with each other as they talk about how they got to move this worm back. They have to work in their sections. They cannot move out of the section.
Lions Bay moved themselves up, looking good. Remember, no matter what, you're still against the clock on the other heats. Communication is key, athletes.
15 minutes down, 15 minutes to go. We have got Pack the Life Wanderers making their way back into the arena.
Here we go. Eikestad got it together. I think they are 2 reps short. Here's one. Last rep, Eikestad. Here we go. Great work, guys.
Here we go. Pack Life making easy work of the worm. Good communication is paying off.
ATG on their way in as we say goodbye to Eikestad on their way out.
And Kendall just does not stop smiling.
Right now, though, it's all Pack Life versus ATG.
CrossFit Eikestad Legacy has finally made their way through the second round as they head out the arena.
6 reps for ATG.
Pack Life with 3 reps to go, 2 reps to go.
10 for ATG.
1 rep to go.
$13 for ATG, 2 reps behind. Oh, ATG have pulled it back. ATG are going to put in some work here, see if they can get themselves up to Pack Life.
Motley Crew, the girls are back in again, getting ready for round number 3. CrossFit Mossel Bay team forged. 2 of their team members already in, waiting for their team members to join.
Waiting for the 2 Motley Crew boys to come back. Meanwhile, the 2 from Mossel Bay have caught up. And here come the crew from Motley Crew. Mossel Bay got the worm up.
All right, our Motley Crew CrossFit team is all together now. Dave is getting ready to lead the team through these next 15 reps. Uncontained making their way back into the gym, as is Lions Bay CrossFit.
So far, it looks like Mossel Bay have a 6 rep lead over Motley Crew and Uncontained 2. Make that 7 reps. 8. 9. Here we go, Motley Crew, 10 reps behind. Can they catch up?
Lions Bay, both of the gentlemen are in. They're waiting for their girls so they can start with round number 3.
Uncontained doing some work. They're trying to catch up. It's neck and neck here. There we go, Mossel Bay, they're on to their last run. Uncontained 2 have the warm up, and Motley Crew are hunting. Round 4 for Uncontained.
That was a much better round by the Uncontained team. It looks like that worm communication is finally catching up to their abilities.
Mossel Bay from Uncontained. Now we're looking to Lions Bay and Motley Crew. Apologies, it's all this dry air. I'm not a Platalander like Natalie.
It must be the altitude. Blame it on that. You're from sea level, that's why.
100%, 100%. There we go, Motley Crew, cracker job.
We have CrossFit Akersnut Legacy that has just made their way back into the arena to start their 4th round. Beg your pardon, their 3rd round.
I got Akersnut now up against Lions Bay. Here we go, Lions Bay are up, Akersnut are up. There we go, looking for depth. 13 for Lions Bay.
We have got Pack Life Wanderers making
Been
their
given
way,
a no rep, Lions Bay.
but right on their heels we have ATG CrossFit tracking them down.
Lions Bay. They have 1 rep, Lions Bay. Put it down with 1 rep remaining.
Pack Life Wanderers making easy work of that worm, and as I say that, I jinx it. Sorry, guys.
ATG though looking good. These two have been fighting neck and neck. ATG with 5 reps.
Their approach is different. They're basically doing singles each time, but they're not losing any reps at all. They're just chipping away, making sure of good reps. Lions Bay CrossFit has finished up their 3rd round as they head out the arena for round number 4.
3 reps needed for Pack Life. Woo!
We have a race.
It's tie. Both teams are going to watch each other as they head out for the last time. Pack Life versus against the grain. 800 meters between the two.
CrossFit Akersnut has got 4 reps to finish up this round. 1 rep and move the worm forward.
Right, Pack Life's first runner in the lead, then the full team of ATG, followed by the last 3 of Pack Life, and Lance just doing his best back there. Come on, Lance. First two runners of Mossel Bay back in. They're going to have a little bit of a rest.
Whoa, Marissa coming in for CrossFit Uncontained. They are making a move. They've got 5 minutes of work to
1,
go.
2, 3, 4 uncontained athletes.
CrossFit
One.
Mossel Bay Team Forged also making their way to their worm.
This is Mossel Bay up against Uncontained 2. Both these teams neck and neck. Motley Crew have stuck together this round. Ladies obviously pulling it back to drag the boys along. Nice work.
Cheeky little water break before they pick up that worm for round number 4.
Uncontained look like they've got a slightly better strategy right now.
Reps for CrossFit Uncontained.
Shoo! As we look at the time, 3.5 minutes. Oh, it's gonna be a bun fight. What are these teams gonna do? Uncontained up against Mossel Bay. They're fighting for points. Here we go, Uncontained and Mossel Bay, neck and neck. Motley Crew getting the worm up. Lovely work there for Mossel. Who have we got here? ATG? No? Lions Bay. First runner back for Lions Bay.
ATG looks super swag in all black this afternoon. Motley Crew CrossFit making work of that worm.
Here comes athlete number 2 for Lions Bay. Athletes, you have 2.5 minutes remaining. 2.5 minutes.
ATG CrossFit making their way back into the arena as they look to finish out this workout with little bit more than 2 minutes to go.
And here's the Pack Life on their heels. This is gonna be a bun fight. Have ATG got it? Do Pack Life want it?
Who wants
There's
this
the pickup.
heat win more? Pack Life Wanderers or is ATG gonna take it?
ATG first to get the worm up. They've done 1. They've got 2. With a 3-rep lead, can they hold on? There's 4. That's the 3-rep lead. Here comes Pack Life, moving faster than a freight train.
90 seconds of this time cap remaining.
Who's going to put the worm down first? That is the question right now. ATG versus Pack Life.
ATG is on 9. They
Pack
just
Life put
finished
it
10.
down. ATG have held in with everything they've got. 3 reps. Looks like
2 reps
2 reps.
for ATG CrossFit. Last rep. And ATG CrossFit takes the event with a heat win. Well done, guys. Well done.
There goes Motley Crew off for their last lap. Come on, Motley. 30 seconds remaining.
Just watch out for the runners coming through, guys. 15 seconds to go.
Look at that absolute sportsmanship conduct. ATG have come out to cheer on Pack Life. That's why we do this in 4, 3, 2, 1. Time.
That is it for our teams. Event 3, heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up.
Okay, we are back and we are in the team's third event for the day. I'm now joined by Emma Morgan.
Hello, Matt.
I'm on. I'm now joined here by Emma Morgan, owner of CrossFit
Bellito. Nice to be here.
The audio is on. I can see it on the desk. Sorry. No, my audio is on. Yeah, you were telling me there was no volume.
Oh my gosh.
Oh shit. That's why we stopped talking. Owner of CrossFit Bellito.
Thanks for having me.
And yeah, team competitor from last year.
Yep.
How many years before that?
2 years before I was individual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So a well-seasoned athlete in Emma, getting some inside scoop on the teams particularly as well.
Yep.
We've got 2 teams heats left for event number 3. Yeah, we're going to jump straight on to the lineup. There you go. And having a look at the team starting lineup right now. From lane number 1, we've got the CrossFit Juggernaut Jugger Sharks in lane 2. Sorry, this is a little bit confusing. We're having a bit of technical difficulty. Lane 2, CrossFit Stellenbosch. In lane 3, CrossFit Unboxed Rookies. In lane 4, RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp. In lane 5, Motley Crew CrossFit Twinning. In lane 6, the CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. In lane 7, CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. In lane 8, CrossFit Josie. In lane 9, BST CrossFit Black. And in lane 10, Lions Bay 10-4. This is our second team's heat for event number 3, kicking off in 10 seconds. And we'll pop that workout up on the screen for you very shortly.
Looking forward to seeing some more teams crossing that finish line.
Yeah, so only one team in the previous heat getting across that line. And as we saw with the previous events for today, that definitely speeds up a little bit.
Yes, it does. I think it's quite a tight time domain for these teams at the moment.
If you're wondering what's happening now, why they split the teams, just to get out of the competition arena, the teams have to split their four-way partnership into 2 with a 20-second delay.
It's because people are tired now.
Okay, so having a look at this workout, a 5-rounder, 800-meter run in your team of 4, coming back inside 10 worm thrusters. Now, we're going to get the inside scoop from the best in the business. Em, tell us about that worm.
Listen, that worm is a whole nother story. Although for me, the run would be the difficult part. I think if you are a bit of a lagger on a run and you're being pulled along by some strong runners out there, getting back to that worm is going to be a struggle.
Yeah, we were having this discussion earlier this morning for event 1, and a lot of these teams and a lot of these athletes have never actually touched the worm until that first event. So no warm-up on the worm, just straight in, 3, 2, 1, go, pick up that 165-kilogram rogue worm for the first time.
No, it's hectic. The synchronicity that you need to get on that worm is on a whole nother level. So those teams that have not practiced it yet, I feel for them.
But you did mention earlier when we were having a chat that thruster's probably one of the easier of the movements with the worm.
Yeah, definitely. I think the thruster is the easier movement. Is not too much in the way of having to move it except for over your head. So if you do miss, sorry for your head, but that's about it.
Coming across the screen there, currently leading CrossFit Juggernaut Triumph. You'll see all these teams still running in pairs. You'll see this pretty much throughout the 30-minute time cap.
I think the leaders are going to shift around quite a bit as we get through round number 3. Seems to be the sticking point for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, I think that steady uphill on the way back is also going to start taking its toll. It's a very nice downhill as soon as you leave the arena, but on the way back, you got to get back up that.
Then you get a nice quad pump going into those thrusters after the hill climb.
Yeah, beautiful. So kind of strategy on this workout, pace the run, head with, or stick with your slowest runner. There's no point in gassing the run and getting there,
and rest
seconds before anyone else and then just standing around. So run as a team, push your team along. When you get to those thrusters, hang on for unbroken sets.
Unbroken is the only way on those thrusters. Otherwise, you're just going to lose precious time. So you can always shuffle along on a run.
Communication, always important. Everyone is facing the same direction on the worms, so it's not going to be, you can't have one leader just standing at the front and seeing what's going on. And no reps. No reps are just costly.
What a waste of energy. No, you've got to make sure that you're squatting all at the same time. That worm is going over everyone's head at the same time.
Lions Bay CrossFit 10-4, first in with their 4 athletes. Right at the bottom of your screen here in lane number 10. And then right up towards the top of your screen, you've got the Unboxed Rookies, CrossFit Stellenbosch, and the Jugger Sharks. All coming together. And there you go already, just a couple of teams.
Oh, struggle.
Just struggling to manage the pickup of that. That
And
looks like a back
the front
situation.
of that worm is very heavy. You can see how the girls are generally like, you know, in between the guys as they handle the heavier ends of the worm. The middle was definitely my favorite position.
That's the draw that you want to get onto, eh?
You know, you feel like you're not doing as much
You
work.
can see. This is BST CrossFit Black, really just struggling to pick up this worm over here.
Yeah, I think the trick is to synchronize, you know, as you are cleaning the worm, because that is your setup. If you're not getting that setup right, see, they got it right this time now. If you're not getting that setup right, you're setting yourself up for poor positioning already.
Oh, a little bit of a traffic jam. 3 teams already through their first set of 10 thrusters. And on their way out, we've got to keep in mind, you need to be hitting an average of 6 minutes a round to get through all 5 rounds in that 30-minute time cap. So starting out the gates here, this team is well on track.
And bearing in mind, they've already done 2 other workouts, so they're not fresh.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
It's been a long day for the teams, but at least they get a rest after this one.
And a nice long race with the first teams events only kicking off midday tomorrow. Hopefully the teams can have a bit of a sleep in the morning.
A sleep in and lots of food.
It's interesting this year that it's obviously because of the course layout, but they're not making the athletes and the teams run holding a rope together. You can kind of run at your own pace.
Yeah,
Not sure if that's better or worse.
I feel like it's better. as somebody who is not the strongest runner in terms of distance, I would be much happier not having to hang on to somebody's rope. And perhaps seeing your friends in front of you running will motivate you a bit more to run harder.
As these teams make their way towards that halfway point, it's some good scenery on this gravel road for about 300 meters, and then they turn around, come back in because the rest of the distance is made up between that gate and inside the arena. But Em, you've had quite a run with the team. Last year you had some crazy travels up and down.
I did.
Owning CrossFit Ballito down in KZN.
Yep, KZN.
And being a part of a team in Pretoria.
Yep, there was a lot of flying for every single open workout. So I would fly up on the Sunday morning, do the open workout, and fly back on the Sunday afternoon.
Oh, wow.
So there was no redos.
On the same day.
Oh, yeah. Same day. And don't forget the altitude. Listen, I wasn't here adapting to the altitude.
Yeah, you literally live at the beach.
Yeah, I live at the beach, and then I was flying 1,700 meters above sea level to do the open. And then was back for quarters, and then was back again 3 weeks before semis.
Oh, wow.
With the team. Yeah, it was a hectic season, but it was awesome. It was a really good learning curve.
And like, what did training look for you like, or what looked like for you in that team, especially leading up to semis? Like, how did you guys approach training for semifinals?
So we were all put on the same training program around quarterfinals. So we were all on separate programs, obviously, before that. And then the team did actually come down to Ballito to train with me for a weekend, which was great. So they got to experience the humidity and actually saw that I was not an unfit human. And then, obviously, with the 3 weeks before semis, we got to train properly together. So we didn't really have a lot of time to train as a team per se. So I feel like we did a great job considering the traveling and the restraints on that.
Oh, that's incredible, and it's very cool that you managed to make that work. You guys also did very well at semis last year, so
we did. We didn't quite get to where we wanted to, which was obviously the games, but we'll take that second place spot.
That one spot does make things very tricky for a lot of these teams in South Africa.
Yeah, look, and the team placings last year was a little bit all over the show with all the, testing and stuff that was done afterwards. So,
Yeah.
I'm hoping, I really am backing Tiger Valley this year, considering I was on the team.
Yep.
I want them to.
I mean, as an
to
honorable
make their
member.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want them to make their dream happen.
Now, we can all just really hope that prize giving this year goes smoothly.
Yeah.
And that we end up with the team that wins the event at the games.
Yes.
That'll be great for the community.
Okay, we're going into the second round of this worm here. I feel like second round, these teams should have a better idea of how to get that worm up smoothly and then straight into those 10 reps, bang them out, and then back on that run.
Yeah, right there. That's the unboxed rookies in the
Because
green.
They've got a great rhythm going with those thrusters.
Moving very smoothly through those thrusters. Everybody in perfect sync. Right over there in the white shirts, CrossFit Stellenbosch. And in the red and black, right in the middle of the screen, that is the CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. So a couple of teams back onto their second round of worm thrusters. 10 is the count. Walking that worm forwards. 5 reps to go for CrossFit Stellenbosch on your screen now.
So I actually went to Rhodes with Dale Edwards in CrossFit Stellenbosch. In fact, majority of my Rhodes friends are in semi-finals.
Oh wow, that's
this
cool.
weekend, which is awesome. Gemma Radar, Emma Holiday, Dale Edwards, all of us started CrossFit together, which is really cool to see.
CrossFit Juggernaut smiling their way back into the arena on their second run. My apologies, that was RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp directly behind CrossFit Stellenbosch.
So you want to try and use that worm as it's coming down from that top position onto your shoulder to drive you into that squat. So a lot of teams seem to be stopping as the worm hits their shoulder. When you think about a thruster, you want it to push you down, right? Get that momentum going.
I think so much of this just comes down to that timing.
Yeah.
You need to know that worm is going to hit you in the correct position.
Yep.
When it's a thruster and you're on a solo mission, you know where the bar is at all times. Or the sandbag even.
Yep. But again, I think it comes down to obviously a lot of these teams haven't practiced with the worm.
Yeah.
So the sinking is not on point just yet. But maybe by round 5, they'll be looking a lot smoother.
Some shout outs for Unboxed and RTF. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, Johan. Thanks, Mareike, for spending your Friday afternoon with us.
Not a bad way to spend Friday afternoon. Watching some very fit people.
So CrossFit Juggernaut on the screen now. Juggernaut Triumph. One of 3 teams. There we go. BST CrossFit Black picking up a little bit more momentum now.
Moving into that
Had a
third
little
run.
bit of a tough start. Just getting that bag up.
At least they have a very nice run route. I feel like it's quite calming in those trees before you get back into that chaos of worm.
Yeah, as you can see outside in the beautiful Vanderbijlpark, the sun is starting to go down a little bit. Shadows over the athletes as they were running out.
The cold hits you very quickly in this part of the world.
It gets very cold very quickly.
As soon as that sun starts setting, that chill just creeps in.
We're in for a frosty weekend. This is South Africa. Mornings, 5 degrees Celsius. Midday, 24 degrees Celsius. Back into 5 degrees in the evening.
At least the sweat amount is much lower at this point of the day. See CrossFit Stellenbosch sticking together there on their run.
Unbox bringing all the support into the comments here.
They do have a rope there, those two goals.
That's interesting because I haven't seen that before. That's kind of the first team across all the semis I've seen pull out a band and use it to drag. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Not sure if that was obviously disclosed in the athlete briefing.
Clearly she prefers being dragged along.
Here we go.
It's helpful.
RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp coming up the hill now in the green shirts.
About halfway through that time cap.
15 minutes in, 15 to go.
This is a long workout, Matt.
And these teams are finishing off their third round now.
And this is definitely an endurance humans workout. Again, would not be in my wheelhouse necessarily.
So RTF just getting ahead now of CrossFit Stellenbosch. And also just very smooth
So
on that
smooth.
worm.
You can tell these guys have definitely been practicing a lot together.
Yeah. And it becomes very clear. You can see kind of the teams that maybe have a worm and have done some practice on a worm before, and the teams that are coming in and doing this for the very first time. But Joe, interesting what you were saying earlier, how heavy the front of the worm is. If you just tuned in now, we did have this discussion earlier this morning, but that is a 4-piece, I mean, that worm is split into 4 parts essentially. So that's why you see the setup as male, female, because the front and the middle has a 45 kilogram bag, and then the ladies' middle and the back has got a 33 kilogram bag, with a couple of spaces between, making up the total of 165.
Yeah, no, you do not want to be stuck in the heavy part of the worm as the weaker or smaller athletes. I have been hit in the head a couple times, and it is not a fun time.
That is one thing that I have noticed a few times, and it's just that, like, you understand that your teammates are getting so tired to kind of that breaking point, but dropping the bag without letting your teammates know. I've seen people get flung across the floor because, I mean, you're standing and then unexpectedly get dragged down by 160 kilos. It's not pretty.
No, it's really not great. And again, that's just like, it's a communication error. I mean, I understand you get very tired when you are in the middle of these workouts, but you got to be aware that you've got another 3 humans behind or in front of you that are going to get taken out by this very large weight.
There you go in the green shirts right now. That is Motley Crue twinning, heading out for their 4th run. So 3 rounds in, 2 rounds to go.
I feel like we're going to see a few teams finishing this workout in this heat.
A little bit of traffic coming up there. Saw Rousseau Wheeler doing some dance moves as he moved past that potbelly ice barrel.
You got to flush out the lactic acid somehow. I find dancing is very helpful, distracting too, from the pain.
Shame, if you have a look there, so this is the Jugger Sharks. I had a chat to Riley Carpenter earlier. He's got that big plaster on his head.
Yeah, what happened?
He hit his head on something.
Clearly.
It wasn't on the competition floor. It was, I mean, somewhere else, on a beam or something like that.
Oh no.
And he said he's all good and he's cleared for this event, but he needs to go and have some stitches put in his head after this event. So, shame. Strength to you, Riley.
Classic injuring yourself outside of CrossFit.
Yeah.
Everyone always thinks people get injured inside of CrossFit. They don't. It's the silly things we do outside. You can attest to that.
Yeah, I've been doing the sport for 10 years, got injured 2 years ago, not doing the sport.
Being silly.
All right, CrossFit Josie right up over there in the blue and pink. Got their outfits on point.
Yeah, I love it when teams match. I must say, the uniforms this year, I'm a little bit jealous about.
Yeah, massive. Northern Spirit came through in a huge way. Every single athlete got a full pack, the full athlete experience with the change rooms yesterday.
Amazing.
It was so cool. Every volunteer and judge fully kitted out head to toe. So huge props to Northern Spirit.
I must say, they've definitely like upped the standard this year. And I'm looking forward to making my comeback next year and getting the athlete kit as well.
Team or individual next year?
Individual.
And why are you off this year?
Because I'm currently pregnant.
Oi.
So 6 months pregnant. We will see how the recovery goes post-baby. But the goal, it's always good to have goals.
Yeah.
The goal is to come back and hopefully get back onto the semi-finals floor with my new cheerleader in tow.
That would be incredible. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times now, and it's really just inspiring, especially for other moms out there.
Yeah.
That you can go from being a competitive athlete to having a baby and getting back onto the floor all within the space of a year.
Yeah. No, it's been really awesome to watch some of those top women in the world go have their babies and then come back and destroy it.
Yeah. So no excuses, eh?
No excuses, yeah. I'm just hoping everything goes well.
Oh, that would be amazing. Well, congratulations with your baby.
Thank you.
Yeah, we really hope to see you again next year.
Thanks. I'll have to come make a guest appearance in here with you again.
Yeah, for sure.
In between heats with my baby.
If all goes well this year, I'm hoping to be back on here on a team as well. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's been a little bit too long since I've hit the competition floor.
Oh, that'll be so exciting, but who's going to commentate?
We'll have to have that discussion when we get there.
Well, that'll be cool. We can that'll be goals for both of us back on the competition floor.
I'm sure the people watching the live feed are tired of hearing my voice after the second year now. It's a long weekend for them too. Okay, RTF absolutely crushing this event.
About to head out onto their last run.
Yeah, 22 minutes into this 30-minute time cap. As soon as they are done with these 10 reps, a small advance of the worm, and one more round.
Let me tell you, I think knowing that you're going on to that last run is very exciting. It's one of those workouts where you finish the first round and you think, wow, I've still got 4 more rounds to go.
I think as much as you want to go now, your legs are also just not wanting to go at all. As you can see there, look at that.
Yeah, when I was watching the individuals, it's quite funny to watch everybody just shuffling out of the arena, and then you see them come back, looking fresh again after their legs have had time to loosen up, and then they do the shuffle out again.
There's Motley Crue having a jaw on the run. Andrew Munich with his fingers up in the air. You can hear the music as he comes around the corner.
Very motivating. CrossFit Stellenbosch about to head out onto their last run.
All right, so there you go, CrossFit Stellies. Just advancing their worm right next to them. CrossFit Unboxed Rookies. These two teams are going to give each other a push now through the final round.
This is going to be a race.
5th and final round, 6 minutes left on the clock.
Now, you can't hold back now. This is where you've got to just empty the tank a little bit and push those legs, even though they are tired.
Jugger Sharks just giving each other a helping hand coming up that hill. And Motley Crew advancing that worm forwards, about to head out for their final run.
And we're almost at that last 5-minute mark on the time cap.
Yeah, so these teams are starting to cut a little bit fine. I mean, their first round was all in that kind of 5:10, 5:20 marker. So they're going to have to repeat that same effort if they're wanting to finish this workout. 30-minute time cap.
Yeah, this run is going to have to be a little bit faster.
Juggernaut making their way back through. 3 reps left for the Jugger Sharks.
It definitely makes a big difference on that worm when you've got a host of different heights amongst athletes. I think with that team, you had the boys are a lot taller than the girls, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to get that rhythm.
So do you reckon having a team where everyone is a very similar height is easier or harder?
I think it's a little bit more of an advantage to have similar heights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to the worm. Because when it's all over the show, it's a little bit more difficult to control.
It was RTF on their way back past your screen there. Absolutely cruising through this workout. And once again, as the heats progress, the times just get a little better and better. A few teams opting for a bit of a walk
No
now.
time to walk now.
3 minutes left on the clock.
Oof. That walk might have cost them a little bit in terms of placing.
So I think RTF is coming in now for their final round.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's Juggernaut Triumph coming in for their fourth round. Okay, here we go. Your current heat leaders. CrossFit RTF or RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp.
They get to showcase their textbook worm thrusters for the last 10 reps.
Yeah, sorry, that was my mistake. It is 15 reps on the thrusters.
Over 15.
It was coming out of the individuals where it was 10 clean and jerks
Gets
and an
very
800 meter run. It is an 800 meter run and 15 thrusters. That's it. RTF already smiling. They know what they have to do.
Heat.
It's 15 reps between them and a heat win. Taking into account that the previous heat only had one team to finish just on that 29-minute marker, looks like RTF might set the new time to beat. And unofficially, 28-18.
Yes. There's a few teams.
Epic performance over there from CrossFit RTF.
Amazing. Such smooth reps.
And now it's all that battle for second place.
Looks like we have, another 6 teams that should come in and get onto those last thrusters.
That is the IRA Howling Commandos. They're coming in second. They are the unboxed rookies, meeting them at the worm at the same time. So we're in for a little bit of a race now. Stellenbosch was right behind the rookies on the way out. Howling Commandos making easy work of that worm now. 15 reps.
They just want to get over that finish line.
15 reps between them and second place on this heat. But as you can see on the timer, one team from the previous heat just sneaking in here, just to shuffle the leaderboard a little bit. But right at the top of your screen there in the white, unboxed rookies. Howling Commandos get in there. Second. And it's rookies versus Stellenbosch.
These guys have been racing for a few of the rounds.
And the unboxed rookies get it. Just nudge out CrossFit Stellenbosch by 4 thrusters.
Oh, they
And
just
Motley
missed
Crue
it.
just not able to get through their last set of thrusters with that worm inside the time cap.
Well, those top teams put on a good show.
Yeah, second team's heat out the way, 1 left to go. A couple of teams getting stuck on that run still. That's CrossFit Josie, CrossFit Juggernaut out on the run. And we're going to have a look at a couple of highlights. Started out right there with BST Black, really struggling to get that worm up after the first 800-meter run.
Again, that heavy front.
And is that positioning? He's very far back on that worm, so not really
Very.
on the bag.
No, it just places so much more weight on the front person.
Yeah, Unboxed Rookie started out hot there with the IRA Howling Commandos. It was a tight race from the start,
They managed to maintain, which is great.
but RTF ultimately came through at the end just to take that heat win and set the new time to beat for the 3rd heat of teams. All smiles here. It's just a beautiful, beautiful time to be out here in Vanderbijlpark at the Rebel Renegade Games. We are lucky enough to have a look at the top 10 leaderboard of the teams heading into this final heat just to finish off day 2. So your unofficial standings after event number 2. Currently sitting in first place, CrossFit Humble, Hungry, Driven, Team Quest Tigerfit. That is tied first. So we see a 1 and a 1. That is epic. That means that these guys are going into this weekend with everything to play for. CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless, sitting tie obviously with that Team Quest Tigerfit. In second place, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers. In third place, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. Sitting in fourth, CrossFit Risalto. In fifth, RTF CrossFit Krugersdorp. In sixth, CrossFit Uncontained 2. In seventh, CrossFit IRA Howling Commandos. In eighth, the CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. And in ninth, CrossFit Unboxed Elite. So that is your top 10 standings unofficially, currently after event number 2. Obviously, all to play for now in this third event for the day, just to finish off day 1 of competition. What do you make of that?
I think it is going to be a seriously tight race between Tigerfit and Tiger Valley. I think they both those teams really want that games position.
Yeah.
And they're not going to give up on that very easily. So I'm very excited to see how this last workout of the day plays out, and then the other 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, that 1 and 2, or that 1 and 1, that tied first.
Sure.
I mean, you're going to see a battle all the way through to the back end of tomorrow afternoon with these 2 teams. Right there walking across the screen now, that is your Tigerfit team.
It's really just going to come down to who wants it more, who wants to hurt more.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, everybody in those top 2 teams are extremely fit, extremely strong. So yeah, it's going to be who wants it most.
All right, let's have a look at the team's lineup for this next event. Obviously, that leaderboard is not going to directly reflect the teams that are in this, because a few teams from heats back have come up the leaderboard. But for our third and final heat of today, we've got lane 1, CrossFit Zulu, Go by Feel. In lane 2, Packed Life CrossFit Wanderers. In lane 3, CrossFit Unboxed Elite. In lane 4, CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer. In lane 5, CrossFit Tiger Valley Relentless. CrossFit Humble, Hungry, Driven, Team Quest Tigerfit in lane 6. In lane 7, CrossFit Ekestad Mighty Oaks. In lane 8, CrossFit Risalto. In 9, CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. And in lane 10, Plot Box CrossFit. I mean, while we're here, I'm just going to shout out to the Bloberg Pumas because that's my home team.
That's your team. You have to.
My home team, their very first semi-finals appearance for all of them together. So it's special to have them in that top heat. It's amazing.
That is amazing. I'm still waiting for a CrossFit Belito team to make an appearance, but hopefully one day. Currently, I'm the only one in the gym that really competes. But next year, you're going to be on that team, eh?
Let's see what happens.
Mhm.
Let's see what happens.
You can see the nerves on Tiger Valley's face. I just know how much these guys want it. They've all been working so hard for so many years to get to the games.
And both teams here that are tied first have games experience.
Yes.
So this...
Mariska's been to the games a few times.
Yeah. Mariska's been to the games twice. Almost finished. Was right up there last in the individual and opted to go back into a team this year. But it's Santa Mostach, who's the new girl in that team and really just improved so much over the last few months.
Yeah, I feel like she came out of nowhere this year, or this past year. Obviously training with Mariska will do that to you.
Yeah. I think if you got that constant push and that drive to hit that goal, it does make things a lot easier.
Yeah, I think it just makes a big difference being on a team because you've got fellow competitors that are pushing you to be better. Obviously coming from training individually and then training as a team. I've always trained alone. And then having trained with team members who are, I'll be honest, way better than me. It pushes you in a different way.
Yep.
And these guys are not taking it on their own.
These ladies are pushing it.
Like I said, you gotta want it.
Gee whiz. It's going to be very interesting to see what those times are at the back end of that 800-meter run, but it's going to be, I think, very close to that 3-minute marker.
Let's just hope that they can maintain this pace. You just don't want to be going out too hot on this first round because that just sets you up for failure for those other 4 rounds.
And that's exactly what we mentioned earlier with the difference between running on a machine and running out is it's so easy to get caught up in this.
So easy.
You just get pushed on a little bit too fast out of your comfort zone by teams around you and you can't hang on to that pace. As hard and as difficult as it is, stick to your paces, stick to your game plan. You know your team's strengths. If this workout isn't it, don't try and hang on.
No. Know where your strengths lie, know where your weaknesses lie. Don't try and push the boundaries too hard, especially in a 30-minute workout.
So in the last heat, we just saw a time come in just over that 28-minute marker. You reckon we're going to be a little bit closer to that 25-minute mark in this
I think we're going to see some fast times, yeah. Although looking at the teams, the girls are, in both those top teams, ahead of the boys. So there will be a little bit of waiting at the worm, but maybe that is a strategy that they've employed.
So I think that's from that 20-second delayed start. And it just depends kind of how you want to split that up. The athletes can split that up, or the teams can split that up anyhow, who they want to send out first. But yeah, these ladies are leaving nothing behind in the very first round.
And again, both between Janine and Lonnie, they just have so many years of experience competing. And it makes such a big difference. Just being on the competition floor, knowing how to approach these workouts.
Yeah, I think like the amount of teams that are so nervous just to take to the floor, just to set up and start. Obviously, I mean, regardless of how many years you've been doing this, the nerves will be there. But kind of the calmness when things get a little bit, or don't go to plan.
Oh, yeah.
that's where that experience really shines through. There's no panic, there's no just pick it up and try and squeeze out those reps. You're on that level across the board of understanding, okay, let's just take a quick little breather.
But you have to almost be in each other's head. You know, you can't, because let's be honest, communicating verbally while you are doing this is difficult.
Yeah.
You've got to know your teammates so well. You've got to be able to read their facial expressions, know when each person needs a break, when you need to take charge. Obviously, this workout's very different because everyone's doing everything at the same time. But there goes Tiger Valley for their second run.
Yeah, Tiger Valley already heading straight out.
Almost collided with another team.
That was Janine running in the wrong direction.
Look, it happens.
And that is CrossFit Unboxed Elite on your screen right now. They're finishing off their first round. It's also really pushing the pace of this workout.
Now, these teams are going to be fast.
Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers heading out at exactly the same time as CrossFit Zulu go by feel.
They are my neighboring box in Belito,
CrossFit
Zulu. Shout out to fellow Belito Jim. Although I think made up of 2 Richards Bay members and then 2 CrossFit Zulu. So again, some more traveling.
There goes the Bloberg Pumas on their way out the door, and right alongside them, CrossFit Resulto.
Tiger Valley have quite a bit of a lead on that run.
There goes Plot Box CrossFit, right at the top of the screen, sitting here in lane number 10.
We've got some worm troubles happening.
And that is the CrossFit Ekerstad Mighty Oaks. This team also has some games experience previously inside the box at least. Ekerstad heading to the games 3 years ago.
Yeah. When Callum Debol was on the team.
And Mariska.
And Mariska, yes.
Yeah, so Mariska Smith currently now with Tigerfit. And Callum Debol obviously winning that first individual males event earlier today.
Crushed that. There goes CrossFit Zulu team.
Go by feel.
Go by feel. I really need to open this thing.
There's the CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer team. Currently sitting in 4th, unofficially. And again, just looking at this floor setup, Emma, you've done semi-finals. You were even at it last year when the level was really stepped up. I mean, last year was the first year of media coverage, proper media coverage, with the equipment, with the new rig, bringing those rogue worms in.
Yep.
How does last year compare to this year for you?
Look, last year was awesome. I think the venue this year they've done a really great job. I think the setup is amazing. Obviously, they've learned from whatever mistakes were made last year. And I think every year just gets better and better. Rebel does such a great job in setting up all the equipment, and I haven't seen the warm-up area. I'm assuming it's amazing too. But
the warm-up area is just on the other side of that awesome Biogen tunnel where the athletes run out
I need to go and take a little look. But they've done a great job. I think it looks amazing.
Yeah, I think just overall the venue at Emerald Resort and Casino, how the whole thing has been set up. There is a mini CrossFit box set up here with CrossFit REF.
I was in that workout this morning, just me and my husband, the 2 of us.
Running seminars. I actually saw you guys starting the workout. I walked past at one point.
I was the poster child for pregnant working out.
Yeah, so that's really awesome. Just all these little additions.
I must say, it's very cool, all the things that are available for like affiliate owners and spectators. Like we were at an affiliate seminar, I think, earlier, and that was really informative. So there's a lot to do this year for the spectators, which I think is amazing. Because, you know, sometimes just sitting in the stand, with the noise and the watching, it can be a bit much, but it's very nice to be able to go out and experience other things related to CrossFit.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, this has made it such a awesome experience as a kind of full day out adventure, full weekend out even.
Yeah, man. I mean, you could even go look out the animal farm or go to the indoor water park if you really wanted to.
You're not short of activities here, but just getting back to what's happening on the floor here.
Back to CrossFit.
CrossFit Tiger Valley just finished off their second round. Now opening up a bit of a lead over Quest Tiger Fit.
They are hot on their heels though. Again, I think it really comes down to how those teams are feeling after this third round.
Yeah.
It's that third round that is the hardest mentally, and then you've got those 2 rounds left that you can just keep cruising through and then push it for that last round.
Yeah, 2 rounds down at sub 10 minutes.
They are moving.
That is very good going. Right in the middle of the screen there, that is the CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer team. And at the top of the screen in the green and white, CrossFit Zulu go by feel. CrossFit Zulu advancing the worm. So currently sitting in what looks like 5th position.
I think they actually were able to practice with the worm at least once. CrossFit Zulu. I saw they went to a gym in Durban and borrowed a worm.
Okay.
So I think they were at least able to touch it at least one time. And again, you can definitely see the difference.
That's a plot box in lane number 10, right at the bottom of the screen over here. Chipping away at their 15 thrusters. Right next to them, CrossFit Bloberg Pumas. 3rd lane up from the bottom of your screen, CrossFit Risotto. Robbie Hoyer and Emma van Staden on that team, both individual athletes from last year as well.
I think it seems to be a common thing to try and experience individual, team, and then see where you prefer to sit.
Interesting though, like just looking at that Risotto team, putting their smallest athlete at the back of the worm. How do you think that is going to play out?
I'm not sure if that's going to work in their favor. Look, I think the back is better than the front, because you can kind of offset that weight a little bit with the person in front of you. But these guys are struggling.
It just looks like, a lot of the load from that worm is falling down because of the angle of the height difference.
Yep. Yeah, again, that height difference. The guy in front of her is so much taller, so it's just everything's leaning on her.
Heading outside, Tiger Valley Relentless looking very strong.
Fresh.
Couple of teams pushing now. Everybody wanting to finish this workout inside that 30-minute time cap. It is a lot of work.
But it's looking good. Everyone's looking quite good in this heat in terms of finishing. For now.
Yeah, everyone's starting their 3rd round now, that 12-minute mark. So, let's see how the rest of this goes.
Those top 2 teams are looking very comfortable in the run. You can definitely tell a lot by a person's running position and in terms of how they are feeling during a workout.
Yeah.
Running, you cannot hide how you're feeling in a run.
I think once your positioning turns into how the teams were looking holding that worm at that 25-minute marker this morning.
Yeah, then you know you're done for. But you can see the teams that are okay on their run, they're still upright, they're kind of got their same stride going. There's some pushing happening, which is helpful. Got Tiger Valley back on the worm.
Starting their 3rd round of 15 thrusters now.
See, so Lani is obviously the shorter athlete in the team, and she's been put in the middle, which is definitely a better position for the shorter human. You don't get as much of that weight just dropped on you.
Well, have a look at it now with the Tiger Pit team as well, because Santa is also this shortest athlete, but right behind Damien Burns. So they've also put their smallest athlete at the back.
That is true.
That's Pack Life CrossFit running up the hill and coming in the door to start their third round of 15 thrusters.
Making short work of those thrusters, these two teams.
Yeah, it looks like they just do this on the daily.
Yeah, it's just a minor speed bump in the 4 kilometers of running.
For a lot of people, this is a worm workout, and for these two teams, this is just a running workout.
You know, it's the end of the day, casual run. And we're officially halfway through that time cap.
15 minutes in, Unboxed Elite, right in the middle of your screen. Right next to them, Pack Life CrossFit Wanderers, just edging forwards ahead of the Unboxed team. And 5 reps left for Unboxed Elite. Juggernaut and CrossFit Zulu getting to their worms at exactly the same time. So, I mean, there'll be a couple of races formed here between different teams. But I think that Unboxed Elite team is definitely going to put in some work now to chase down Pack Life.
There'll be a few teams here in this heat trying to hang on to that last heat, position.
Yeah.
That top 10.
Yeah, everybody wants to be on the top 10.
Of course.
Tomorrow's the last day, so there's no more reshuffle. If you stay in that top 10 for the whole weekend, I mean, you've had a great weekend. Doesn't matter where you finish, really.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a tight race.
Yeah, some epic workouts coming through tomorrow. Some heavy overhead squats. Got some more walkers on the route.
Listen, I feel like I would have been in that walking group. I'm very grateful this workout was not last year.
We're also getting some inside info here from Lisa Burns in the comments. The stronger female is usually in the middle. I think it all depends on the team and just kind of where you want to use your strengths and your weaknesses.
Definitely. I know when I was at the back of that worm, it was not helpful, but I mean,
yeah, I know, also just coaching my team through this as well. We put the shorter athlete right in the middle, just so that the guys on either side can just kind of push that worm over their head a little bit more.
Yeah.
So you'll see
I
that
think
now.
it depends on your team dynamic.
Yeah.
I didn't have very much experience with the worm either last year, whereas Janine had loads of experience. So for me, trying to manage that worm at the back was hard. I mean, I remember the first time I did a clean and jerk with the worm, I ended up facing the wrong way at some point. I don't even know how it happened.
I've seen that a couple of times.
I was like, oh, this is not the right way.
So Plot Box CrossFit in lane number 10. On their way out now. Also starting the 4th run. Here we go, Henry making his way up the hill,
Henry loves a run.
Leaving his teammates in the dust.
Henry, I think, could run all day.
He's itching to get through this workout as fast as possible.
Yep, get back onto that worm.
Lots of love coming through here on the comments. Plenty for the Blowberg Pumas. a good amount now here for Unboxed, Shu Damien, Unboxed Elites, CrossFit Tiger Valley for the win. Go Samuel, go Tammy, everyone just cheering on their friends. So lovely to see
So much
so many people, yeah. So many people watching from home. Sorry you can't be here to experience this event in 4K.
Look, there's still 2 days. You can get ya.
No, in 4D. If you are in Joburg, if you are around close enough, I would highly suggest you buy some tickets. Even if it's just a day pass for tomorrow, for Sunday, just to come and experience this atmosphere. It's truly incredible. We cannot wait to fill up those stands tomorrow. Obviously, Friday is a bit of a work day. And we are very fortunate to be live streaming out of this Friday.
Yep. Tiger Valley heading out on their last run.
Tiger Valley, time to drop some gears.
Tiger Fit.
Quest, Tiger Fit, not letting them out of their sight.
Nope.
Are they going to pick up some gas now too?
We got CrossFit Studio making their way back inside.
Your Wanderers back on your screen now. That's Pack Life Wanderers.
Also nice smooth movement with those thrusters.
Yeah, communication is key. Unboxed Elites are chasing down the Wanderers. Wanderers got a 10-rep head start. But Unboxed Elites, also very good runners from that box. The Durbanville crew loves to run.
So for those asking on the comments, this is a 5-round workout. 5 rounds, 800-meter run, 15 worm thrusters with a 30-minute cap. We've got our top 2 teams in the last round. Definitely going to be seeing a very fast time.
Yeah, some new leading times are definitely underway for this heat. Top heat, or top times currently sitting around that 28-minute marker for the 5 rounds to be completed inside the 30-minute time cap.
I feel like we're going to be looking at a 25-er. 25, 26.
CrossFit Juggernaut Conquer on your screen.
What you absolutely don't want is a no rep on that thruster.
Yep.
Not one extra squat.
And these teams have also shown that it's not very necessary to drop the bag.
No.
Once that bag is up, we've got some traffic over there. Doom is moving over, making way for Ekestad.
Strategic blocking.
Ekestad running arm in arm.
No, but if you're dropping that worm and picking it up in the middle of your thrusters.
There you go. See, there's that miscommunication on letting that worm land on your shoulder and going straight down into your next spot before all 4 teammates are underneath the worm. CrossFit Juggernaut
Rather better to rather go a bit slower. That is not a fun time when that happens. Now you've got to gather the worm up again. Oh, no.
No, that's exactly what we were saying over there. Just that weight of the worm. As soon as one athlete drops it in the team, it just drags. It drags you all the way down. It's like literally dropping an anchor into the water. You're attached to it.
Yep. And that front person does not know if that worm has been dropped from the back until it's too late.
Go Jacques, pushing Celia.
Those stronger runners helping the weaker ones.
Pushing him up the hill.
Team dynamic. Zulu trying to get to that last round.
And getting no reps.
It's that synchronizing of the bottom of the squat that I think catches a couple of people out. So I always say just train as if you are competing always, and if you've got a judge watching you always, then you don't get no repped.
Okay, here we go.
Last 15 thrusters for Tiger Valley. They know they can have a little break before they get back into those thrusters.
Okay, and Tiger Valley just ahead. Here comes Tiger Fit. They're going to pick up this worm.
Yep,
4 reps behind the Tiger Valley team.
This is going to be a race. You just need Tiger Valley to not drop that worm.
There you go, and Tiger Fit are underway. They are moving.
2 more
Two
for
reps.
Tiger Valley.
That
And
is
they're
the final
over.
rep, and Tiger Valley take it. Unofficially 24:50.
And that'll set them into the top spot going into the final day.
And with 1 rep left, 10 seconds behind.
That was a very tight race.
So, 25 minutes of work at flat out pace to finish within, what, a 12-second gap? That is just incredible from the
Insane.
top 2 teams. And that is exactly why they are fighting.
No, and tomorrow's workouts are going to be exactly the same. We're going to see such a tight race. It's very exciting.
There you go. Puma's final athlete just getting to the worm now. 5 reps to go. The Blowwork Pumas are making the thrusters look very easy compared to Ekerstad, but it looks like they're losing it a lot on the run. So they came in quite far behind Ekerstad on the run. But then just getting overtaken.
Yeah, and again, it's, it comes down to your slowest runner.
It's 4 minutes of work. 4 minutes to go. Resulta getting onto the bag. That is Unboxed Elite. They are going to finish this workout. And you can see Pakla punches.
The worm is sneaking
athlete.
forward. But they still managed.
Yeah.
They managed to get over that finish line. Oh no, I think they had a no rem.
No, they got pulled out of the running lane.
Oh.
3 reps left for Unboxed Elite. And also, within a matter of seconds behind Pack Life Wanderers,
Sure.
Unboxed Elite finishes this workout under 27 minutes.
All these teams crushing
These scores
time to be in the
are
last.
very, very good.
3 minutes to go until that time cap.
3 minutes, and I think a couple of athletes are going to get stuck out on that final 800-meter run. There's Juggernaut Conquer with their final rep and finishing the workout 27:20 unofficially.
All these times still ahead of the fastest time in the second heat.
Yeah, in the previous heat, yeah. Everybody fighting for one of those top 10 positions going into day 2. 5 workouts for the teams this weekend, 3 today. This is the final one for the day, 2 tomorrow. And tomorrow afternoon, we'll be sending 1 team to the CrossFit Games.
Very exciting.
There you go, you can just see that female athlete hanging on to the shirts, jumping into the crowd here.
Everyone looking very excited.
Yeah.
It is quite an energetic crowd out there. I think tomorrow will be an even bigger one.
Yeah. We've got a packed day tomorrow.
Yep.
2 individual workouts, 2 team workouts. A whole day of activities out on the floor with seminars and CrossFit classes. The tattoo studio. I mean,
Yes,
yeah.
I did see a couple of keeps getting their, those workout tattoos on their legs.
Oh, like the whiteboard daily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 minute to go. We have a few teams still out there, I think, on the run. And we got CrossFit Zulu finishing up their last set of thrusters. They could make this time cap.
Yeah, Zulu doing very well. 40 seconds
Come on, guys.
left on the clock. CrossFit Zulu go by feel right here, taking up your entire screen.
Paul Buerta in the front, his baby's due about the same time as mine.
Oh, wow.
Tap into that dad streak. Let's go.
And they finish.
Well done,
They get in
guys.
inside that time cap.
Sure.
Amazing show from Zulu. There's Risotto really pushing to get that run done. But there goes that timer.
Well done to all those teams. That was a tough workout.
Yeah, Pack Life looking very happy with that.
And with them being on the screen.
Yeah, a couple of teams looking like that hurt them. But a really, really cool performance coming out of the final heat.
Yep.
But obviously, all eyes over here on Tiger Valley, breaking that tie first pace with Quest Tiger Fit. I'm going to make some work for.
It was impressive watching how they went out so hot and
Yeah.
managed to stay hot.
And hanging on, yeah. I mean, that pace from the ladies at the start
Jeepers.
was incredible.
It looked like they were running a 200 meter.
Yeah. But then you also wonder, I mean, are they using that as a strength just to get in the heads of the other ladies? Are they trying to push them right out the start and kind of make them believe that that's going to be the pace to go at?
Listen, at the top level of these teams, anything goes. Mind games help.
Yeah, that was very cool to see Packed Life just get over the line there for their last set and finish inside the time cap.
Amazing performance by these top teams.
So there will definitely be a little bit of a reshuffle of the heat sheets tomorrow after this leaderboard gets updated. We did just go through the leaderboard from the top 10 after event number 2. So this evening, scorers hard at work. They'll be reshuffling this. You can expect to see your boxes in maybe a couple of different heats, but we will be back here tomorrow.
We
Yeah.
will.
There you go. That is what Emma Morgan looks like.
After a very long day.
Okay, so just heading through tomorrow's schedule. We are going to close off very shortly for today, but Saturday schedule, individual and teams. As we mentioned, we kick things off at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be back with you opening up at 8:30. So you'll be able to see us here tomorrow at 8:30 for event number 2, individual men. Then at 10:30 tomorrow, event number 2 for individual women. Then going into event 4 for the teams at 12:20. There'll be a lunch break for all the volunteers and athletes at 1:20 tomorrow. And then 3 more events for the day. Men's and women's event number 3 between 2:20 and 4:45. And then finally finishing off with 5:15 teams event number 5. Straight after that 5th event, we'll be going into a team's prize giving tomorrow. So team's prize giving will happen straight after that 5th and final event, where we will announce who will be representing Africa at the CrossFit Games 2024.
I can't believe it's actually tomorrow that we're announcing that.
It's a very cool setup this year with the change.
It is. I feel like it gives the teams their day to be excited and the individuals their day to be excited about who's going to the games.
Yeah, so I definitely think that's going to hype up the competition tomorrow as well as Sunday, because then it's all eyes on the individuals. Teams can spend Saturday evening celebrating. maybe not,
feel a bit slow
maybe
on
not the
Sunday.
one that's going to the games. But
Hey, they've got a couple of months. They can have one night.
But yeah, from our side, thank you so much for joining us for today. Once again, if you haven't got tickets and you are available to, pull through to Vereniging, come through to Emerald Resort and Casino. We would love to see you here. But if not, if you're staying on and you're watching from around the province, we would love to hang out with you again tomorrow. So thank you so much for being a part of this day with us. And we will see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Come back to life. The fire inside. The fever is breaking. The shadows are fading away as I sharpen the knife. Can't take me out. No, I ain't going down tonight. It's not over yet. Ain't gonna quit. No matter what. Never lay down, never give up. I am a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm a survivor. Even if I fall, I'll be up again, 'cause I'm a fighter. I am a
Nobody knows whether you go on that run or you stay in your warm bed. You're alone with your thoughts and your own heartbeat, and the sweat's dripping down your nose. To me, Go Ruck is the epitome of working really hard when nobody knows if you did it or not. Go Ruck is my go-to gear because it keeps me ready for anything unknown that could come up in a CrossFit competition. Go Ruck is the world's toughest gear.
In sports, strength isn't just about muscles. It also comes from motivation and determination. It's the community and team spirit that provide the extra motivation to excel. That's why, with Hustle Up, you can create programs for yourself or other athletes, exchange with the community, search, find, explore, and follow programs, measure and track your progress by entering scores and personal records, join events, and much more. Also available on the web, we share our achievements, our struggles, our victories between coaches, athletes, and owners. On Hustle Up, the community lifts everyone up. What are you waiting for? Join the community. Download the application now. Hustle Up, global solution.
try to catch me howling at the moon.